Alrighty, so much to do, so little time. So little time. But I think I have everything where it needs to be, where we need to be. So we'll see how this all goes. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the newsroom and welcome to the Goutopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report brought to you by Snort Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, outside of the inspiring and certainly welcoming aroma of Snort coffee, I gotta tell you, there's just so much bullshit going on right now. A bunch of pig shit going on in this place, man. It's getting crazy around these parts, man. I thought I was gonna go ahead and do the I was initially thinking all I was gonna do was finish up the Smart Guys situation. Then we would work through the archives in May. That gives me a chance to kind of take some time off and then also work through the backlog. And then we would start back in June fresh. You know what I'm saying? Now I had to push a bunch of projects that I had been working on that, well, I actually was able to record all that stuff, but I had to push, I have to push all of that forward and whatnot, which kind of works out. And now this has to happen, this nonsense and whatnot. So at least we're ending May, or we're ending April, I should say, I guess strongly. Just in case you guys don't know what I'm talking about, just in case the title is giving me away, or you went ahead and listened to the, I'll name this segment later, that came the day before this. Apparently, DSP went for the whole Switch pre-order thing. I didn't even really pay attention to it. I didn't think anything was going to come out of it. I had already predicted, even before that, during the Smart Guys segment, that it was more than likely just a show. He was just doing it to get one of the dents to buy him one, or he would come up with some elaborate scheme on why he couldn't get one, or whatever, or even go even further, excuse me, and go ahead and rehash what happened with the Switch 1. Buy it. Hey guys, I bought the Switch 2, but I'm scared that it might brick. I might have PTSD from when the Nintendo Switch, the first one, bricked on him, which was his fault, by the way, but semantics, we might get to that later. But how it bricked on him. And, you know, I might need a second one, or, oh, I wanted to get a second one for Cat, and I wasn't able to, and, you know, that pity-patty story. But the way this has drummed out, and the way this has come about, makes it just leads into so much more BS, so much more bullshit, pig shit, that, you know, there's no way that we can't just get into it. So, like I said, I'll move all those projects to next week, or whatever, and we'll go with this. Let's see here. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, since I've given introductions and everything, and hopefully everybody's seated, as you guys know, first couple of rounds are on me. Let's go ahead and get into my favorite segment. Hopefully everybody else's favorite segment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my TED Talk. So, Darksydephil on April 23rd tried to basically do a pre-order, tried to pre-order the Switch. Had a whole, that's pretty much what the night stream was on top of his Lego session, whatever, and spent the better part of an hour or so trying to do it. You know what I'm saying? Made it seem like it was such a struggle, waiting in line at Walmart. How did Walmart even get, I don't even know why Walmart was even a thing, given his past history with shitting on Walmart and the people who frequent Walmart. I'm surprised that was even a thing, but it's funny. You know, when he doesn't have to shop there, when he wants to go to his local markets, when he wants to go to other places that are just more expensive. Oh, it's for those unfortunate folks. It's for those stationaries. It's for those who really can't afford better quality stuff. They go ahead and get stuff imported from all these other places and this, that, and the third, where I'd rather support my local business. But then when he needs a Nintendo Switch, though, oh, then we don't need that. We don't mind bringing ourselves down to the stationary level. We don't mind bringing ourselves down to that level to go ahead and do all this. And truth be told, because he looks down upon Walmart and the people who go there, he probably thought, hey, I'm going to go ahead and scheme and see if I can get a second one, if I can get a first one. Yeah, he said Best Buy. Yeah, he said Target, whatever, because wherever you can get it is wherever you can get it. But he knew for sure, I think, or he had the idea, hey, if Walmart pops up first, Walmart's for poor people, according to him. So, shit, if I go ahead and get another one, what are they going to say? I already have my pre-orders in. What are they going to do? Cancel it? They wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, it really says a lot. Now, don't be wrong. Most of you are like, well, come on, Golden. He should be trying to just hit as many areas as he can. And he should. I get it. But you don't bash Walmart on one hand, and then you go over there with your hat in your hand, you know what I'm saying, with your other hoof outwards, hoping to get a pre-order. You're hoping to get two, now that I think about it. But semantics. Semantics. So, on the 23rd, or the evening of the 23rd, he tries to go about getting this Nintendo Switch. Ends up getting one, the regular bundle, or the base bundle, if you will. Then thinks, oh, well, maybe I can go ahead and start scheming. King Snake, Snake Eater. Maybe I can go ahead and start scheming, and maybe I can get myself a second one. Oh, I was able to. And I'll just go ahead and DSP really thought he was smart. I'm going to play the system. I'll get the original one. And then we'll see if we can try to pre-order the Mario Kart one too. He got the first one, you got the original one. Then he was like, well, shit, if they gave me the original, I'll just stay online for the Mario Kart one, for the Mario Kart bundle, and see if I get that. Then he got it. Then he gloated and talked about his superiority and talked about how he was the lucky one, so on and so forth. then his greed kicked in. One of the things, one of the facets, one of the tomes, one of the behaviors that DSP exhibits far more than anything is his greed. Someone pops up, says, hey, Phil, I'll drop 20 gifted subs, about $100 if I'm correct, if you go ahead and show us the order. You know what I'm saying? Show us that you were able to lock it in, my guy. And he was like, oh, well, shit, you want to throw me $100? Sure, why not? Go ahead and get one dent to do it, and maybe the rest will do it too. So then he decides to go ahead and show off his order. and says, it was very specific to say, hey, I'm not going to show my credit card information and whatnot, but go ahead, scales down that he has it, you know what I'm saying? Let the order number slip for whatever reason. Don't worry, I have it in this cut because, as you guys are going to find out, I did this cut because Diggs is still on vacation. And shows the order number and whatnot, ends up showing the last 4 digits of his credit card number, and so on and so forth, and the money never came through. But DSP didn't care because he felt like he was winning because he has 2 bundles. Ends the stream as such, on a high note, while finishing the bottom part of the Piranha Plant Lego thing. Anyway, then the bottom bitch podcast, or then the Daily Wipe, sorry. Then the Daily Wipe comes out. And he's a sad boy. He's a sad piggy. In that, well, guys, you know, I've been taken advantage of. I have been abused. Someone canceled my orders and yada yada, and it was the detractors, and they don't want to see me be great. They want to hold me down. Why can't I be like other people? Whatever. So that's how the 23rd ends. He was all triumphant and whatever the night of the 23rd. But then when the Daily Wipe comes out on the 23rd that evening, actually, there was one, he already had recorded the original one, and then like an hour plus later, he had to delete it and go ahead and record a new one where he was a sad piggy. Then we get into the 24th where it's a complete and utter clusterfuck in itself. And he's basically like, he went ahead and rehashed his King of Hate speech on why people hate him, but it doesn't matter because he's always going to be here, so on and so forth, and all of this. And I got to tell you, the 24th in particular, at least to me, was a struggle session to victimize himself while smirking the entire time. Ladies and gentlemen, as far as I see it, as from watching that, the 24th, he has a switch locked in. I honestly think he has the switch locked in. I think there was no hack. To be honest, I don't think there was any hack. I think that, but he does have a switch locked in, whether from a dent or from another outlet that he was able to get it from. I think he's just fine, which is going to put him in a conundrum. Now, I'm going to be kind of rehashing what I said in the I'll name a segment later, but we'll see. But I got to put this out there, and then we'll get into the actual meat and potatoes of all this shit. I honestly think what happened was he ended up getting the base bundle. He got the base Switch too. He got the Mario Kart bundle. Went ahead and gloated about it, exposed himself, no pun intended, exposed himself, but was still riding high or whatever, ends the stream. I think he was I think what happened was after he got off stream, I think he canceled the first one, the first Switch. I think he canceled that order. and I think he tried to go and see if he could double up on another Mario Kart bundle. I think that's one of my theories actually, but I think that's what happened. I'm really leaning towards that. I think he canceled the first one and tried to go and get himself a second Mario Kart bundle. I think the only reason why he got away with this in the first place is because he bought both of the different Nintendo bundles on separate credit cards and whatnot, to be honest with you. One was his, which, oh no, Phil has credit cards already, and the other one was probably on Cat's or whatever. Now, I also let it kind of float through my ramen, that, you know, maybe there was some problem with the credit card company or with the bank. Maybe one of them has some type of security alert or whatever on their credit card, so the bank put a freeze on it, so on and so forth. Keep in mind, Walmart, like most outlets, won't charge him until they send it anyway. There are some variables, and we may touch on some of those as we move forward. But I honestly think he canceled the first order. Walmart ended up actually canceling the second because they saw that that 2 switches were gonna go to the same billing address, and they were like, nope. And so he got caught on the anti-scalping for the second one. Then throws his little bitch fit and whatever, and then probably stayed up for the rest of the night hoping he can get one, or seeing what dent in his Discord or whatever could get one. And I think eventually he secured the package, leading into the 24th struggle session where he's the victim, he's this and he's that, but yet he's still smirking the entire time because he has one locked in. But see, Phil's a fucking idiot. So now we got a problem. Because now, if it's true, because now the current narrative is, I'm not going to tell you guys anything. If I have the Switch 2 on June or whenever it releases, June 4th, June 5th, whenever that is. I might actually have that mixed up because I think XDefiant's last day is on like June 3rd. It's somewhere between the 3rd and the 5th. So it's definitely going to be a hurtful day for me. Anyway, and most people. But anyway, whenever the Switch is supposed to release, he's going to have a problem. Because A, if we go by the current narrative of him being a victim, his Walmart account got hacked, his personal information got hacked once again, and so on and so forth, there's no reason why he should have that Switch on release day. Which means he's going to be fucking with his quote-unquote, his money, if he do so. You know what I'm saying? So now he can't play the victim narrative and then have that Switch on that day. It automatically invalidates the story and makes it bullshit. Now, let's say DSP does have it locked in. Let's say he decides to wait a day or two. Because the Mario Kart bundle, according to Walmart, according to what he said, would be out a few days after the base bundle anyway. If he waits another day or so after the Mario Kart bundle comes out, then theoretically he's basically putting his ego before his money, because he can still play victim and say, someone helped me get it, I finally got it, it wasn't on a release date like everybody else, but I finally got it. So either A, he has that base bundle on release day like everybody else, and he goes ahead and puts it out there that he got one, and then that makes his whole story invalid. 2, he waits until the Mario Kart version, or the Mario Kart bundle comes out, a day after it comes out, I should say. He has to wait until a day after the Mario Kart bundle comes out to do his unboxing of his Switch, whatever variation he has, and then try to collect his money there and still get to be the victim. He can't have both. And see, he's not thinking about that. He wants what everybody else wants and whatnot, FOMO, whatever you want to call it, a fear of missing out, but FOMO. So he's going to either completely expose his story and have that base Nintendo Switch 2 on day 1, or he's going to wait on day 2. Or he's going to wait for the Mario Kart bundle for when that releases. It's the only 2 ways he can really go about it. There's only 2 options, to be honest with you. If he wants to preserve the story and preserve being a victim, then that's what he's going to have to do. He's going to have to take the former, or the latter, over the former. But the problem is, that's a good month plus away. At least a month. Over a month away. So he can go ahead and memory hole his story and say, I got it, guys. Yada, yada, yada. And then he's going to have to... Is he going to do 2 unboxings? Is he going to do an unboxing for the base Nintendo Switch? Or Switch 2? And then do one for the Mario Kart bundle? These are just some of the things I want to put out there to you. I want to get you thinking about it. All right? Anywho, let's go ahead and get into our situation and our circumstance. As I said, Diggs is MIA, so to speak, and what and whatnot. So this was cut by yours truly, which means this is going to be a bit long in the teeth. It's gonna be long in the teeth. So all orders of Starbucks or all rounds of Snort Bucks, I should say, will be on me today. So that's the thing. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and let's go ahead and strap in. Let's go ahead and strap in. And yet again, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And I guess let's go with a casual game of chess, because that's kind of what this is. He really think he doing something. And I think there's an alternative. There's certainly an alternative motive to this and whatnot, and we'll see if we can touch upon that as we move on. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, first off, big ups to all of you. This was brought to us by DSPNEWS, yet again, cut by your boy, yours truly, and whatnot. And we are going over the evening podcast, or no, the evening stream from April 23rd. We're going to also go over the daily wipe, aka the daily wrap, from April 23rd. And then we're going to go over the Bottom Bitch podcast, the daily therapy session, the level 1 podcast from the 4th or the 24th of April 2025, our current year of the snake. Give me a second. Okay, so that's what our situation, our circumstances are. I don't smell no bacon cooking. And let's get into it. It's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long one. Okay, and what did I label this, by the way, just for posterity's sake? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with DSPNEWS. Let's see, Darksydephil and the Nintendo Switch issue / debacle. This is going to be from April 23rd and 24th of 2025. You guys already know the slogan. Whatnot. It's time to watch me work. Let's work.
Okay, guys, here we go. Pre-order madness starts right now for the Switch 2. It's a me Ken gifted a sub on Kick. Thank you, It's a me Ken. We're now at $39 to support, 111 to go to hit the goal for tonight and continue with Lego Nights. Okay, let's do this right now. Let's keep refreshing till basically this thing works. We have less than 3 minutes. Not yet. Not yet.
And see, here's the thing, and this is what's making me think there's some type of ulterior motive. So you're telling me you couldn't screen share whether the Switch on whatever website you're on is available? You don't. I mean, keep in mind, I'm not telling him to show us the order screen, right? But he's flipping through these particular websites, right? Waiting to see if it comes available in his cart. As soon as it is, he can just hit go. He can go through the process, right? All he has to do is change cameras at that point, and then we're good to go. But he didn't do that. He thought sitting here watching this guy, you know what I'm saying, click his mouse over and over and over again and saying it's not here, it's here, it's not here, it's here, is actually entertaining. But there's a little bit more to it, so we'll just let it play out.
Just keep going. Nope, can't add the cart. Nope, can't add the cart. And for the record, I can't show you this because it's probably going to show me, it's going to show my billing information and everything, and I can't show you that. All right, I can't show you my payment.
But how's it going to have your billing information if you're showing it, if you're trying to add it to your cart? We're not even on that screen yet. So either that, you're an absolute mongoloid, or two, you don't know what you're talking about. Which makes me wonder, deep down, was all of this a show anyway? Was all of this fraudulent? Was Kat downstairs on the tablet or on her own phone or on a laptop, or was she in her room, I should say? And was she actually trying to lock all of this in too? And was he just doing this for show? You know what I'm saying? Now, keep in mind, this is really deep 4D chess type shit. And obviously we're on that 2020 D chess type shit. But it makes me wonder, you know what I'm saying? Especially given his behavior on the 24th. I wonder if he already had Kat helping him as well. And this is all just smoke and mirrors, if you will. Or it's just snort and mirrors and whatnot. Just something about it, you know what I'm saying? I like to speculate.
Payment information.
And then the irony, to be honest with you, is I don't want to show you guys the screen because I don't want to expose my billing information. It ends up showing us the credit card information anyway, or at least the last 4 digits. So that won't take long to figure that out, whether it's his credit card or Cat's. So there's that. So good job, Phil. Really looking out for yourself and your family.
You're in line. Hold my spot and keep shopping. I'm in line at Walmart.
Riveting.
I'm in line at Walmart. It says I'm in line for 2 items. View and leave. I'm in line.
Wait, so how was it? Wait. So now that I think about it, how did he end up doing 2 separate transactions? Wait, I think you can split payments in your Walmart, on your Walmart thing if you want. But what made him think he was going to be able to pull both like that? And then remember, he said that the first order was canceled by somebody, some hacker, some hater. The first one was canceled. And then he talks later on about the second one. I'm getting ahead a bit, but you'll catch my drift. But according to him, he has everything already locked in on the same order, unless he went ahead and ordered the Switch and he ordered whatever peripheral, like whatever controller or whatever the case, or extra paddles or yada. So that's another thing too.
At Walmart right now for both Switches, one that has Mario bundled and one that doesn't. Okay. Welcome back, Jay.
That explains that.
Okay, Best Buy still has nothing. I'm in line at Walmart. Best Buy still has nothing. Nope, still can't do it on Target.
See, you can't, and see, here's the thing. Rule number 1, Darksydephil is a liar. A massive fucking liar. Sociopath, to be honest with you. Rule number 2, well, it doesn't have to be rule number 2, but rule number 2 is give DSP enough rope and he'll hang himself. We have no clue what he's actually doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's actually hiding his screen for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So he can sit there and blurt whatever the fuck he wants at you, and he'll expect you to take that at face value. Keep that in mind.
Still can't do it on Target. I'm still in line at Walmart. It says you're in line for 2 items. I can't do anything. I'm in line. Okay. Checking Amazon. Amazon still has.
Okay, so he was on Walmart, Target, Best Buy, and Amazon. All right, bet.
Placeholder that doesn't work. Okay. Okay.
Like I said,
being in line is a good sign. At least I'm in line. I don't know how that's going to work. Best Buy has dramatically slowed down. Still coming soon. Best Buy, refresh.
Yeah, this is bad acting.
In the meantime, I'm going to refresh Target. Oh, Target has crashed. Target is crashing.
Oh.
Pre-orders have already sold out at Target. Pre-orders are sold out at Target. Just like that. Was trying to load the page. It says reload the page. It won't load. And it says pre-orders have been sold out immediately. I'm still in line at Walmart. Yep, pre-orders instantly sold out at Target. There was no way to get them. It was impossible. The Best Buy is not available yet. Best Buy is still showing as just coming soon, and you can't do it yet. Okay? The placeholder on Amazon still doesn't work. So I'm still looking at Best Buy constantly. It's just coming soon, coming soon. All right? It's not available to add to cart yet. Target, I'm closing because there's no point. It says I have 6 minutes. I'm waiting for the 2 switches at Walmart. I don't know if I'm going to get them or not. We'll find out. Still coming soon at Best Buy.
Oh, boy.
Still coming soon. So it's just not on Best Buy yet. They haven't enabled it on the website yet. Everyone's trying because it's loading endlessly. I'm in line at Walmart. 6 minutes left, it says. It says we're holding your spot. When it's your turn, you have 10 minutes to add to cart. Cool.
10 minutes was probably actually 5 from what most people were saying. Some people said you had less than that. Some people said you had like only 3 minutes.
So I'm still in line at Walmart, guys. I might get it from Walmart. I might get 2 from Walmart because I have both the Mario bundle and the regular Switch bundle right now on hold at Walmart.
And the fact that he was able to justify getting 2 of them, knowing that there was an anti-scalping policy, knowing that it was an incredibly high demand product or products, if you will, and he thought he could still get away with it. I don't know. That makes it even more suspect. Because DSP is not above trying to take advantage of others.
Yeah.
And then playing the victim later when it don't work out.
Still coming soon at Best Buy, not available. But I am 5-minute wait at Walmart, and they're saying I'm going to get it. They're saying I'm going to get it from what it says at Walmart. So I have one of each console available in my cart at Walmart on hold. Right now, Best Buy is barely loading, but is loading. Still coming soon. They have not released their pre-orders at Best Buy. They are still just showing as coming soon. Target was immediately sold out. Target, it went, oh, it's there, and then immediately sold out. You couldn't get it at all. Okay? Five-minute wait time right now on Walmart. 2 items. You're in line for 2 items. And it says, the items in high demand, we're holding your spot. When it's your turn, you have 10 minutes to add to cart. Hold my spot and keep shopping. So I'm good. I might get 2 of them from Walmart. Yeah. 4 minutes left to wait. The Amazon placeholder never updated. So the Amazon placeholder, yeah, it didn't work. Best Buy, I'm still refreshing Best Buy. Still says coming soon.
Keep in mind, we have 2 locked in, right? We're 5 minutes out. We got 2 locked in. He's still crying about 2 other sites.
So Best Buy never went available.
Can't be just grateful for what we already have, which is already too much, to be honest with you. But still bitch and complain about the other sites not giving him the convenience. Gotcha.
Target just wouldn't load and then immediately said completely sold out. Yeah, pretty stupid. And then I'm still in line at Walmart. I just got a $5 tip from It's a Me Markula. People think I'm gay because you said something about gay people. I'm not gay. I want to clear that up. Thanks. I love you. It's probably not real. It's probably someone fake. But thanks for the $5 tip. It's probably not the real person. Okay. Thanks for $5. We're not 44 of support and climbing, guys. Thank you, guys. Okay, continuing on. 3 minutes left at Walmart to wait before I can get it. Still not available at Best Buy. Still not available at Best Buy. Okay. Jade, we're probably not doing Call of Duty this week. I'm not 100% sure, but probably not. Because people really liked Oblivion Remastered, so I ended up doing multiple streams of it, so we're probably foregoing Call of Duty this week.
So go ahead and bleed something that people seem to like for as much as you can, and then get mad that people aren't interested like in a week or so later. That makes sense, Phil. So much for that whole variety streamer type thing. Doesn't look... He comes across nothing more than just your online digital whore. That's really all he is. But he tries to hide behind the veneer of being a variety streamer. Like, he's not, this way he's not stuck, or as he perceives, people who only focus on one type of thing or one type of genre, they're stuck. They can only be successful doing this one thing. Whereas I do multiple things and whatnot, and that's what his appeal is. Or at least that's the way he thinks. Not the case, but whatever.
Mozzie says he actually just got it from Target. Oh, yeah? I'm working on it right now.
Money do you really have, right? Or really have available to you, I should say. Or what's his line of credit look like? If you're willing to try to get a pre-order on all of these different sites until you can get it locked in. And I mean, don't be wrong, they'll just go back and cancel them all later. But yet again, how like how much do you have at your disposal to be doing all this?
But due to being too busy, you can't see your cart nor check out at this time. That's what it just said on Target. Something went wrong. Please try again. What went wrong?
Oh, that's great.
I gotta check over on Walmart right now because I want to get it from there too if I can.
We mean get it from there too. Like what the fuck? I thought we were already on Walmart. So you had to retype it in again? Like what are you what? Wait. Okay, we were just on Walmart. We're waiting in line. But then he opens up another tab and says, I want to check on Walmart because I want to get it from there too. Yet again, how many were we trying to get?
1 minute wait left at Walmart.
Oh, this shit's fraudulent. This shit's hella fraudulent.
I'm checking out at Target.
You're checking out a Target.
It's not. It says something went wrong, but there's no error on the page. It doesn't work. It's all fucked up. It won't let you check out at Target. It's all errors.
Okay, so he wasn't able to add it to the cart, is what he's trying to say.
Non-stop errors on Target.
So he was willing to try to pre-order from like I said, multiple spots. But right now, in our current situation, he has 2 of them locked in on Walmart, about 30 seconds out, give or take, 30 snorts. And then we're on Target. He was able to add a few of them onto his Target cart, but now it won't let him go through. So what was he willing to do? Was he willing to try to buy 4 of these damn things and then just try to cancel it later? Or is that me just going ahead and trying to feed into my own narrative?
Yeah, seriously.
Silly shit.
It still says I'm in line for 2 items at Walmart, but it's not ending the countdown. I'm trying to check out and it's giving me endless errors on Target now.
And now that I think about it, when he actually showed, don't worry, I have that in here, because some of this shit just had to get clipped out. When he actually shows his order, did it actually show that he had 2 switches on there? Did he even go that far with it? I don't even know if he actually showed the total. Now that I think about it, I guess we'll find out. Oh man, like I said, he has to have some type of ulterior motive, though. He has to. There has to be something else behind this.
Just something went wrong. Please try again, but it's not explaining what went wrong. Yeah, look, it's all fucked up. Enter city, enter street address. What are you talking about?
So was it making him put all his credentials back in, just in case he's a bot?
Okay. All right, I'm doing it on Target.
Wait, has he jumped back to the Walmart section yet? Because right now, according to him, he's working on Target. Target is wanting all of his credentials and information in. But that's weird because he said earlier in the day that he had all those tabs already open, or at least earlier in the stream, I should say. He had all the tabs open for all the different places that he was trying to order from, and he had all of his credentials already in. All he had to do was add them to the cart and then hit checkout. Womp womp.
It didn't work. It just says something went wrong. Please try again. It doesn't say what went wrong.
What? He wanted like a 2-page, a 4-page essay explaining to him what the issue was, the technical issue, if you will. Just so what? He could make sense of it? So there isn't a detractor working in customer service to try to fuck him over or some bullshit?
It won't work. Target is messed up. Walmart is just endlessly sitting there doing nothing. Oh, okay. 10 minutes left to buy.
Okay, so you can't talk and order at the same time? I told you guys he can't. He cannot multitask. For I don't know why. He lacks that very basic motor skill. He just can't do two things at once.
Order. Find the plan. Okay. I got one in my cart at Walmart. Doesn't mean they're going to let me check it out. What happened to the other one?
Wait, I thought you had two initially, though. I thought you had one of each in your cart. Now you're saying you only have one? I don't know. Something smells piggly around here.
I had 2 things I was in line for, but only one got added.
Uh-oh, it's almost like the anti-scalping thing came into play.
Well, I'm going to try to check this one out right now.
Ah, so that's how we got to our 2 separate orders. Okay. Sometime today, Phil. Sometime today.
Okay. Oh, that right there. Yep. Think I'm going to get it at Walmart. Yes. Your order is confirmed. I have pre-ordered at Walmart for the standard. Okay.
Okay.
I have pre-ordered the Switch 2 at Walmart, the standard edition. It went through. Okay. The bundle for Mario Kart errored out, and now it says I'm back in line, and it's not giving me any time frame when I'll be able to get it. But I did get the standard Switch 2. And it says they're going to email me details of my order.
Yeah, I'm really thinking he canceled that second one. Let's wait till he gets it first, though. But I'm really thinking he canceled that second one.
I can't check out at Target. It doesn't work.
And what was in his cart at Walmart? I mean, at Target. Did you have both bundles over there as well? Did you have 2 Mario Kart bundles? Which one is it? I mean, and this is leading to, if you guys have picked up what I've put down so far, I'm starting to think that his initial thought was to try to get one of each bundle so he can literally cover both days. Because since I guess for some places the Switch bundle, the Switch and then the Switch Mario Kart bundle doesn't come out on the same day, I suppose. So do you not see this fucking mongoloid trying to fucking do an unboxing twice? Why not? You know what I'm saying? But then that makes me think, does Mario Kart come out on the exact same day or on the exact same day as the Switch 2? Which if so, why wouldn't he just buy it digitally? So do you really need the Mario Kart bundle unless he thinks there's something special about it? Now, don't be wrong. I understand there's supposed to be there's something like a cost thing involved. So like it's the better value to get the Mario Kart bundle over the standard and then buying the Mario Kart game itself later. So there's that. So don't get me wrong. or at least the last time I looked.
At Target, I have the Switch 2 bundle in my cart. It says, something went wrong, please try again. It won't let me check out. I can go to checkout, and here's my cart, and it just says, something went wrong, please try again, over and over and over. So I can't check out at Target. I try, and it just gives me endless errors. Okay, but I think I got it from Walmart. I'm going to check my email in a second. Did Best Buy ever go live?
Do you not get an alerts on? Do you not get an alert on your phone to notify you when you have emails? Most people do. I do, for sure. I mean, granted, he's on his PC. If he has his email pulled up, that he should get a notification there too. I'm surprised he's not bringing any of that up. Semantics.
No. Best Buy, it never went live. It still says coming soon. They never made it go live on Best Buy. So they goofed. They said it was going to be 9 p.m. and they didn't do it. So
that's really strange. He doesn't get
said they
notifications.
will send me an email soon at Walmart.
That's really strange. He didn't get the notification. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that he should have just gotten a notification once that goes through. That's really weird. But maybe because it's a pre-order, they need to take a little bit of time to go through. Maybe. So that could be a thing.
Thanks for your pre-order. Pre-order received. What to expect? Arrives by release date Thursday, June 5th.
June 5th.
One item. Track your delivery. Confirmed. Confirmed. I got it from Walmart. Of all places, I got it from Walmart. We did it, guys. That was a nightmare, but we did it.
That was a nightmare flipping through tabs? Okay.
100%. I got confirmation. It's the standard one. I didn't get the Mario Kart bundle. But hey, I don't care. I'll just buy it digitally. I'll have to spend a few more bucks, but we got it. We did it.
But here's the thing, though, too. I know, I'm jumping ahead. If he was supposedly going to get the second one for Kat, was she not interested in playing Mario Kart? So were you okay with just getting the bundle and then getting the standard one and then just buying her a copy of it digitally later? I got questions.
100%. Can't get it from Best Buy. That's still not available. It just says coming soon. I don't know why they did that. That's really stupid. All right, but we did it. Mozzie, you got nothing from Circuit City. They don't exist, but nice try. All right, I got it. It claims I'm still in line for the Mario Kart bundle. It errored out, and then I didn't get it, but it claims I'm still in line for it. I'm trying to check out at Target. It won't let me check out. Every time I click on it, it just loads endlessly, and then it says error, can't complete the order. Yeah. It just keeps giving me endlessly, please review these errors. There's no error on the page. It just doesn't complete. Well, I'll try to check out later. Target crashed and went offline the whole site. I'm in my cart on Target, and it loads endlessly, but won't complete the order. I'm just going to sit on it, though, and see if I can still get it to go through later. But according to this, I got my pre-order at Walmart, and I'm good. Exactly. I'm just going to download the digital Mario Kart. Yeah.
And yet we're still on the site, though. Close those tabs down and move the fuck on, then.
Okay. All right, guys. So we got it. Now we can build Legos for the rest of the night. We're good. We're good to go. We can feel confident. I got it from Walmart. What I'll do is I'll probably leave this open in case the waiting in line at Walmart clears and I actually get the Mario bundle. I don't think I will. And I will occasionally maybe click refresh to see if I can get the Best Buy to work, because Best Buy never worked. Okay.
Why are you gonna put a keyboard on the floor, man?
Looks like
you
I'm getting it from Walmart. Good shit. All right, you guys ready?
The hell?
We're gonna continue with the Lego build now. Now, firefighter.
Don't worry, I cut out the Lego build shit. We don't need that. we don't need that part.
Over on Kick said they were gonna do a 20 sub bomb if I got the Switch 2. I got it.
Okay, I guess this is where your time for you to show me evidence. Time for you to show me proof.
I got it.
You got it.
You want me to show you?
Yeah, I would like you to show me. It's not gonna be like this push-up thing. And hold on, if you saw that message, why'd you go ahead and remove the keyboard knowing damn well you're gonna have to pick it up to show it? Asshole. Legitimately an asshole.
Hold on.
Now keep in mind, he showed this information willingly
Hold on.
and gave this all up freely. Remember that. $100 is what got his ass in this situation. Not to say that $100, $100 measly bucks or anything like that. I don't mean it that way. But what I am saying is $100 is what got us here.
Hold on.
Because he's so greedy, he's so stupid, right? And he so wanted to show, rub it in people's face that, hey, I was able to be one of the chosen few, the lucky ones to get it. That he ain't sat there and put himself out here.
I'm in the wrong email. I'm an idiot. I logged into the wrong email to show you. I'm stupid.
So, and how many, well, I know we already know he has a bunch of emails and shit. It makes me wonder how many outlooks does he have, which is the email that he's getting ready to go into. And it makes me think he probably has the same email credentials as he does for his Hotmail. He just moved everything over, or he just duplicated everything over, which makes sense, to be honest with you. And especially since he has 2 new PCs running off Windows, he would have to open up new accounts, unless he was using he transferred over the old ones that he was using on his old laptops or old laptop. So that's the thing too. So if any of those credentials are still floating around, you guys have an easy 1-2 punch to get into his email accounts.
Okay, hold on.
And that's another thing too, now that I think about it. If they did get into your Walmart account, I want you to think about what he's saying here. He says that that they got into his Walmart account, they changed, I know I'm jumping ahead. They got into his Walmart account, they changed the password to his account, and then they tried to add stuff to his cart. You're not worried about them going into your payment section and seeing what credit cards you have on file? You're not worried about that? On top of that, why do you have a Walmart account anyway if you never shop there? Did you really just open it up today? Or, well, in his time period. Did you open it up really that day or the day before? Are you not worried about anybody exposing, even though it's not that exposed, but it would be funny, your past, shopping history? You're not worried about any of that? We don't have to worry about his address. It's already been doxxed. But the fact that he has a credit card on file, if someone really hacked into his Walmart account, and if they go to his payment methods, it's right there. All they had to do, so if they already changed his password and they were adding stuff to his cart to send to him, you're telling me no one would have been a little bit curious on, well, hey, he used the credit card to pay for this. Let's go down there and see what credit cards he has. And it'll show you the full number because they're allegedly in the account. If they really did call Walmart customer service to change the credentials. So now there's somebody out there running around, allegedly, according to him, if a detractor, troll, hater, or critic really did this, there's someone out there with his credit card information, possibly multiple credit cards that he may have had on that account and their information. Full numbers, expiration dates, 3 or 4 number, what they call it, is it CVVs or CCVs? I have American Express, so mine's 4. I know, but I think Visa's 3. So you have that, or at least his debit card information would be on there if it's under if he has it saved to hit for his payment methods. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just saying.
Hold on, it's taking forever now. Clicking doesn't work. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna get into a funny part here, but it for me, you know what I'm saying, because I'm a brain dead detractor, it opens up some interesting questions. So he's having a problem getting into this email account. Supposedly he tried to log into the first one, but that was the wrong email, so he couldn't even get into it. Now he's trying to log into the proper one, but he can't. But he looked on his phone and he said he saw the confirmation. So you were automatically logged in, or you've been logged in, or you stay logged in on the one on your phone, but you don't know what your credentials are on your PC. Now, how does that mean anything, Golden? Where are you going with this shit, man? Aren't you supposed to be buying another round? It's coming. It's coming. But what does that really mean? Okay, well, I want you to think about something for a minute. If he doesn't actually remember his credentials, which he probably don't, you know what I'm saying? He probably, one, he's paranoid, and two, he'll just pick, it's more likely an old password. He may have just switched the numbers at the end or whatever the case may be. My thing is that's how you know he's not logging out of his PCs at night. Just like how he didn't log out of his main PC, that should be his CyberPower PC, the Lemon, that he never logged out of that. He never logged out of the laptops because it's just one other step and it's just one thing that he may misremember or whatever the case may be. In this situation right here with the email kind of proves it. So it's funny how supposedly someone got into his account, they hacked him, they went ahead and socially engineered it, this, that, and the third, and then he had to go through all these hoops to get the password changed again, to make sure everything got kicked out so he has full access to the account again, and change passwords and all that bullshit. I don't know. If he really was exposed like that, he'd have been far more panicked. I'm just slowly building my case. I'm just slowly building my case.
That's not. It's trying to do it in the wrong thing. Were you piece of shit?
It's trying to do it in the wrong thing? What? I don't speak Mongoloid, so I'm not sure what that means.
I can't show you because it's being stupid.
I can't show you.
It's not letting me log into my email on my desktop right now.
He doesn't remember the password.
I don't want to reset my password. Oh, fuck this.
He doesn't remember it. Oh, shit, that's hilarious.
This is stupid.
So what's wrong? You don't remember if it was uppercase or lowercase? You don't remember the number you put in?
Forget it. It's not going to be correct to show me the wrong email.
It's not going to be correct to show me the wrong email. Interesting. Which means that he's probably using the same password for both email accounts. Let's say there's two. There could be more than two. But let's say there's two Outlook accounts. He's using the same password for both of them. Maybe. Or there's something at the end of one of those passwords that's slightly different than the other, and he can't remember.
I'm not going to be able to show you because it's all linked to only my phones and stuff. It's not on here, and it's being a pain in my ass.
What? What are you doing over there? So he only is able to check his emails through his phone. He doesn't have it set up. That doesn't even make sense. How are you using Windows then on your fucking PC then, dude? Because it's clearly the same email address. Oh man, I got questions.
Yes, send a sign-in request to my phone. That's what I wanted. Not doing it. It's being dumb.
What? Do you have multiple phones, Phil? Or do you have multiple devices? You have multiple devices. You have your tablet. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would it go to your tablet then? Like, so he, okay, I'm really confused now. Okay, so you have this email or emails linked to your phone. They have to be linked to either a second phone or a tablet. But you somehow have something up there, you have some type of blocker, if you will, that you can't log into your PC with that email? That shit don't seem weird to you? Let's keep going.
You know what it's doing? It's not sending it to my phone. It's sending it to another device in my house.
So do you have a second phone or is it going to the tablet? The tablet in question, by the way, is the one that he purchased for smart guys and whatnot. So he could watch the show on his phone and then take notes on his tablet. I know it doesn't make a whole lot of sense now that I say it, but that's what he did. Balling so hard like the mayor.
Hold on. Hold on. This is so dumb. Give me a second.
What the hell is this mongoloid doing? That legitimately doesn't make any sense. So you can access your email through your phone. If you somehow get logged out of your account, it won't send the notification to your phone. It sends it to another device? What? What? Like, oh man. Like, you know, I've never seen two-factor authentication like that. I mean, there's stuff like that for like Google, for example. You can do that for Google, right? And that can go to two separate devices. It can go to whatever devices you want it to be notified to. Usually to whatever one that your email address is attached to, plus whatever your recovery email address is if you're doing it that way. Or a phone number or whatever. There's a couple different ways you go about it. But what the hell is he doing? You're not getting a notification through your email. You're not getting one to your phone. It's going to another device. Another device is not even in your office. It's downstairs. So is it the tablet? Is it another phone that Phil has? Is it Cat's phone? What is it? Or who is it? Something's off. Something's hella off. And see, if DSP ever comes back later and says, I really was hacked, this, that, and the third, I had a problem getting into my email. I mean, he didn't say that. He didn't lead with that. He just said that his Walmart account was exposed or compromised. But Phil, can you explain to me why you're having a hard time getting into your own email? Can you explain that to me? Why are you running through circles like this? You know what I mean? So, and he can't say that he's hacked because theoretically, according to him, he's logged into 3 separate places.
What a night.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. He's logged into 3 separate places. He's logged into his email on his phone. He's trying to get it into the one on his computer. There's another device in the house that he's logged into through it. And actually, he's at least logged into the Microsoft account because that's how he's using his PC currently. I've got so many questions. So many questions.
I'm here to log into a goddamn email. I can now show you.
He should have taken that shit as a sign. He should have just said, "Hey, I can't show you. I'm having a problem with my emails right now. Let's just get to the Legos." He should have taken all of this shit as a sign. But it's $100 goddamn dollars. Excuse me. And he's got to chase down every dollar he can get. And so that's why we got to where we're at. Amazing. Just amazing. Just amazing.
Okay. Here it is.
Oh my God.
All right, I can show you quickly. Ready?
Literally for the love of money.
Well, just ignore me in the corner looking like an idiot. So here it is from Walmart.com. Delivery, pre-order date, my address. There it is. The Switch 2.
Okay.
Order total. Blah, blah, blah. I got it. Okay.
And then over here, right, where you see what's in his inbox, you know what I'm saying? Deleted items and shit, which he didn't actually delete them. He puts it in there and then I guess he lets it wait 30 days for it to delete itself. I don't know why you do that. Just get rid of it. And then how the tips are formatted, which is interesting and whatnot, which keep in mind, if you're doing it through PayPal, he's got all your information in these things. So remember that. And I'm confident he keeps those for years and years and years. So I assume he has PayPal tips from back in 2017 and whatnot. It speaks a lot to his psychopathy. And this right here, there's so much information here that it's kind of wild when you really think about it. It's so wild how much information has actually been made available because of this ass clown. Absolutely fucking crazy. Holy shit. But he don't see that. He's looking at the $100. Let me show you the surface level shit. That's it. He doesn't understand or doesn't come to the realization that He's got a community of people around him, right? That like will literally break this shit down to a fucking common, like to the lowest common denominator, right? Like they will literally try to factor out all of this shit. Oh my god, it's just what happens when you're short-sighted, I suppose.
100% confirmed. There you go, guys. Yeah, self-doxxed, like you guys don't know my address. It was doxxed in 2014, the week that I moved here. You guys already...
You did that yourself. You sat there and called people's bluff and said, you guys will never find me, yada, 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 I'm not worried about you. And then they found you. And I can't remember exactly how they found him, to be honest, but if you go back and look at the condo tours, when they were actually shopping for condos, it was pretty clear even then which one he was going to buy. So it didn't take long. And really, it was really just the process of elimination.
Know my address, all right? But I'm not going to show you my credit card information and everything, but that's it.
Which he ends up doing. We end up getting the last 4 digits.
Right here, that's the Walmart.
And wait. Oh no, I think I went back too far. Oh no, maybe not. Oh no, maybe I did. Hold on a second. Just a second. Okay, I went back a little too far, but I think we're right where we need to be.
From Walmart.com, delivery, pre-order date, my address, there it is, the Switch 2, order total, blah, blah, blah. I got it. Okay? 100% confirmed. There you go, guys. Yeah, self-doxxed, like you guys don't know my address. It was doxxed.
It is funny how he believes, it's funny how he believes that is common knowledge. That's kind of weird, to be honest with you. You would think for as paranoid as he is, he would feel a certain type of way about that, but whatever. It's not like he can do anything to change it.
In 2014, the week that I moved here, you guys already know my address, all right? But I'm not going to show you my credit card information and everything, but that's it right here. That's the Walmart.
And then the order number. I don't know why he went up that high. I honestly don't know why he went up that high. So, but I'm thinking someone after the fact let him know that, hey, man, you put your order number out there. You shouldn't have done that, whatever, because he's not seeing that. He's just saying, thank you for your order, Philip. And he's just happy with that. he's happy with that acknowledgement, that positive acknowledgement. Not even thinking about, holy shit, my order's number's up there. Or even if he did see it, he probably was like, they can't do anything with it. Fuck them. And then he fucked around and he found out.
The Walmart pre-order. All right. We're good. What is going on here? There we go. Okay. We're good to go. Now I'm curious, did anything ever change here? Bill says I'm in line on Walmart for the other stuff. And Best Buy never went live. Best Buy said they were going live, and they never did, so they lied. And no one can pre-order at Best Buy. Don't ask me why they did that. It just sits there saying coming soon. It's not available. So that's really freaking weird, is it not? Okay.
You know what's really crazy? You know how he automatically assumes everybody's liars, everybody's dishonest, so on and so forth, because that's what he is. But it's really strange. Like, how do you go through life, like, you justifying your bad behavior, but you don't really think of it as bad behavior. But yet you're quick to chastise other people for doing that same thing and believe that they should be held to account or taken to task or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like how ass backwards that is when you think about it in hindsight? Or if you look at it from like an outside perspective? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you trust anybody to get anything done? You know what I mean? Like, why are you so heavily reliant on fast food, DoorDash, restaurants themselves? Why don't you just cook yourself? If you can't trust anybody, you would trust people, and as Phil likes to say, these, like, you know, entry-level jobs to handle your food. You would trust people, you know what I'm saying, who are choosing the DoorDash to deliver it to you without messing with it or anything like that, right? And you're okay with it if it's everything that you want. But if it's not right, the service is fucked up, the delivery driver's fucked up, the guys at the restaurant don't know what the fuck they're doing because they're not educated enough, or it's the only job they could get, so on and so forth. He keeps shitting on customer service, which is, I'm sorry, what his wife does, and he's quick to put that down, but he doesn't ever put her down. And then I don't need to get to the whole thing about shitting on people's weight, given, you know, his wife is basically blown up to being that of a land whale and so on and so forth. It's really bizarre for anyone to move through life like that, you know? Definitely damaging, I would think.
All right. Okay, guys. Well, we did it. So remember, Firefighter said they were going to do 20 subs, and that would get us to our goal. I've got nothing. So, guys, we're gonna finish the Piranha Plant other leaf now, and that's it for tonight. And then we're gonna do another stream to build the actual head of the Piranha Plant because we're out of time. Now, if we don't hit the goal tonight, this will be our final Lego build. I'm serious. This will be it. This will be the last one. So we had momentum. We had It's a Me Markula. We had It's a Me Ken gifting subs. But then I had to go do the pre-order, which I got, thankfully. But now we have stalled on the support, which is not good.
Having problems logging into his email address. There's something more to that. There has to be. There's no way it should have been that difficult. And then then you're catching an alert that goes to another device. Is it going to another email that you don't have access to on your phone? Like, I have so many questions. Is it another phone that you're not telling us about? Is it just going to the tablet? And if so, I don't know. It's just weird shit. So weird, man.
So he lied. He was a liar all along, and now he's banned. So he can go fuck himself. I got him. He's banned. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, what a shock, right? What a shock that he lied. So, guys, now,
I mean, you still did it, so it doesn't matter. He got what he wanted out of you, so you did it to yourself. But you knew all along, though. You knew he was going to lie to you and, you know, whatever, right?
now is your chance as I build the final leaf here to hit the goal tonight. All right, let's do it. Okay. We got it. Got the Switch 2 pre-order. All right, let's continue. All right, everyone, I'm back. And the good news is, after about a half an hour of work, I actually have gotten a pre-order for the Switch 2. It's locked in.
Of work.
It's from Walmart, and people were actually saying that Walmart's pre-orders for Switch 2 will actually allow you to get it on release day early. Like, they're going to ship it and try to get it to your home early.
Who said that? Up to what we've watched so far, that was never mentioned, at least as far as I see.
So that's good, obviously.
So wait, so that means he was targeting Walmart from the beginning. If he can get everything, if they'll literally ship it to you day of. So, I mean, don't be wrong. We'll go ahead and give him the benefit of the doubt. Hey, he was trying to cover his bases with Amazon, Best Buy, Target, but he was always targeting Walmart because they were guaranteeing same day delivery, or at least delivery on release day. So, okay.
And I guess we'll see what happens, okay? But, yeah, I got the base Switch 2 from Walmart. So, good news there, and it looks like we'll be unboxing and covering the Switch 2 on release day. Target never worked. I have it in my cart at Target. It never let me check out. And Best Buy, it never popped up available, and it's not listed on Amazon. So, there you go.
Yep.
Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to build this second leaf of the Piranha Plant. And guys, this is your last chance to support Lego Night.
Don't worry. Outside of some small comments and whatnot as it pertains to the Switch itself, most of the stuff I cut out.
We're at $44. We're 106 away from hitting the goal and continuing on with Lego Nights. So please, please let's hit the goal tonight. I want to keep doing Legos. I've had a great time with this, okay? So what we need to do is we need to build a second one of these from the pieces that we already have. So I got to go back to the beginning here of how we did this. Okay. One of these. Oh, I think people are going to struggle to get Switch 2, just like they struggled to get the PS5. I feel like they're going to. They're going to struggle, okay? Okay? All right. Okay. Another. No, Target doesn't even work. Target won't check out. So if you didn't get it at this point, if you didn't get one, you're not getting one, apparently. I'm in line at Best Buy waiting to see if this ever clears up. But I got one in at Walmart. It's weird because at Walmart, I was waiting in line for both Mario Kart bundle and regular bundle, and the Mario Kart bundle disappeared. And
Make sure you pay attention to how much time has gone by and whatnot. Don't worry, it's only been a span of minutes, essentially. But just keep that in mind, because we still don't have the second one locked in as of yet.
Never worked. But the regular bundle did. Okay. All right. My patience paid off. I sat there on every site trying. And Walmart finally timed in and said, hey, it's in your cart, go for it. And I got it. That was cool. These all just say you're in line with no time frame, so it probably means you're never getting anything. That would be my guess. That would definitely be my guess. You can no longer add the pre-orders for the Switch to your cart at all on Best Buy. No, you can, but it just puts you in a line. Yep. So you're never gonna get it. Yeah. Oh, you know what it did? They updated it and it says, I updated it and it says you can no longer get it shipped. You have to get it in store pickup.
And why not do that? Because Kat will probably be off that day anyway, or you could probably have her pick it up before work. So start the stream late. Like, you know what I'm saying? You could have avoided a lot of trouble, man. But he's so lazy. And then if the shit don't show up on the day of or whatever, a detractor stole it. Someone from UPS or FedEx or whatever the fuck figured out what was in his package and they stole it. You know, so on and so forth. These are all things he said before. So
that's what it says now for Best Buy. So maybe they sold out of the ones they're going to ship, but they might have them at the local stores. I don't know. Okay. All right, so we got that. Guys, we're almost done.
Absolutely useless.
With the stream. Holy crap. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain DCW with an absolutely hugely supportive, ginormous $100 super chat. $100 from Captain DCW tonight, guys.
Oh, man.
Well, let's get that on the leaderboard. Thank you so much, Captain.
Like we didn't know that was coming, to be honest with you. He telegraphed this a while ago.
Incredibly generous of you. And with that, folks, it is official. We have hit the goal tonight. Let's celebrate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I wasn't going to put you guys through that. I'm an asshole and whatnot, but I'm not going to put y'all through that. I'm not going to put you through that.
No, I mean, we basically just had a double success. Do you understand that? Not only did I just succeed at having a well-supported first half of the Piranha Plant build on Lego Night, but we also just pre-ordered the Switch 2.
Keep in mind, he spent pretty much all the time that he did on Legos just putting that one leaf together, I think. He literally spent the majority of the night doing that. Put a single goddamn leaf together. Oh my god. Alright. And he wonders why Lex got all that attention.
All in one go. What a night, right? Total victory. So
Total
thank you
victory.
guys for being here. I hope that you enjoyed. And you guys are absolutely awesome for chilling with me and supporting my. Wait a minute.
You see why I know that this seems, like I said, it was long in the teeth, but you see why now, right? You're telling me well over 40 something minutes into this shit, something happens? Really? Let's keep going.
You're kidding me. Guess what? Never mind. They said that I was able to do it. And then when I went to do it, it says technical issues. Yeah, I was basically told I'm allowed to add the Mario Kart bundle to my cart. And when I went to do it, it gave me an error on Walmart. So I almost got the Mario Kart bundle too, but now they don't have it. Yeah. Wait. Guess what? I could order the Mario Kart bundle, but it doesn't come until Sunday, June 8th. Yeah.
Now, is that the day that it releases, or is that just the day they'll be able to ship it to them?
This is their second wave of product. Not available till Sunday, June 8th. Yep.
Greedy bastard. Absolute greedy bastard. Sometime today, Phil. Sometime today. He clearly trying to pull the trigger on it. Either that or he's trying to check the other sites.
Hold on.
But given where we're at now, if he can get that second switch with the bundle, I should say, and it comes on the 8th, first one's supposed to be there on the 5th or the 6th, I believe. Second one's on the 8th. That's 2 unboxings. You don't think Phil is not above doing that shit? Even though he's not going to get any views on either one of those things anyway. You know what I'm saying? He has what, over 200,000 subs. 10% of that would be at least 20K. 20K plus. He's not going to pull that. That's obvious. So, womp womp. So why not go ahead and hedge your bet and go for broke? But keep in mind, he could have very well just be lying.
Hold on.
He could be very well just lying. Because he has the first one. He has his 150. The 150's been hit for the goal. Why not lie and say, oh, I was able to pull the second one off? And why are you going to your phone? What are we doing that? What is it that you need to do on your phone that you can't do on your PC? Oh, well, besides get into your email account, apparently.
I might have just gotten another one. I might have just gotten a second one. I'm serious. Yep. Yes. So I was literally just able to get the standard and the Mario Kart bundles for Switch 2. Apparently the standard will be arriving on release day, and the other one apparently I'll be getting on Sunday, the 8th. Yeah. Crazy. So
I don't know. He don't seem too excited about it. He doesn't seem very enthusiastic about it. It's just like, are you gonna buy Mario Kart twice? You gonna buy a digital version of it? Does it come out on release day? How are you gonna do that? Makes you think. It makes you think. Great screenshot, by the way.
but people say, well, why did you get two? Well, there's a couple reasons. Number one, you want to be absolutely sure you're getting it. Just because I had one that went through, what if there's an issue? I basically paid two different methods as well in case they try to say that one method didn't go through.
You pay two different methods. So that means on Walmart, ladies and gentlemen, say it with me now. Say it with me now. On Walmart, we sat there and made two separate orders with two different payment methods. And it's going to be shipped on 2 separate days, allegedly. At least that's what the story was at that time. So you're telling me if someone actually hacked into his Walmart account and they went to his payment methods, they're guaranteed, if they actually did this, if he was actually hacked, they're guaranteed to see 2 separate credit card numbers there, fully fledged out. Just putting that out there. I'm just trying to cover our bases. If he wants to go with this hack narrative, did he change his credit? Did he call his banks and change the credit card information? He should, because there's somebody running around. If we go off his narrative that he was hacked, someone's running out there with guaranteed at least 2 of his credit card payment methods. And let's be honest, if you float around the tractor, troll, hater, and critic circles, we're pretty thorough over here. So if we're going to be committing crimes, you might as well go for broke. Just saying.
Through and screwed up. So I paid two completely different ways. And quite frankly,
by paying through 2 different methods, he thought that he would be able to get past the scalper initiative that Walmart put out there.
my wife might want it. If not, maybe I could consider doing a giveaway or something.
My wife might want it. Why wouldn't Kat want it? Is this supposed to be a replay of what happened with Panda and what was that, the PS4 back in the day and whatnot? And that nonsense? And he said he was doing that for a giveaway, and that wasn't even true. I think he tried to throw that on her. He tried to give it to Panda. She didn't want it because there was a particular game that she wanted that hadn't come out yet, and she wasn't interested in that in the console at that moment, which doesn't make any sense. Just hold on to the console, and we'll wait till the game comes out. I can't remember exactly what her reason was for turning it down, to be honest, but it was stupid. But it don't matter because Phil basically had to buy another one later anyway, so it doesn't matter. He should have just told her to keep it. Do a giveaway for it. Didn't we just go on a spiel like a week or 2 ago about how we can't do giveaways, on how he doesn't believe in the fundraiser type method that all these people have a chance to win, but only one person wins? So how are you going to do a giveaway then? What would people have to do to participate in that giveaway? How would how would the drawing come about? And then more importantly, only one person is going to win. Everybody else is going to suffer. Everybody else is going to suffer. So how are you going to go about that? See how quick we contradict ourselves?
It's something to think about. I don't know. But this way, why not? 2 is better than 1.
And why wouldn't, and if the first console or the second one works, or if both works, why wouldn't you want to give the other one to Kat? What sense does that make?
I have a chance to be, if something goes wrong, I'm getting a backup anyway, right? So.
But then again, this is the same Mongoloid who thought it was a good idea to get a PS5 and then get a PS5 Pro later on too. But there's that. And trust me, at least as far as I've seen, there's no real difference.
That's why.
Weird. And then he's going to write all this shit off on his taxes anyway. You follow fucking Review Tech USA's dumbass, you know that. But truth be told, there's a lot of content creators do that, and you probably should if you're choosing to go that route as it pertains to your taxes. Should write a lot of this shit off if you can.
So we'll see what happens, all right? But very well, my wife might want it too, because I know she loves Mario Kart. So she might want to play the new Mario Kart, right? I guess we'll see. Right, that's true too. Captain DC.
But why would she just turn down a free console altogether? It's a brand spanking new console. Even if she's not interested in Mario Kart, she may be interested in one of the other games that are going to come out. So that still doesn't make any sense. But the fact that she was an afterthought is really my focus, because I'm an asshole like that.
W says, don't you remember your first Switch? Don't you?
You mean the console his ass bricked? He definitely bricked that one. One, the room, the pig pen at that time was disgusting. 2, he probably didn't charge it properly, to be honest with you, which probably led to a bunch of issues. There's all kinds of theories on why the first one bricked. There's a a multitude of issues on what it was. But for sure, it was piggy error. Sorry, let's reword that. It was human error. It was pigman error, if you will. Let's be honest. He did it himself, and then he bitched and complained about it instead of just taking the damn thing back to Best Buy. I think is where it got it. Instead of going back to Best Buy and just exchanging it for a new one, he bitched and complained and shit. And then someone else, some poor sucker, and sat there and sent him one, and DSP took sent the other one back to get his full money. So he essentially got the Switch for free. But he's done that for a couple of consoles in various ways, so it is what it is.
Hey everyone, welcome. Hello, how you doing? This is my setup video for the Switch, the Nintendo Switch. What I'm going to attempt to do is make room for it here. I don't know where I'm going to put it, because as you can see, this is my entertainment center, and I don't really have like space to have a dock to put the thing in. Maybe what I'll have to do is down here move my Xbox One and put it up a shelf, possibly, to replace it where the Wii U was. And then maybe I'll put it on the bottom so I could put it up into it if I need to. Okay, I think that's what I'm going to end up doing here. But first, I need to get rid of all the shit from the Wii U that I'm never going to use. So, this giant monstrosity of a fucking thing, this power block from the Wii U needs to go. Okay. So there's the Wii... Oh, God. Shit. What was I pulling here? The cord itself, there. Oh my god. Here you go. There's the Wii U power thing. That's getting put away here. All right. Woohoo. I don't even know where to fucking put it right now. Toss it over here, I guess. I don't know. There. Smashed it down over there. There's also the stupid bar here, the motion bar. Yeah, I'll get rid of this. This is for the Wii U, the motion sensor bar. That could be removed. Right? There's also the USB adapter. Funny story. This is... What the fuck? Power cord just fell already. This is the USB adapter that you use to have Ethernet on the Wii U, because the Wii U doesn't have an Ethernet port built in. But what I found out is that the wireless internet on the fucking Wii U is faster than this. Yeah, the wireless internet is better than wired on the Wii U. I'm wondering if it's the same thing with the Nintendo Switch. I have no idea. We're going to find out, I guess, right? So this can go for now. Put all this junk over here for now that I'm not going to use. Alright, fair enough. I think what I'm going to do, like I said, let me move the Xbox One up a shelf. So I'm going to have to unplug that. Oh, boy. Oh, wait a minute. Shit. I got a PS4 controller back there. I didn't even know that was back there. Holy shit, that is dirty. I didn't even know that was back there. Oh, man. Put that over here for now. Okay. This is my PSVR shit. I'll move this over. Now I can put my Xbox One here. Okay. And so I should bring the power cable up one floor here. Shit. I'm gonna do a fucking squat and squash my fucking PSVR on my balls. Things in the way. Fuck. Oh shit, my fucking PS4 is turning on. Shit, shut up. Stop it, shut up. Stop it. Stop that. Making beeping noises, I don't know why. Alright, so here's my Xbox One power cord for when I want to plug it in. There. I'll make sure I didn't bonk anything here. No, I didn't hit anything on my PS4. Okay. So now I can bring the Switch over and I'll hook it up down to that bottom level there. In typical guy fashion, I will not clean that whatsoever. I'll leave all that fucking dust there, because that's what guys do. They don't give a shit. Okay, here it comes. Dun 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 dun. Wobbly is it? Look how wobbly it is. Okay. So I guess fuck, I guess, we put this down here, right? I need to get the power adapter and the HDMI cable I've already got plugged in over on the back of the PS4, so I'll just swap that over, I think. Okay, hold on. So here is the power adapter, a big fucking stinky block. I hate these blocks, I really do. They went backward. Step back from Nintendo. We got our little twist tie we got to untie here. Okay. And like every typical guy, you just fucking throw it up in the air wherever it lands. You don't care. Those things are all over the house. So here it is. So it actually goes right here. Into this hole here. The fuck? How does this go? There. Plugged in. Now I also got to get the HDMI and plug it in. This is going to be a pain in the ass because I have to keep unplugging and replugging the HDMI every time I want to use it. So you have to do this. We're going to have to sneak wires around here and everything. Let's sneak this around this way. Okay. All right, well, come on, plug in. All right, it's plugged in. Supposedly, it's plugged in now. All right. Now I got to do the HDMI cable. Shut up. What's it doing? I don't know. So, HDMI. Okay, HDMI is in. So we got power and HDMI plugged into this thing. Oh, and we've got a light. There is a light on the front, so apparently it is working. It's getting power. See that? How do you turn it on? I guess you got to do this. You have to physically push this up here. I guess so. Okay. Well, I pushed it. I don't know if it did anything. Let's find out. Turn on my TV. See if anything happens on my TV, and also I could go to my direct capture setup so you can see if anything's coming out. Connecting. No, it's just saying connecting. All it says is connecting. Right? Try it again. Power. Now the light went on the front. Oh! I'm getting something. Okay, hold on. Hold on, everybody. You know what I'm realizing, folks? I hate to say this. I don't know how I'm going to get audio from this thing. And what I mean by that, okay? What I mean by that is audio for me. Hold on. Audio for me, not necessarily audio for the stream. Like when I could go right now and enable, because it's on the TV, there's a big setup screen. But it seems like Nintendo, once again, in all of their lack of thought, didn't put any kind of surround sound capability into this. So for example, all it has is the stereo head jack, and the stereo head jack is on the unit itself, okay? And there's no optical out. There's none of that stuff, right? So, because of that, I'm thinking now, if there's a way around this, because I think there is. I think I could find a way around this to get actual simulated surround sound out of the unit. if I hook the unit to my TV, and then I have video out from the TV into my capture, then I could hook the optical from my TV. So that's what I need to do. Fuck. This is going to be complicated as shit, man. Seriously. Alright, hold on. I could do this. I could figure this out. Alright, so what I'm going to do then... unplug the HDMI from this. Alright, and that's just going to be... that's PS4. I'm not going to dick around with that. That'll be stuck, plugged into the PS4 no matter what. So I'll go ahead and replug that in. So, hold on, because it came with an HDMI cable. Alright. Oh, you got... the HDMI cable it came with is so short. What? Look how short this is. Are you serious? There's no way that this is going to reach from the switch down there to the back of my TV. There's no... it's not. I'll try, but I don't think it is. Give it a shot. Okay. Wow, that is short, man. Maybe, hold on. Let me plug it into the back of my TV first. Okay. Wait a minute. This ain't gonna work either. This isn't gonna work either. No, I know what I gotta do. I'm doing this wrong. This is so fucking confusing at this point. I need to plug in... fuck. I need to plug in... Nintendo, you fucking suck. You seriously do. You're fucking me, Nintendo. I think I had it right the first time, because there will already be HDMI going into the TV. Yeah, all right. I had it right the first time and I fucked it up. I overthought it. I had it right the first time, everyone. I had it right and I fucked it up. So, all right, hold on. I overthunk it. I was thinking that I had to plug the headphones into the console. I don't. I can plug them into the back of the TV. There'll already be audio out on the TV. Oh, okay, hold on. Go back to what I was doing. Get this out again. Okay. Goes back into here. Okay. Whoa, almost fell. Fuck. I almost fell down. Shit. Now I gotta plug my headphones into the back of the TV. Right now they're plugged into the back of the PS4. Take this. And this has to go to the back of the TV now. Okay. This is so complicated. Okay. Now I should have audio for my headphones. Let me test it, actually. Hold on, they're right over here. They're right here. Okay. On the fly. All right, I'm back. This is how you do everything on the fly. There was no way to plan for that because I didn't know how it was going to go. All right. So it's going now. Now I gotta go grab the thing because they're gonna make me hold it in order to do the setup, right? So I actually have to go physically pick it up. They're telling me to take it out of the dock or whatever and do this. Of course, if I take it out of the dock, you're not gonna have any video. Why are they telling me to take it out of the dock? What the fuck? All right, I'm gonna go take it out of the dock. Let's see what it says. At least I got the setup hooked up over here. Okay. So here it is. Oh, let's play some music. Hear it? Hold on. Just for the purposes of initial setup, having me do select a language. The Americas I'm selecting. Very nice. I'm going to pretend like I'm reading the viewer and license agreement, and no one ever does. I'm going to pretend like I am. We'll go next. Searching for networks. So it's going to try to connect to my wireless. Yep. Here it is. Gotta put my password for the wireless. Okay. Oh, the start button is actually the D-pad cross. Remember the D-pad cross we saw on the Joy-Con when I was unboxing it? That's the new start button for the Nintendo Switch. So here we go. It's looking for a network and connecting right now to my wireless. Okay. People want me to lick the screen. Okay, here we go. Ugh, no, I'm not doing that. Connected. LA time. Excuse me. LA time zone. Yes. Now, would you like to connect it to TV and play on a larger screen? Yes, connect to the TV. Detach the Joy-Con controllers from the console, it says. So I have to detach these. Pressing the button on the back of each one. There we go. Use the left stick. What? Use the left stick to select next and then press A on the right controller. Oh! Look. Well, it's going to be very hard to see on a webcam, but... it's working, it's moving, but it's very hard to see. Okay, next, press A. You'll need the following: the dock, HDMI cable, and the adapter. I already got it hooked up, you fucking numbnuts. Just tell me how to do it like I'm stupid. Yes, I already hooked it up. Alright. They want me to put this into it right now. They want me to go dock it. So now we'll have video feed. So I'll shrink the webcam again. Alright, let me go dock it. How the fuck? Alright, oh. Okay. We're in business. Seems to be working. Let me get my headphones on. Got audio. I can hear it. It looks like you guys can hear it and I can hear it. That's good. All right, success. Set your icon and nickname. This information will be visible to your friends and other users that you play with. I can change. It can be changed at any time. Select your icon. Let's see. That's it? Oh, wait. What's more? Okay. Different versions of Link from various different games. Who the fuck is that? What is that? What the fuck is that? Twilight Princess Link. Wind Waker Link. All different Links. Bears from, isn't that Animal Crossing, I think? Splatoon. Pikmin. I hope to make a new Pikmin for this thing. I really like the Pikmin for Wii U. That was a great game. Or you can select your mean. I'll just select an icon here. Let's see. How about the girl covered in splooge? That's a good one. Star. My lucky star. Now, you know, I want to be Ooga Booga. Donkey Kong, Ooga Booga. There we go. Whoa, look at all the colors. Look at all the colors I can select for my background on the Nintendo Switch. Maybe I'll go for a nice periwinkle. Or purple. Beautiful purple or pink. Yeah, maybe. Oh, let's see. Now, you know what? Well, ladies and gents, can you believe this? Not a very good situation I'm in right now. Today is Saturday, March 4th. So, last night, I live streamed the unboxing and the setup of my Switch, and you saw me mess around with the console and boot it up for the first time and do the system update and, you know, do everything. And that was great. That was fun. It was interactive. Everyone was having a good time, right? I had a good time with it, and I was looking forward to playing Zelda today. So I come into the office. Now, here's what happened last night. I said I need this to charge overnight. So I took my Nintendo Switch. Here it is. I put it into the dock. All right. It popped up on screen, right? And it said, you know, what do you want to do? What are your options or whatever? And all I did is I said, well, I pushed the power button and the Switch turned off. And that was that. And I left it like that overnight. Okay? Thinking it's in the dock. It's plugged into the dock. I turned it off. It's gonna, you know, charge or whatever overnight. So that's how I left it. Woke up today, obviously, getting ready for the stream. And I said, okay, let me get it going. So I go over to the Switch, I push the power button, it was in the dock, push the power button, nothing's happening, okay. I'll hold down the power button, so I held down the power button for a while. Nothing, okay, this is not a good sign. So I lifted the Switch out of the dock, okay, and I put it back in, and what I noticed is there's a green light that lights up on the dock when this is plugged in. It turned on and immediately flickered off. I was like, that doesn't seem right. And that's what happens every time I take the Switch out and put it back into the dock. The green light on the dock goes blip and then goes away. A momentary just blip flash, okay? So then I said, okay, well, what can I do? So here I have the power cord. It's plugged into a different socket, by the way, just to make this clear to everyone. Plugged into a completely different socket. This socket works because right now my phone is plugged into this socket and a bunch of other stuff is plugged into the socket. So the socket definitely works. All right. Plug the power cord directly into the Switch. Nothing. No reaction whatsoever. No light. Nothing. No reaction from the Switch when I plug in the power cord. Zero. Okay. Now some people have been saying, you gotta hold down that power button. Hold it down for 10 to 15 seconds to do a hard reset. Like, I didn't try that, but we'll do it live here just so everyone can see that I am doing it. Alright, so here we go. I'm gonna hold it down. Ready? I'm holding the power button down now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I released the power button. I will now push the power button again. Nothing. Absolutely goddamned nothing. Nothing works. Nothing fucking works. It seems to me that it's bricked. Okay? Now, I would say possibly it would be the cord. Maybe the cord is shot. But the reason I don't think that's the case is, like I said, when I plug the dock in and then I put the Switch on top of the dock, the light does turn on, but then it goes right back off. If the cord didn't work, the dock wouldn't even have power. So the dock wouldn't be able to have the light go on and off. Okay? I don't know what else to do. And I actually went to the Nintendo website, support.nintendo.com, because, by the way, on the box, there's no phone number. I looked all around here. On the box here, there's no phone number for support. They want you to go to the website. They're urging you, go to their website for support. Okay? So I went to their website for support, and I went through all the troubleshooting steps, all the steps we just did right now, okay, and guess what? They said the only thing you can do is submit a repair request. Now, for those who have ever gone through repair requests with a console manufacturer, you're talking upwards of 2 months. I'm not even kidding you. It takes about 2 months. Because what's going to happen is it'll create a repair ticket. The repair ticket will say, okay, here's where you have to mail it, or you could bring it somewhere, right, to submit it for repair. They have to put it into their system. It goes into this queue, and then they have to repair it, and then you usually get a refurbished unit back within 2 months or so, all right? I know because I've been through this with Xbox, all right? So with Xbox, it took forever. Remember the Red Ring of Death? I'm not kidding you. I think I had 5 Red Ring of Death consoles with the Xbox 360. So that's not an option, especially if it's something I want to do right away, right? And if I want to play Zelda anytime soon, I can't do it. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sit around for 2 months. I have no option to go buy another console. I don't have $300+ to go buy another Switch. I just don't. I don't have $300 more to just drop out of nowhere. So I'm not buying a second Switch in the hopes that the second one will fucking work. So more than likely what I'm going to do is tomorrow is my day off. Tomorrow I'm actually taking a day off. I think I'm going to go to Best Buy. I've got the receipt over there. I'm going to bring them this, and I'm going to hope that they'll take it as a return. The thing is, the Switch is a hot new console, so Best Buy might not have any in stock. So I may only be able to get a store credit, in which case, oh well, if I can't get a new Switch, I can't get a new Switch. And that means I'm not playing Zelda. I know how stupid that sounds, because it's such a dumb issue, but this is garbage. This is complete fucking unacceptable garbage from Nintendo. Really stupid. It really doesn't make any sense. That on day one, I haven't even used the console yet. I didn't even, you know what I mean? I booted Zelda for 5 minutes, and that was it, and the console's dead? Like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, it really, seriously, doesn't make any sense. This is so dumb. And, people are saying, a lot of people overnight were saying ridiculous, well, not overnight, but this morning were saying, maybe it's because it overheated. It wasn't on! It wasn't on overnight. How could it have overheated, Some other people are saying, I should buy a new, because I guess this is considered, USB-C, is what people are saying. This is not USB-A or USB-B. It's another obscure fucking cable called USB-C, which almost nothing fucking uses. Almost nothing uses this anymore. My PS4 controller uses micro USB, so that doesn't work with it. I have a couple other little mini USB cables. I have standard USB cables, and my Apple stuff, my iPhone uses the lightning connection. So nothing in my house uses this cable, and I'm not gonna run out to buy a cable when we don't know that's this issue. The one thing you should never do, and I'm serious, when you have a hardware issue with a piece of hardware like this, never go out and just troubleshoot by buying random items. That's the dumbest thing you can do. You end up putting yourself into a money pit, buying random items, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. In my case, what I'm going to do, like I said, tomorrow, I'm just going to go to Best Buy. I'm going to explain the situation. I got the receipt right over there. And hopefully they'll give me a swap if they have another one, and maybe I can play Zelda this week. If they don't have a swap, fuck it. I'm just getting my money back, and I guess that's it. Enough of this. Enough with Nintendo's stupid gimmick shit that doesn't fucking work. No one cares about. No one cares about this being a portable fucking system that needs a dock. No one bought it for that. We bought it because Zelda's on it. Let's face it. Why did everyone buy this? Zelda. Not because, oh, look, it's portable, and I can play it wherever the fuck I want. It's fancy dock and shit. No one cares. We just want to play Zelda. That's it. So, I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm not. I might buy Zelda for the Wii U, but then what do I do with this? This is worthless. This is completely fucking worthless then, this game. And they're not gonna take it back. It's open software. So they're not gonna take it back. They're gonna say, we're not gonna accept a return on that. So I'm out $60 because Nintendo's fucking hardware is garbage, basically. So, I don't know. I guess, here, we'll try one more time for everyone here. I'm not even going to count. I'm holding the power button. And I'll just hold it for an indefinite amount of time. Just to prove to everyone that it's not, this isn't going to work. It's not a hard reset issue. The fucking thing's bricked. It's a bricked piece of shit. Hilarious, because now everyone's saying, oh, and I'll hold down for 20 seconds. A few extra seconds, it's not gonna do anything. Well, here, I'm still holding it. I'm not even counting. I'll hold down for a fucking minute. It ain't gonna work. But I'll hold it. Here, I'm still doing it. Stream chat is counting down. They're counting right now. Okay, now I will release. And I'll push the button again. Nothing. Now I see people saying, oh, remove the power cable and remove the Joy-Cons and try it again. Sure, I'll do whatever you want. Whatever you want. Whatever, please. Whatever floats your boat. I know it ain't going to work. Here, I'll hold it again. Ready? Holding it again. Ooh, thanks for the cheer. I can't read it. Just so everyone knows, I can't read cheers or subs because they're on my screen over there on my desktop, and I don't have a capability of having the stream like right in front of me. I could see a small version here in front of me on my laptop, but I can't read the cheers or anything, but that's what the notifications are for, okay? Well, nothing. Look, I'm still holding it. Still holding it. All right. Now I release. Now I push the button. Nothing. And by the way, it looks like the cheer widget glitched. Look, it won't go away. What happened? The cheer widget is locked. What is going on here? There's nothing there. Still didn't work. Now people, take out the game cartridge. This is great. Okay. Take out the game cartridge. I will do everything everyone wants me to do. Alright, I got another update. I want to talk to everyone about the Switch. What happened with my Switch yesterday? So yesterday was my day off, my day out. And sadly, I wanted to spend, most of the time with Leanna, but half the day we ended up doing chores. We ended up having to go to like 2 different stores, like a grocery store, Sam's Club, and then we had to go to our regular grocery store and all that. And we spent over an hour at Best Buy. Okay? Let me explain what happened. As you know, if you've been following me, you know that my Nintendo Switch bricked. It does not work. It did not work at all. After charging overnight on Friday night, I wanted to play Zelda on Saturday, and it didn't work because it was a piece of broken garbage. Okay? I brought it to Best Buy. Here's the deal. Here's exactly what happened. Sadly, number one, they had to set me up with the Geek Squad tech guys. They had the head Geek Squad guy come over, and he says, well, I have a Switch, I got it from Pier. He said, but luckily, I was lucky. I didn't get any tech issues, so sadly, I don't even know how to troubleshoot this thing, because it's new. He tried the standard thing that everyone says online, the thing that we did on camera on Saturday. He tried to hold down the power button and all that. That didn't work. So then he said, well, maybe it's just the power cord. Let me go get a different USB-C charger cable. So he did. He plugged it in. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay? So sadly, sadly, the deal is, it was not the power cable. It was not the dock. It was the Switch itself. The Switch itself. That was screwed up. That is bricked. Okay? So he's like, well, here's the options you have. He says, basically, I can't get you another one. We don't have one. Duh, no one has one. And he searched stock. He's like, no one has one in Washington State. They're all sold out because Nintendo didn't ship enough, like usual. They created artificial demand by not shipping enough for the demand that they knew would be out there. They do this every time they have a console launch to create artificial demand on their own products. So he says, the thing is, I can't promise you when we're going to get one. He said he even talked to, his inventory team. He talked to the head of his inventory team. And he said that they've been advised by Best Buy that they're not allowed to hold any. So even though my situation sucks and I got a bricked one, there's no way they could hold one for me so that I could come and get one this week if they get another shipment this week or whatever. And he said there's even no guarantee. It might not even show up this week. It might not be for 2 or 3 weeks till they get more. So he says, really, that's kind of a shitty situation. If you're really wanting to play Zelda, you're going to be waiting around for a long time, and there's no guarantee you're even going to get one. Okay? And I said, well, listen, the deal is this. I bought the Switch because I wanted to play Zelda on it, and everyone thought that Zelda was going to be better on the Switch, but the bottom line is that people are playing it on the Wii U and saying it's equivalent to the Switch version, maybe a tiny graphical downgrade, not a big deal. I think I would rather play it on the Wii U and play it now rather than sit here and wait endless weeks to know if I'll ever get another Switch to play the damn game, okay? The one problem, though, here is that, sadly, I had already opened my copy of Zelda Breath of the Wild for the Switch, okay? And unfortunately, as you know, retail stores will not take back or return an open video game. It's their solid policy, and you know, you can't really blame them. I mean, here, let me put it this way. GameStop, you can fucking blame them, because GameStop regularly opens new games and sells them as new, which is horseshit. I think that is the biggest fucking immoral, bullshit, hypocritical policy that they won't return a game. They won't let you return a game that's opened, but they'll open a new game and sell it to you for full price. Fuck that shit. But, in regards to retail games, alright, in regards to actual retail stores, like Best Buy, Target, Walmart, it's not their fault. They cannot sell an open game as a new game. They do not do that, okay? So, they're going to take a big hit on this game because it's opened if they can't take it back as a return. So the guy actually did me a solid. It sucks, and I ended up spending more money, which I didn't want to do, and the guy didn't want to have to make me spend more money either, but they did basically everything they possibly could do. So they have one copy left of Zelda Breath of the Wild on Wii U. One copy. And he grabbed it, and he says, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you 20% off on the game just from the get-go. He says, that's the most that they'll let me take off the price tag. I'm going to take 20% off. Then, he says, if you trade in your copy of Zelda Breath of the Wild, you're going to get like $30-something back for it, and we'll put that towards the game, so the game will be like $17. And I said, well, this sucks that Nintendo fucked me, and I got to spend another $17 to play Zelda, but I guess it is what it is, alright? So that's what I did. I traded in Breath of the Wild. He gave me 20% off the game, and it ended up being $17 to get this for the Wii U, and then I just fucking returned the fucking Switch. I said, I don't even want to deal with this piece of shit. The only reason I bought it was for Zelda. There's literally no games coming out for this thing that I want until maybe the fall, whenever Mario Odyssey comes out. That's the next game I want for it. So whatever it is, whenever that happens, right, then I'll come and fucking worry about buying another Switch. By then there'll probably be tons of stock everywhere, because no one will fucking want it, because they realize there's no games for it. So, yeah, I returned it. I said, fuck this stupid piece of shit. I got my full $300+ back for the Nintendo Switch, and I ended up getting Breath of the Wild for about $17. So there you go. That's what happened. And yeah, J-Mon1985 in Stream Chat said, so basically he used his Gamers Club. Well, the thing is, I'm not in the Best Buy Gamers Club. It would be one thing, because it's a paid thing. You have to actually pay, what is it? Isn't it, I think it's like $30 to get into their Gamers Club. Much like how GameStop has their own premium thing, right? I'm not in it. I didn't pay it, but he gave me the discount anyway. So the guy did me a pretty good solid, you know, for not being part of the paid Gamers Club. He did me a solid, and I appreciate that, because the guy could tell, you know, he understood my plight. He has the Switch too. He's a gamer, and he's like, this is bullshit. So that was pretty cool of them. I cannot really speak ill of Best Buy. It took a while to do this. It took over an hour to go through all this, but we got it done. And I have no interest in getting another Nintendo Switch, like I said, until maybe much later this year, if and when there's another game out that I actually want. Okay? Alright. That's really it. Last but not least, the one final quick thing. I told you it was going to be a long pre-stream because I haven't been able to talk to you guys in a few days here. Folks, I have a bombshell. Are you ready? I know I didn't talk about this at all. What I'm about to tell you right now is the first time I'm even mentioning this, so prepare your butts. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, a viewer and fan of mine who would prefer to remain anonymous, alright, has decided, get ready, are you ready? To donate $5 million. No, I'm kidding. That's not actually the situation. Alright. A viewer and fan of mine who would prefer to remain anonymous has decided to donate a Nintendo Switch. That is correct. I'm getting a Nintendo Switch. Supposedly, I'm supposed to be getting it near the end of June. Alright. And I don't know exactly when it's going to be showing up yet. But apparently I'm getting another Nintendo Switch. Now here's the thing. I already don't know how this is going to work, because keep in mind that, number one, the first Switch died on me. So imagine if I get this one and this one fucking dies too. That would be something else. That would seriously be something else, getting two back-to-back defective Switch consoles. But number two, and this honestly is one of the biggest concerns for me, is how am I going to be playing games on the Switch and then uploading the videos, because the videos all get claimed by Nintendo, right? Anything that's first party gets claimed. So I'm going to give you an example. Anything Mario, anything Zelda, anything Smash Brothers, Splatoon, Pikmin, Metroid. I'm trying to think of other first-party Nintendo titles that I may have been playing recently. All of that shit gets claimed. So I'll give you an example. Coming up, there's this new game ARMS coming out, right? That everyone's been talking about. ARMS is such a good game. You should check it out. It's probably gonna. Every video I make is probably gonna get claimed. Okay. Also, Splatoon 2 is coming up in July. Is that a game I want to play? Absolutely. But guess what? Every video I make of it is going to get claimed on YouTube. So it's like, let me put it this way. I love Nintendo games and I want to cover them, but I can only do that if it's financially feasible. Now, obviously, getting a Switch donated to me is the first step of making it financially feasible. It overcame that $300 price tag of getting the hardware for myself, all right? But I'm nervous that, what if, let's say, for example, Splatoon 2. So I buy the game, I play it, and I play one stream, and it's great, and everyone's participating, cheering, subbing, tipping. So it's all good that first day. But I upload all the videos, all claimed, so I make no money that day on YouTube. So now day 2, I go to play Splatoon 2. Now it dies down, and now no one's really doing that stuff anymore. So I make no money on Twitch and no money on YouTube. You see what I'm saying? And no, I don't want this to be an ongoing concern. I want to get to the point where I don't have to mention this shit to you anymore. But in my mind, I have to be real. I want to keep doing this for you guys. I want to keep doing daily streams. I want to keep doing videos. And taking entire chunks of time to play Nintendo games that I'm not going to make any YouTube money on is not a good idea. All right? So I have a couple ideas, folks. A couple ideas, all right? Allow me to present them to you. Number one, I could make a totally new channel on YouTube that's just for Nintendo-related videos. Like DSP, DSPNEWS or something like that. I don't know. And what it would be is I would try to get that channel partnered with the Nintendo Partnership, which is a partnership exclusive for Nintendo games where you can get Nintendo videos approved for monetization. Now that in itself is a whole new bag of worms, because Nintendo apparently is very skeptical about what videos they approve. Alright? A lot of the times they'll say, oh, if there's too much swearing or whatever, they won't even approve a video for monetization. And in addition, typically they take 2 to 3 days to approve any video anyway. So even if I'm playing a hot new release, it could take 3 or more days before the videos even go live on YouTube. So that could be pretty shitty. Alright? That's number one. Number two, what I could possibly do is, if there is a giant Nintendo release coming out and people want me to cover it, I could always set it up as like a patron goal. Like for that month or the month before, it would be, if I hit the Patreon goal, then the playthrough for the month will be Mario. So that way I don't have to worry about, oh no, I played this game, I didn't make a lot of money on it or anything. Because that's what the Patreon funding went towards or whatever. Alright? So we'll see. We'll see moving forward. But here's the immediate positive about this, folks. And I'm actually pretty excited about this. When the Switch shows up later this month, the first game that I'm going to get is Ultra Street Fighter 2. A game that I'm incredibly good at, because it is Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, only it's kind of with a couple tweaks and new characters. Right now, people have been playing this game since late May. It came out on the 26th of May. So they've been playing it for about, what, 2 weeks? Yeah, it's been about 2 weeks. I'm pretty much going to be able to dominate the game, I think. Okay? The only thing that I'm a little skeptical about is playing it on the actual Switch, controller, because I had that thing in my hands and that thing felt like shit. It really did. Like the controls for the Switch felt flimsy and easily breakable. And playing a competitive fighting game with them, I don't know how I feel about that. Okay? But I am pretty interested in at least checking this game out. I'm very skeptical of it. I mean, I posted an Instagram post yesterday skeptical of this freaking game, saying $40 for a game that's 10 years old, really isn't changed since the 10 years, and is on a console that no one bought to play competitive fighting games on. I'm very curious to see if I buy this game and I play it, how many people would I even find online? And that's the other thing, is the Switch isn't coming probably till late June, so now you're talking a month after its release. Will anyone be playing this game? I don't know. Daddy Boy says, get a Pro Controller. Are you aware that the Pro Controller for the Switch costs $70? I'm not exaggerating. That's the fucking price tag. $70 for a fucking controller that probably cost Nintendo $5 to make. It's 100% profit margin. It's ridiculous. It's a huge ripoff. Okay? So anyway, the good news is I'm getting a Switch apparently. But I don't know how it's going to go. We're going to have to see. We'll see what happens when I get it. See what games are available. May mess around with it. It's good because this is definitely one of the times that it's going to get use. And the reason I say that is because it's the summer, and the summer months are going to be very slow. So this would be a good time for me to maybe be playing a game like Ultra Street Fighter 2 and balance that with other games. Like I said, these downtime games that I'm planning on playing or something, all right? All right, so folks, that is the deal. A lot of stuff I had to talk about this morning. I appreciate you being patient. I am going to start with Perception in just a moment, all right?
Remember that the first Switch bricked? You're right. I didn't even remember that. My first Switch in 2017, I pre-ordered it from Best Buy. It showed up, okay? I hooked it up. We did an unboxing. We booted up Breath of the Wild. It worked.
It worked, yeah.
I said, okay, guys, tomorrow we'll play. Booted up the next day. Didn't boot up. Bricked.
And realistically, people don't think that's what happened. Like I said, it's obvious that, like I said, he booted it up. He said he was going to put it on the charge station. He was not sure if it was making full contact on the charge station or not. It was something that was a concern for him and whatnot. Knowing DSP, he did it half-ass. Didn't even have probably one of the cables came out overnight. Whatever the fuck, and it is what it is. And for all we know, he left the Switch on when he put it into the dock. And so now the damn thing's on, and it's probably overheating overnight. There's all kinds of different ways of going about it.
And now I have a backup as well. I have a backup. So there you go. Good stuff. All right, guys. What a successful night. Not only did we get halfway through the Piranha Plant build, and we're going to finish it next time, hopefully next week. We hit the goal. It means we will continue with Lego builds. It means we got a DSP Tries It tomorrow, and I got not one, but 2 Switch 2s.
Absolute dent behavior.
That's some good shit. All right, guys?
Make a good
Thank you
screenshot,
so very
though.
much for a great Lego night. I'll see you next time. All right, guys. I got to get out of here. Obviously, we ran late, but the good news is Switch 2 is coming. All right? And all successful stuff, right? So, tomorrow, what are we doing? The first stream tomorrow will be a Chill Level 1 podcast. It'll be the premiere of Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Oh, it wasn't so chill. It wasn't so chill.
And on top of all of that,
oh, man.
it will be DSP Tries It Chipotle for the very first time. All right? Good stuff. Excellent stuff, everyone.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all. Everyone, please have a good night. I will see you tomorrow for a full and fun streaming day. Peace out. Well, everyone.
2 hours later. I mean, if I can remember, maybe I'll edit that in. We'll see. But we'll see. But 2 hours later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the daily wipe for April 23rd of 2025. Just continuing on. I should have timestamps there, or whoever ends up editing this, I'll let them know and whatnot. Here we go.
This is the daily wrap for Wednesday, the 23rd, 2025. I actually already filmed the daily wrap, and it was a really positive, great one. And now I have to refilm this an hour later at 11:16 p.m. to tell you how messed up my situation is when people say things about how Phil over exaggerates and Phil constantly is just talking out of his butt. So here's what happened today.
Shut up. Great screenshot. I'm telling you, man, the snort sacks, man. I blame that on Silent Weapon. It was him. It was them. They were the ones that made me see that and can't unsee it. Big ups to Silent Weapon. Here's what the thing is. I honestly think he, after the stream and everything, he went back, tried to cancel the first one. He canceled the first one himself, right? He's like, what do I need this for? Yada, yada, yada. Maybe I can get the Mario bundle somewhere else and get it on release day, whatever. Because apparently, from what we know so far, the Mario bundle as well as the standard Nintendo Switch come out at the exact same day. Why would DSP go with the regular bundle if he could still probably get the second bundle somewhere else? I think what happened was he canceled the original one, went ahead and put all bets on the Mario Kart bundle, hoping that maybe it'll get shipped early, whatever the case may be. Went and canceled the first one, went to the second one, saw that got canceled by Walmart, and went ahead and basically freaked the hell out and became a very sad pig. Now, before even that, I think when the stream ended, someone probably shot him a message on Discord or something saying, hey, Phil, you put your order number out there. You got to be more careful, yada, yada, yada. Some people saw some of the information from your email. He probably didn't give a shit. Someone probably also followed that up later and said, hey, the detractors are talking about the order number. They're joking about maybe canceling your order. You may want to be careful. And that's how he formulated the story. That's where the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics come in. One of his dents, somebody in the Gouty Gestapo saw that detractors were memeing on it and joking about the order number thing and what you could do with it. They ran to Phil. Phil said it doesn't really matter. He goes back to try to change the order later, and that's when he realized Walmart fucked him, and he had already canceled the other order. Or he was going to try to do some bullshit being like, hey, is there any way that you can just bump up my Mario bundle to the day that it's supposed to release instead of me waiting till Sunday, which they probably would have done anyway, truth be told, yada, 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 if it was made available, or if people cancel the orders or people don't pick them up, they all do that. So there's that option. But whatever, let's just go ahead and go with the narrative. I'm just kind of throwing theories at you as we're going along.
We had two great streams. The first stream was Oblivion Remastered.
And remember, all of this over $100 fucking. He damn near sold his Switch 2 soul for $100 fucking. Yikes.
Great fun. We hit the goals. Then the late stream was also a great stream of me building the first half of my Lego Piranha plant. We hit the goal again, which means that tomorrow we're doing DSP tries at Chipotle, and that's awesome. At 8:55 p.m., I attempted to get the Switch 2. I was going between multiple different websites, including Best Buy, Walmart, Target, and more. Couldn't get it from anywhere but Walmart. Added 2 to cart. Actually checked out both the Mario Kart bundle and this regular Switch 2. Regular Switch 2 was coming June 5th on release day. The other one is coming June 8th.
But he lied. Great screenshot, by the way. He actually lied. Yes, he put them both in the cart. I'm preaching to the choir. You guys actually saw this, but he put both into the cart. Only the standard one he was actually able to get, and then it was like something like 20 to 40 minutes later, miraculously, he somehow was able to get the second one in its second run, if you will, but it would come 2 days later. It's quite the coincidence, ladies and gentlemen. That's some pretty good pig luck, if you think about it, if it's true.
Great. Checked out, paid, good to go.
Like I said, DSP is not above lying to make himself appear to be more than what he is. Keep that in mind.
Finishing up my work, turned the stream off. Okay, I'm going to film the daily wrap. As I'm filming this daily wrap, I announce, hey, I got 2 Switch 2s. What a great day. Everything's amazing. And then I check my email where it proceeds to tell me that both orders have been canceled.
Now, how would both orders be canceled if only one order was actually exposed? Like only one order number for the first Switch was actually exposed. How did they get the second one? Now, in his logic, oh well, they hacked my account, dude, and this, that, and the third. Now, there's a bunch of people out there that are laughing about this and so on and so forth. Actually, I think BroSydePhil, amongst a few other people, were actually able to see the order without logging in, right? So it's proven that you can at least see the order, right? And someone may or may not have gone through customer service to cancel it. But I honestly don't think that's what happened. I really don't. If I remember to, I will make a notation for the editor. I'll see if they can try to edit the portion of BroSydePhil's segment in there, and you can kind of see what I'm talking about if you guys haven't seen it yet. And I'll try to have the video linked down in the description as well. Big ups to BroSydePhil.
And this just isn't true at all. Since the damage was done, I decided to go and see if I could access the order as well, and sure enough, you can. You don't even need to log in. You only need to know the email address associated with the order and the order number. The email address was a given, and the order number he showed on his stream. From there, I was able to see the status of the order, and I can only assume the option to cancel was present, since you don't need to register with Walmart to order. You can do so as a guest. If you look in the upper right corner, you can see that I'm not logged in when I was viewing this page. Once again, Phil doesn't understand how the internet works, and confidently states, chest out, that the lead hack source did me dirty, you guys. When in all actuality, it was just bad practice on his part. Or, in other words, hey look, Phil's a victim.
So now, does it say that it's because of an error on Walmart? No, it says, I canceled the orders. So I'm currently talking with Walmart right now about someone socially engineered my account on Walmart.com and through basically very basic information, which it must have been because it certainly wasn't anything crazy, they got access and canceled my orders. So now I don't have a Switch 2. I was going to get 2. I was going to keep 1, maybe give 1 to my wife, maybe have a backup in case the Switch 2 failed at launch, because that's what happened with the Switch 1. Maybe eventually do a giveaway. And now I have nothing. So I want you guys to understand again.
And all is right with the world. It just didn't happen the way he said it happened. That's all.
That when people say that, oh,
he tried to game the system, he got fucked and whatnot. He sold it and he did all this for $100 and to expose his fucking order. So he fucked up on multiple fronts. One, because of the situation with scalpers and how rampant that shit is, you shouldn't have even put 2 into place, because that in itself guaranteed that at least the second one that was going to the same mailing address was more than likely going to get canceled. And they may have even just canceled the first one too. So you fucked yourself on that front. You fucked yourself on the second front by going ahead and showing your information off for $100 that wasn't even guaranteed to you. So you screwed yourself there. You know what I mean? And 3, not to say that it's even most important, but realistically speaking, I think the third point is he tried to game the system in some way. I honestly think he just canceled the first order, tried to see if they'll boost the second one, and he ended up just losing out altogether. I honestly don't think he got hacked.
oh,
I see how it could have happened. That doesn't mean that's what did happen.
DSP exaggerates or whatever. No, they actually do this stuff to me. This is why I refuse to give any personal details about anything in my life. This is why I will not film anywhere in my house. I will not do IRL vlogs. Anything that I do that's information, they use to hurt me. So I worked my butt off tonight getting 2 Switch 2s, and now I have nothing because these people screwed me. I don't even know how they got access to the account. I'm talking to the rep right now, which is the noise that you're hearing, bling, bling, bling. So here's the deal. Tomorrow, Level 1 podcast and the premiere of Claire Obscure Expedition 33, and we're doing DSP Tries at Chipotle on the first stream. The second stream will be Minecraft Chill. But I'm not getting...
He seems pretty enthusiastic for someone who's supposed to be pissed off right now that he's got fucked. Just saying. This sounds like par for the course. He don't sound like he's that upset.
Switch 2. I have no means to do so. They're all sold out everywhere. I had them, and someone socially engineered my account and canceled my orders. If anyone has any...
He won't say hacked. He's just saying socially engineered. But he himself is saying right now he doesn't know how they did it. He didn't put enough information out there for them to be able to do so. Remember, nothing's... he didn't put anything out there, anything crazy. So he don't know how they did it. But he's confident that he got socially engineered.
Means to get one, I'd appreciate it.
Keep in mind, class, for those of you who've been paying attention, he had a hard time getting into that email address. And I'm just saying, like, this is a build up to something. This is a build. This is bigger than this Switch situation. I don't know what yet, but this is a build up to something. This is bigger than what we're seeing at face value.
If anyone's getting an extra one that I could buy off of you for the real price, I'd appreciate it. But it looks like at this point,
That was a weird thing to say too, because like he never says that. Those of you who are part of the initiated, you know, DSP, if he can't get something, if he can't buy it, then he automatically expects someone to donate it. He never says, "I'll buy it off of you. I will pay you. I will compensate you." He don't do that.
wrap, I announce, hey, I got 2 Switch 2s. What a great day. Everything's amazing. And then I check my email where it proceeds to tell me that both orders have been canceled. Does it say that it's because of an error on Walmart? No, it says I canceled the order.
Why are you clutching your chest, but you're going in and trying to say, "Oh, was it an error on Walmart's part?" But why are you clutching your chest like, "Did I do something wrong?" I thought it was strange.
So I'm currently talking with Walmart right now about someone socially engineered my account on Walmart.com, and through basically very basic information, which it must have been because it certainly wasn't anything crazy, they got access and canceled my orders. So now I don't have a Switch 2. I was going to get 2. I was going to keep one, maybe give one to my wife, maybe have a backup in case the Switch 2 failed at launch, because that's what happened with the Switch 1. Maybe eventually do a giveaway. And now I have nothing. So I want you guys to understand again that when people say that, oh, you know, DSP exaggerates or whatever, no, they actually do this stuff to me. This is why I refuse to give any personal details about anything in my life. This is why I will not film anywhere in my house. I will not do IRL vlogs.
This is actually, now that I think about it, this is a very convenient way for him to continue to demand money, but not have to do anything strenuous or anything out of his comfort zone. So I want you to think about the multi-use or the multi-utility that comes out of this quote unquote hacking or having his account socially engineered. Because the hunger, right? The addiction to asking for money is going to keep going. It's going to keep going up. It's going to keep becoming more and more rampant. But he doesn't want to do anything else to meet that, right? Like, he has such a high demand, but he doesn't want to actually raise, quote unquote, the supply to meet that. So this is actually a very convenient way to continue to keep demanding money, to keep, you know, demanding him to be fed, the hunger to be satiated, which he'll never will be, and not have to do anything extra, to actually do less, to be honest with you. Something to think about.
Anything that I do that's information, they use to hurt me. So now
keep in mind, this idiot gave this information out willingly and freely. Well, not free. He demanded $100, but he gave it out willingly.
Worked my butt off tonight getting 2 Switch 2s, and now I have nothing because these people screwed me. I don't even know how they got access to the account. I'm talking to the rep right now, which is the noise that you're hearing, bling, bling, bling. So here's the deal. Tomorrow, Level 1 podcast and the premiere of Claire Obscure Expedition 33, and we're doing DSP Tries at Chipotle on the first stream. The second stream will be Minecraft Chill, but I'm not getting a Switch 2. I have no means to do so. They're all sold out everywhere. I had them, and someone socially engineered my account and canceled my orders.
And you remember the bitch fest? You guys are going to have to dig deep for this. Back when the PS5 first came out, you remember that bitch fest that he had? Let me go ahead and paint out the scenario.
Oh, excuse me. Brony for Trump, you're being an idiot. Please stop. Thanks for the dollar tip. Okay. Shook Ones is here. Tip me $5. Said, no, Phil, it's on Amazon. I just got mine. Please check again. I'm on Amazon right now. I'm telling you. Unless there's some link that doesn't show up in search. I'm on fucking Amazon checking constantly, and it's not on there. Look. Search. PlayStation 5 console. Nothing comes up. It's all PS4. There's no PS5 listed on fucking Amazon, dude. No, I'm not clicking any link in chat. I'm not fucking stupid, dude. Hell no. Apparently there's links. This is bullshit. Apparently there's links, and it's not. You can't find it if you search.
Seen Wade since he got in here. He's probably
The links doesn't work. I tried it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. The links don't work. No. Searching doesn't work, and that link doesn't work. There's a link on fucking Twitter that everyone's using, and it doesn't work. Nope.
What's on TV
Nothing works.
Right now?
You click on it, and it automatically tries to add something to your cart. Alright, fuck this. Let's see if this works.
It's colder than the snowman's heart out here.
Hold on.
What's up with this weather?
Okay, I'm getting it. Look at this. Place your order. Let's see if this works. My order has been placed. I had to get the disc edition. I couldn't get the digital. I had to get the disc edition. The digital link doesn't work.
It keeps snowing.
There was a digital link, so I got it off of someone was posting up on let's see here. Hopefully this worked. I guess I'm gonna find out.
Feel this place getting worse, minute by minute.
Yeah, I think I got it. I'm pretty sure I just got it. I got the disc edition. The digital edition wouldn't work. I think I got the disc edition. I think I just got it. I'm going to confirm. Let me confirm by going manually to Amazon.com outside of this.
Arkham City. Same old crap.
Let's see.
Batman doing in here?
For some reason, it's still my cart too. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got the disc edition. It says order received, of course. I just placed the order. Yeah. Yeah, I got it in. I actually got it. It's legit. I got it. I got your confirmation email, your Amazon order. I got it. Nice. Well, thank you to everyone who spammed the chat saying that it was live. The link people were giving wasn't the one I used.
Seen Wade since he got in here. He's probably dead already.
Yeah, the link that you guys gave me wasn't the one I used. I went to Twitter, and yeah, on Twitter people were posting a link, and I used it, and I got it. I just got it. Dude, I got the disc edition, which, I mean, I'll be honest, it's not that bad. I don't need the disc edition, but I guess this way, later on, if I ever want to get used games or whatever, I can. I'm probably never going to use the disc drive, just being honest. I'm probably never going to fucking use it.
Get out of this
But
place.
I guess it's better than not getting it at all, right? Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. I got the confirmation email. I've pre-ordered my PlayStation 5 live on stream by complete luck.
I find Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
I
And they said they're going to confirm the order and let me know when it's coming, but I got it. Now all I got to worry about is I want to get the headset for it. So I guess I'll have to see. I almost guarantee you the headset you'll be able to get. It's the console itself that's going to be the pain in the ass to get. I bet the headset I can even wait to pre-order. I probably don't have to pre-order anytime soon. But I'm very excited. That's really awesome, dude. So thank you to those who told me. I appreciate it. Hopefully it works and they don't cancel the order, but it said order received, and they'll let me know when they have an update on delivery and everything. You know, but it says it's good to go. That's awesome. How much was it? $4.99 plus tax, so it ends up being like $5.50 after tax. Yep. Oh, okay. So Derek Baby says in order to do that trophy I was just trying to do, the dive bomb one, you need the shockwave ability, which I don't have. Yeah, I never got it. Here it is. The shock. He said if you use the shockwave attack, then you can punch that one and get it. Okay, that's why I couldn't get it. All right. Now, some shout-outs. All right. Now, some shout-outs. Yeah, there's 10% sales tax in my state. That's correct. Some shout-outs. PS5 to me, $4.20. And show us the phone. We don't care about WWE. Show us the phone what? To show that I got the order in? I have it. Right here, your Amazon.com order, blah, blah, blah. I got it. I'm not going to show you that, but it's good. It's legit. Shook wants to be $2. So should I try you on Twitter for the link? Thanks, I got it. I went to Twitter, and people were posting it all over, and I got it. So thank you.
So he had the PS5 pre-ordered. I want to say it was at Amazon, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was at Amazon. He had it pre-ordered, right? And they were, and as we were getting, up to the weeks of it coming out, people were saying, "Hey Phil, make sure everything you have is in order. Make sure your payment method's in order, so on and so forth." Oh yeah, I got all that. I'm good. It must have been like 2 weeks leading up to it. It may have been even a week. I can't remember now. But as they were getting closer, someone said something to him in the chat that spooked him as it pertains to make sure he has the proper payment method. And I can't remember if it was coming out of his bank account or if it was coming out of PayPal or if it was coming out of another credit card or another payment method. Let's just say that. I can't remember. But something caused him to go back and change his payment method for that order. That's all he was asking to do, or he requested to do, was to change his order or change the payment method. For some reason, when he changed the payment method, it canceled the pre-order. It canceled the whole damn thing. And he was fucked. And he was big mad about it. He was crying on Twitter. When Super Blind Man, when he was alive, RIP to him, when Super Blind Man was still alive, he had I think he got one gifted to him because of the accessibility thing, something along those lines. I can't remember what happened, but he got one given to him. And Phil was big mad about that shit. He was super mad about that nonsense. Eventually, he ends up getting the PS5. But the point being is that he wasn't going to get it on release because I believe he changed the payment method. Because whatever payment method he had down there, he was scared that it was going to fail or he wasn't going to have the money in it. So he chose another payment method instead. And that ended up either canceling his order or pushed it back. I can't remember what the exact situation is with that now. If I can try to find that, I'll see if I can put it in there if I can find it.
Let's talk about the PlayStation 5. Let's talk about what happened. Yes, I've been screwed. And I want to tell you guys the full story in depth so you know exactly what's going on here. All right. And understand why I can't cover it at launch. At least it's looking like I'm not going to be able to. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, but chances are the answer is no. So let's explain. I pre-ordered the PlayStation 5 along with many of you on a stream on September 16th, 2020. We were playing Batman Arkham City, on that late stream. And as we were playing it, I was provided with a link, which people were saying, this is the link to pre-order PS5, go, go, go. So we all did it, and it was me and a bunch of people who all pre-ordered. I mean, Turtle Dudes, Spartan King, among many other people. I believe it was about a dozen or more people. We all pre-ordered our PS5s exactly the same time via this link, okay? Now, when this happened, I had all of my default Amazon stuff set up, my default payment method, my everything set to defaults, okay? My default payment method for Amazon was my PayPal debit card, meaning my PayPal account where I take tips in and everything. and back in September, I was paying for everything with my PayPal card. all the tips that came in was what was paying for the cost of games and everything, and I had foreseen this would be no problem at all. This is going to be how I'm going to pay for it, okay? This was 2 months ago, though, and a lot has changed in 2 months, as I'm about to explain to you guys, all right? So, my pre-order sat there, said it looked good, everything was fine, and over the course of the last 2 months, a lot of things changed, Sadly, I had a lot of troll activities on the stream. Someone or multiple people, I don't know, but basically false tips coming in under varied names. Sometimes it was impersonating other stream chatters and regulars. Sometimes it was just insulting names. But basically, someone found a way to break the law, purchase a bunch of stolen credit card numbers over the internet, all right? Send me a ton of fake tips. $100 tips, $500 tips, $1,000 tips. And they're all stolen credit cards that did this. Express checkout via PayPal. So when they did all this, all right, what it did is it overinflated my income. Now, I didn't know what tip's real, what tip isn't. Whenever a big tip, a giant tip came in, and it was unverified, is this a stream chatter or not? Usually I would just refund it right away. But I didn't really catch on to this happening until, I'd say, the first to second week of October. I kind of caught on that this was happening. And I realized I was going to get a ton of chargebacks against my account. So when these started coming in, I just started refunding them all. And I turned off the on-screen notifications for tips. Reason being, this person was saying absolutely vile, disgusting things. It's obvious this person is mentally ill. That, number one, they think that it would be okay to constantly break the law and use stolen credit card numbers. This is multiple counts of fraud over the internet. Huge crime. If this person ever get caught, they're going to jail for a very long time. But they were also saying absolutely disgusting things about myself and my family in the messages that would pop up when they tipped, okay? So that's why you guys might have noticed for the last month, there's no pop-up messages for tips anymore. I had to turn it off so that if this person continues to do so, which they did, they wouldn't get any attention for it, all right? So what happened was, for about a month and a half, this person did this on and off, all right? And finally, I got wise to it. And so when these fake tips started coming in, I would just immediately refund them, and basically it stopped negatively affecting the streams. If you notice, look at the last 3 weeks or so or more of content, we haven't seen anything negative happen as a result of this anymore, okay? So that's the good news. The bad news is, since this person had been doing this behind the scenes for about a month and a half to 2 months, and I wasn't aware of it until early October, last month I started getting systematically hit with chargeback after chargeback after chargeback against my PayPal account. This screws up my PayPal account. It makes it so that sometimes I'm constantly in the red. It makes it that there's all kinds of disputes that are locked up. And essentially, it makes that PayPal account unusable. All right? It makes it that this thing is completely screwed up for a long time. It's going to take me a long time to get that PayPal account fixed. Okay? Now, the good news is, all right, in regards to everything else going on, everything's fine. I just want you guys to understand that my PayPal account is okay. I can use it and everything. But essentially what happened was, this was an account that used to always have a ton of funds in it. All right? And now it doesn't. All right? This is an account that used to have a lot of funds in it. And I could, on a daily basis, use this to buy games, buy supplies, all right? You see what I'm saying? Like, I could get all of that from the PayPal account. But because this PayPal account was constantly getting hit by chargebacks, disputes, etc., I couldn't do that anymore. So what I ended up doing in the last month is I stopped using that PayPal account to pay for stuff. If I did get any funds that were in it, I would transfer them to my bank account, and I started using my bank account to pay for everything, okay? So that's what's happened in the last month, okay? Now, you might be saying, what the hell did Phil just tell me about all that for? What does that have to do with the PlayStation 5 pre-order? Well, it's very pertinent, all right? And here's why it's very pertinent. I've been checking my PlayStation 5 pre-order daily. A daily basis, I've been checking this thing, okay? To make sure that it's in there, it's secured, it's locked, it's working. I want to be sure that I'm going to get this thing on delivery day, okay? And, everything showing in the system was saying, yes, it's still there, everything's fine. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, okay, as long as this stays on pace or whatever, hopefully this is good. I'm going to get my PlayStation 5. And, you know, we've all been looking at this together, right? We've all been looking at this together and hoping for the best, right? And, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. Basically, you know, Amazon pre-orders can be really weird, all right? Amazon pre-orders, they don't charge you until the unit is ready to ship. And they basically are, it's really weird the way Amazon pre-orders work, all right? Other places when you pre-order, they basically, they charge you up front, okay? And then after the fact, they'll ship it. Amazon doesn't do that. What Amazon does is they charge you, when it's ready to ship, which is very odd. I had the money for the PlayStation 5 in September, ready to go. And I fucking really wish that Amazon had charged me for this in September. But they didn't. A lot of other people did get charged in September from other businesses, whether it's Best Buy, Target, Walmart, GameStop. They got charged, and therefore their PlayStation 5 orders were basically kind of locked in. That didn't happen to me. Okay? Sadly, it was just sat in limbo and said, okay, eventually it's going to charge or whatever. All right? So, by the way, let me see something here. Let me see something here. Okay, let me continue my story because I need to talk publicly in a minute about something. Okay, anyway. So, my PS5 pre-order was locked and supposedly was going to work. All right. Last night, I'm sitting here on stream. And people say, hey, Phil, our Amazon pre-orders are starting to be billed now. Like, we're actually getting charged for the PlayStation 5. Can you check and see if yours is? Okay. I'm like, oh. All right, let me go check. So I looked and checked, and I had not been billed yet. So I was like, okay, I'm not billed yet. Fair enough. But I checked, and when I checked, I wanted to double-check everything. I wanted to make sure this order was good to go. That the shipping method was still marked as 2-day shipping or, you know, as quickly shipping method. And when I looked at that, I said, oh, wow, wait a minute. It was kind of a revelation. I was like, the billing method that I've got to pay for this PlayStation 5 is my PayPal debit card. Because, remember, when I had pre-ordered it 2 months ago, things were very different. I had not received a ridiculous amount of chargebacks or anything. Okay? Instead, it was actually the opposite situation. It was that I had tons of funds available in my PayPal account all the time, and I had intended to pay for the PlayStation 5 with my PayPal account at that time. Okay? The other thing is, in the last couple of months, I had actually updated my default payment method in Amazon to be my bank account, or my debit card for my bank account. So I was under the impression that when you change your payment method, default payment method on Amazon, excuse me, that if you had anything ordered, it would order from that method. In fact, I could tell you guys I ordered something 2 weeks ago. Well, it was a week ago actually, and they billed to the default payment method, which was my bank account. So new orders, that's the case. Sadly, all right, that's not the case. Because here's what happens when you pre-order something on Amazon. I hope you all learned something from this because I didn't know this, and this is what has screwed me over. When you pre-order something on Amazon, the payment method locks into whatever the default payment method was when you pre-ordered it. All right? Even if you change things. Excuse me. Even if you change things. All right? In the system to change the default payment method, your pre-order is locked into the payment method that was the default when you created it. All right? That's not good. That means you can change all your data in the system and the data tries to charge an outdated credit card. For example, what if I had pre-ordered something on Amazon a year in advance? You know, something, a collectible, a DVD set. Hell, you know, a lot of things have pre-order availability.
If you had a different payment method and you don't change it specifically in the order will not work. When it goes to process, it'll say, oh, your payment method's outdated or decline, put in a new payment method. All right. So I checked this last night and I was like, oh crap, this is wrong. You know what I mean? This is not good. I need to change this because it says the PayPal debit card and there is not enough money in my PayPal account to pay for the PlayStation 5. I have to update this immediately. So I did last night, live on stream. I updated it to be my debit card for my bank account. Okay? And when I did that, absolutely nothing happened at all to my 3D Pulse headset order. It still says arriving tomorrow by 10 p.m. It'll be processed and shipped and everything's fine. Okay? So then I do it for the PlayStation 5 and it says your PlayStation 5 order is now going to arrive on Monday. What? What does that mean? What? Wait, what? Now let's think about this. Okay? I didn't cancel my order. I didn't change the shipment method of my order. I just changed the payment method of my order. And it says now it's no longer coming on Thursday, it's coming on Monday. What? And here's the real question. Why did it change it only for the PlayStation 5 and not for the Pulse headset? I did the same thing for both items. Right? I did. So I don't understand why this happened. Okay? So that being said, I was nervous. I was like, what the hell's going on here? Now, overnight, people have told me, Phil, guess what? I'm someone, Sir Spartan King's one of them, and Turtle Dude is one of them. They said, we're people who actually pre-ordered our PlayStation 5s, and we ordered them the same time you did, via your stream. We all collectively clicked on the same link on that Batman Arkham City stream, and we all pre-ordered at exactly the same time. They've told me they have now been charged for the PlayStation 5, and in the system it's showing that their consoles either are preparing for shipment or already have shipped or have a shipping label generated. They're good to go. They're getting theirs tomorrow. Okay? I wake up this morning, I check, nothing's updated. It still says I'm getting the PlayStation 5 on Monday. So I go crazy trying to find a way to contact Amazon customer service. Everything on their website is automated. Talk to a bot. The bot won't help you. All the bot will do is cancel your order. That's it. I can't even find a method by which to contact them. I can't find anything. I'm like, I don't know what to do here. How am I, and luckily, and I want to say shout out to the person. I don't want to publicly say who they are just in case, but shout out to the person who this morning actually provided me with the link that you can click on. And that link allowed me to contact Amazon via phone. All right. So I contacted them via the phone this morning. And first I explained the situation to the first person. They said, I have no idea how to help you. I'm going to transfer you to someone else. Okay. Then they put me in contact with the second person. The second person basically said, okay, I'm going to do everything I can in my power to help you. So first thing they tried to do was actually figure out the delivery date. And when they looked into it, they said, well, the way that Amazon pre-orders work is that even though you're seeing a date in the system, that's not the guaranteed date. There is no guaranteed date for pre-orders at all. Even though there's a pre-order guarantee, until you're actually charged for your order, there's no guarantee on delivery at all. So Amazon actually has this process. Just think about this. They have a process, it's called a pre-order guarantee. That if you pre-order an item, you're guaranteed to get it on release day. But it actually isn't. It's a lie. Because I was outright told on the phone, we don't legally guarantee you anything until your order charges. Once your order charges, now you have a guaranteed delivery date. And if we don't live up to that, then we're basically liable for compensation. So their actual process is a lie. They don't have any pre-order guarantee at all. They just say, oh, well, that's just an estimate, and therefore we're not actually legally liable on anything because it was just an estimate to begin with. Okay? So that was kind of interesting that they kind of fessed up to that to me in the call. All right? So, then they said, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to figure out what happened here. And the person said, the best thing I can tell you is that you might still get it because you're showing in the system as a Amazon Prime customer. It shows that you ordered on September 16th. By changing my payment method, yes, it delayed
the system's ability to charge me, but that doesn't mean that it will delay my delivery of the item. It just means that it delayed the charge. So when the unit actually does charge, there's definitely a chance I'll still get it tomorrow. Even though the system says Monday, that's a way for the system to kind of pad itself and not promise like I've been telling you guys on streams. You under promise and you over deliver, right? Under promise, over deliver. So Amazon is under promising. Even though I may get the PlayStation 5 tomorrow, they don't want to promise that. They want to say, oh, it's coming on Monday. Okay? So, because I changed my payment method, the actual charging for the system and shipment of the system was delayed, but it doesn't mean that I'm not necessarily getting it tomorrow. It just means that it's definitely gonna be processed a little bit later. Okay? When? They can't tell me, because that's what I said. I said, well, can you guarantee me that this will be charged and processed and shipped today or tomorrow? And they said, no, we don't control that at all. Customer service has zero control over that. That's our logistics center that does that. You know, they handle that, not us. And I said, well, is there a way that you could force the order? Could you actually charge me now for the order? And maybe that would do something in your system and kick it to the shipment team and they would prepare the shipment and everything. Okay? Excuse me. So, they looked into that. They put me on hold for a very long time. They came back and said, we spoke with our card processing team. The answer is no. They can't do that. That pre-order, if it was a regular order, yes. Pre-orders, no, they can't do that. If this were a standard order, they actually could have forced the order, but they can't do that with a pre-order because pre-orders are dependent on stock in the warehouse, not dependent on them pushing an order to prompt the stock in the warehouse to move. It's actually the warehouse that determines the charge. Okay? So they couldn't help me in that regard. And I said, well, then what do I do next? I need to know when I'm getting my PlayStation 5. So the guy said, I'm going to transfer you to a supervisor because a supervisor either has the ability to actually see stock and maybe see if you're actually going to get it or not, or they may be able to further compensate you. Okay? All right, fine. So I get transferred to a supervisor. All right? And I talk to a supervisor, and we have a very lengthy conversation. And what I want to say, and I do want to be as honest and upfront with everyone as possible here, I do feel that Amazon is trying to do the right thing. Okay? I do feel that Amazon is trying to make this right, and they did as much as they absolutely could. Okay? I do not fault anyone that I talked to Amazon today. They don't make the system. All right? They have nothing to do with the automated system. They have nothing to do with having a payment method being changed, bumping my delivery till next week. They have nothing to do with it at all. They're just trying to help. They did everything they possibly could to help me. I was on the phone for an hour, and they really wanted to help me. They couldn't. All right? It's not within the power of the customer service team at Amazon to fix this. They tried everything. They talked to multiple different departments and everything. And basically, by the time that I was done with the call, all right, they were like, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do to help you, but we're hoping that it will still process either today or tomorrow, and you'll get it on Thursday. If not, you know, according to our system, you should get it on Monday. All right? Now, I explained to them the situation. I said, you have to understand, I'm a live streamer, and I am now going to potentially lose out on an entire weekend of coverage of the PlayStation 5. People are telling me that if I don't cover it on launch day, they're going to go elsewhere to watch other people cover it. That is a giant blow for my business. We're talking potentially losing thousands of views and potentially losing lots of money. All right, just being honest. You guys were geared up and ready to watch me cover the launch of the PlayStation 5. And this is now potentially going to hurt my business in a very, very big way. Because people are now going to say, well, if Phil doesn't get this on launch day, I'm going to go watch someone else, right? Let's be honest here. That's what people told me that outright in the chat yesterday, overnight on Twitter. They're saying, that's what I'm going to do, Phil. Sorry, I was going to support you, but since you can't get it on launch day, I'm just going to go somewhere else. That's not good. That's not my fault that this is happening, and now my business is being negatively affected. So After explaining the situation to Amazon, first they tried to weasel out of it. I'm being honest here, they did. They tried to weasel out of it, and they're like, yeah, but you got to understand as a customer that we don't promise a release date. I said, I don't care. I don't care what you promise or what you don't. Your system is what screwed up here, not me. I did not authorize that you bump my pre-order just because I changed my payment method. I mean, it doesn't even make sense. I had an outdated payment method in the system. I want to be sure my order processes properly. So I give you correct information to bill me, and you punish me for it. That is not the way to treat a customer, especially someone like me who's been a long-time Amazon Prime customer, someone who relies on Amazon to give accurate delivery on items for my business all the time. And I have to now go, and I explained this to them. I said, I have to now go on stream today, and I have to explain to my audience of hundreds of people, and of course, once this pre-stream gets ripped and posted all over the internet, thousands of people will hear about it. They're going to want to know what happened. Why didn't I get my PS5? I need to know what to tell them, and I need to have a resolution. Not that you guys just blow it off, because that's going to make you look bad. So the guy basically said, all right, I'm going to give you some Amazon credit. And he did. It's not a lot. I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's not a lot. He gave me some Amazon credit. And I said, well, thank you. At least I appreciate that, because at least that means you're doing what you can within your power as a customer service supervisor to try to help, you know? And like I said, I can't say a negative thing. They really tried to help me. They couldn't. They were on the phone for an hour trying to help me. I'm sure they had better things to do. They couldn't. And then when they couldn't help, they went the extra mile, and, you know, they gave me some credit. All right? So that's nice that they did that. All right? And I appreciate that they did that. I do. And I'm hoping that the best, that turns out the best, you know? And here's the problem is it might not. Tomorrow, I might get no update at all. And I even said to them, I said, tomorrow, if I don't get an update, if this thing doesn't process, doesn't charge my payment, what do I do? And they said, there's nothing we can do. If you call us, we can't help you. We're at the limitations of our system just like you. It sucks that this happened. You know, we're compensating you with a little bit of Amazon credit to say sorry, but there's nothing else we can do. So I'm screwed. Basically, here's the situation. There's no guarantee if I'm getting my PlayStation 5 tomorrow or not. I'm going to go as far as say I'm not. I can't imagine a system that is saying I'm getting this on Monday is going to update and say that I'm getting it tomorrow. I just don't believe that. I believe what's going to happen, excuse me. I believe what's going to happen is it's not going to process. What probably will happen is they'll probably give me the headset, because the headset says it's still coming tomorrow, the 3D Pulse headset. So I bet they will probably charge that either today or tomorrow, and that will get ready for shipment, and I'll probably get the headset tomorrow. Not that it'll be of any value to me, because it doesn't work with anything but, you know, the PlayStation 5. So I will have a worthless headset tomorrow, but I don't think that I'm going to get the PlayStation 5 tomorrow. It says Monday. I believe Monday or later. And here's the other thing. You guys know me. I've been around the block. I'm a very skeptical person. And I am very skeptical that I'm even getting the PlayStation 5 on Monday. And you might say, well, why? I'll tell you why. Because a lot of people have this issue and are posting up on Twitter about it. If you search PlayStation 5 Monday, a lot of people are saying this happened to them as well. And to me, what this sounds like is for people who had an issue with their PlayStation 5 pre-order, whether maybe their payment got declined, right? Amazon by default bumped everyone with a default message saying it's coming on Monday, but I get the feeling it's not. I get the feeling this is a default system message, and what will actually happen is they'll attempt to recharge me for this possibly over the weekend or Monday, and when they do, it'll actually update with a delivery date, or come Monday, if it doesn't charge me, it'll update and say, oh, it's not available. You have to wait until such and such a date to get it. All right? So I really don't feel that I'm getting the PlayStation 5 tomorrow at all. I'm not that I'm playing the odds here, but I'm trying to be a realist. And being a realist here, I don't foresee it happening. I think that At the earliest, I will get this on Monday. All right. And if I do get it on Monday, great. That would be very good. All right. That would mean that I'm able to cover it on Monday. And that would mean on Monday I would start doing things like Demon Souls. Well, first I would do the unboxing then. I would hook it up then. All that, all the stuff that I was planning on doing tomorrow, I would do on Monday. All right. But I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just being a realist here. All right, guys? So, essentially, all I can say is, I'm sorry. I really am. I'm stressed out to the max at this point. I'm serious. Like, I am. This is basically next to worst case scenario. Next to worst case scenario. It's not worst case scenario, but it's next to worst case scenario. Where I went out of my way 2 months ago to pre-order this thing as soon as I could. I had it locked in for months. And because of the way the Amazon system works, that does not logically make sense. And it certainly does not benefit a customer in any way, shape, or form. I got screwed over. Because of the amazing amount of chargebacks that I got screwed over. Because if you really want to look at the root cause of the situation, because I know this sounds weird, but I used to do this for a living. I did root cause analysis because I was part of continuous improvement, achieving competitive excellence, ACE, at the company I used to work for, the helicopter company. And when you see a situation like this, you took it the whole process from start to finish. You say, what is the real root cause of the problem? All right. Well, the problem didn't originate in September. When I locked in this pre-order in September, everything was good. The payment method was correct because I had funds in my PayPal at the time. There was no issue, right? You can look at the end of the process and you could say, well, it was Phil's changing of his pre-order method, or excuse me, payment method for his pre-order that prompted Amazon's system to bump his delivery date. So it's Phil's fault, all right? What you really need to look at is the root cause, okay? Why did I have to change my payment method? Well, I explained that to you right now in this pre-stream. Because a malicious piece of garbage fucked me over the last 2 months with a ridiculous amount of fake tips using stolen credit cards and decided to then charge them all. Well, didn't decide to charge them all back, but knew they would all be charged back. All right? That's what happened. If it weren't for this person breaking the law, the amount of times they did, and I'm talking, this is probably about 100 times, 100 fake tips I received over the course of about a month and a half to 2 months with stolen credit cards, none of this would have happened. The payment method still would have been all right. The order would have been processed fine, and I would have had my PlayStation 5 tomorrow. The only reason I had to change my payment method was because that person broke the law to send me fake tips with stolen credit card over the past 2 months. That is the root cause analysis. All right? So, once again, I get fucked because people think it's okay to fuck with me over the internet. And ladies and gentlemen, I've had it. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be very honest and transparent with all of you right now. I am overwhelmed at this point. Okay? I am. Last night, I felt incredibly depressed because I said it happened again. It's another situation where my life, my business is being massively negatively affected by people who I don't know, by people who I don't understand why they hate me, why people want to hurt me on a daily basis. This goes beyond, oh, I want to troll Phil by making a video making fun of him. This is actual calculated malice. This is a targeted attack against myself, my business, my livelihood. Because I cannot cover the PlayStation 5 at launch, I am going to lose a lot of revenue that I should have earned this weekend. And now I don't even know if I'm getting the PlayStation 5. And it's this, whoever this person is, I don't know who it is. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. It'd be one thing. Wow, this is someone who felt really hurt in the past. You know, he really screwed this person over, and now they've got a vendetta against him. I don't know who these people are. I don't know what I could have possibly done to hurt someone so much, just being someone who got on a stream or turned on a camera and talked out of his butt being silly and playing video games for 12 years. I don't understand how anything that I've done in the last 12 years can constitute the heinous actions that are happening now to me on a daily basis. I just don't get it. Okay? I just don't understand it. At all. I don't know what to do. And the thing is, this is like, it keeps happening. It keeps piling. It keeps compiling over and over. And it's like, whenever I feel like I've gotten past the one hurdle, here comes the next person who for some reason hates me and wants to actually concretely destroy my life, right? Just think of all the things that have happened. And just this year, people actually trying to ruin my bankruptcy filing, right? Like, that goes beyond, oh, I don't like Phil and his streams. I want to actually ruin his life. And you have people calling into my bankruptcy call, impersonating a creditor, thinking it's funny, even though impersonation is a crime. And now we've got someone who actively is issuing false DMCA claims against my channel on Twitch, breaking the law. Someone who is purchasing stolen credit card numbers on the internet, on the dark web, essentially breaking the law. Just the purchase of a credit card number is illegal. Using that credit card number is illegal. These is crime upon crime upon crime. Because some people are like, well, Phil, this whole thing could be solved if you just didn't use PayPal. PayPal's too lax and they don't really fix stuff in regards to chargebacks. You should use Venmo. No. There is no payment processing service that protects you from credit card fraud. None. Venmo is exactly the same. If you get a tip or a contribution via Venmo and someone uses a stolen credit card, it could still get charged back. There's actually no way. There's no way for this to be solved besides me just saying, I am not going to accept tips anymore. Okay? So what it would have to be is me completely switching over from a model where I accept cheers, subs, and tips. And saying, I'm no longer going to accept tips at all anymore. It's just going to be cheers and subs and that's it. And I can tell you right now, that would not, that certainly would not go well with a lot of people. First of all, everyone knows bits are expensive. Right? Amazon makes a lot of money on the sale of bits. Subs, half the revenue goes to Twitch. I'm okay with that, by the way. I'm totally okay with Amazon Twitch making money on my streams because they provide a free service for me, a free avenue for me to give my content to the world. But at the very same time, people have become accustomed to tipping. With the whole vest streak this year was all tips, and people were used to the vest streak, right? They were used to that. They liked that. You see? So for me to completely cut tips out of the equation, not only, number one, is that going to stab me in the foot because I know there's going to be people who are like, well, I just like to tip and I don't want to give Amazon a cut of anything, so I'm not going to contribute. But also, there's the fact that tips I get immediately. When you guys tip me, I can use that for something right away. No exaggeration. Every week, I use your tips to buy groceries, to pay for a meal out with my wife, to do things like pay my dues, and stuff like basically things that come up every week that are like, or buy a new game. That's all the tips that pays for that. So it's become a part of my business model. And if I were to say completely, I'm cutting tips out of the equation, I'm not going to accept tips anymore, okay? I would essentially have to have a month of a blanket amount of money to say, okay, I have enough money that for the month, it's not a big deal that I'm not getting those tips immediately. I've somehow made an extra amount of money for a month, enough to say, okay, that's a blanket. So now that I'm not going to be getting tips anymore and I have to wait, say, a month to get any positive benefit from bits or subs, it's okay. I'll make it, right? That's a problem. How do I make an extra month's worth of revenue out of nowhere so that I can no longer accept tips, right? I don't know. I just don't, I don't know what to do. This is a situation where there is someone actively out there who apparently really hates me. There's no justification for it because I don't know who they are. This is not someone who I've personally hurt. This is just someone who has a messed up brain and they need help. They actually need to seek medical attention because they are committing crime after crime after crime against me and against other people whose credit card numbers they're purchasing that are stolen. They have somehow in their messed up brain justified that this is okay and this is perfectly acceptable. Okay? And this is not good because I don't know how to stop a criminal from constantly hurting me in my business. Okay? This is the root cause of the problem, this criminal, because before this person appeared doing heinous things to myself in my business, I was fine. And again, this would not have happened at all. This would have been an avoidable process, an avoidable situation, and I would have been fine because it would have just charged to the PayPal account and I would have been fine. But I don't have money in the PayPal account because this guy screwed me over with so many false tips and chargebacks. Okay? So I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, I actually don't even know what to say anymore at all. I don't know what to tell you guys about the future because it seems like I am at the whim of this person. If I...
But that was a thing too. And he was super mad about that. He was big mad about that. He was ranting about that pretty crazy for days, for weeks up until the Switch, until the PS5 finally came out. So once you keep that in mind, where's that energy at?
If anyone has any means to get one, I'd appreciate it. If anyone's getting an extra one that I could buy off of you for the real price, I'd appreciate it. But it looks like at this point, I can't cover the Switch 2 because...
Are you willing to pay for the shipping?
These people are scumbags who break the law, impersonate me, and do awful things to me and my family. And this is just another example of that. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. So it's going to be a bit of a jump and whatnot. My apologies. But it is what it is. I put more in there that I didn't need and shit. So just need to cut that up. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the Bottom Bitch podcast from April 24th. Let's get into what is supposed to be this incredible rant on how he has yet again been wronged by the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. He did everything right, did nothing wrong. You can't put any blame on him. He did nothing. It was these assholes, these mentally ill people who constantly fucking with him and want to see the worst for him and his family, basically screwed him over. Here we go.
Good morning, everyone. Whew. On today's show, we got a lot to talk about. There's a lot of good stuff going on right now, if you're not aware. Today is the premiere of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, which is getting absolutely stellar reviews. And if it is as people are describing, I think we're absolutely going to love this game and my playthrough of it. We've got more chill Minecraft stuff coming up tonight after a little bit of a hiatus because I was playing the Oblivion Remaster. And as of last night, we hit 30 goals, meaning today it is DSP Tries It Chipotle for the very first time. But of course, to offset all of the positive, we've got one overwhelmingly ridiculous negative. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, my trolls, my detractors, my stalkers, mentally challenged, ill people, criminals, whatever you want to call them, have once again broken the law and committed identity fraud against me. Yes.
Now keep in mind, he's had all night to think about this. Okay? He's had all night to try to formulate this fucking story. Keep that in mind. Woo, shit.
Last night, live on stream, I was able to get Switch 2 pre-ordered. And then they went in and through social engineering, canceled my orders. I'm going to explain the
Allegedly.
entire thing to you on today's show, and I'm going to tell you how we're going to proceed moving forward.
And no evidence, no proof that any of this happened, by the way, just his word. Keep that in mind.
So, the real story. Not their 5,000 conspiracies that they all came up with overnight because they're all mouth-drooling, insane idiots wearing tinfoil hats, but instead, the real story.
Sorry, how would he know that there's 5,000 conspiracy theories being thrown out there? Where do you find the time, Phil? Makes you think.
Of what went down last night, but also a bunch of positive stuff on today's episode of the Level 1 podcast. What is going on, everyone? Today is Thursday, the 24th of April, 2025. I'm DSP. And folks, when people tell me that I am paranoid, that I have become shell-shocked, and I'm like really just scared because I tell you guys, I limit my content to what I'm actually doing in this room. All right. That means that any content that I make, I'm recording, I'm streaming, whatever it is, comes from this place right here and that TV and that PC.
So basically, don't ask me to do shit that's outside that realm. That's literally trying to cement why he can't do what other successful content creators do. I can only work within the realm of this room. So don't ask me to do silly shit. Don't ask me to do gimmicks. Don't ask me to do IRL. Don't ask for vlogs or nothing like that. I can only do what's in here. Like I said, he's setting up for something. It's not as simple as just this Switch 2 thing. There's something else involved. And he's trying really, really hard to victimize himself. You know what I'm saying? For whatever that is.
Or those consoles and these cameras. This is the content that I put on the internet. And if you ask, well, I don't get it. Why? Why, Phil, is that all that you do? Couldn't you do vlogs of your house? Why don't you go cook a meal in your kitchen? Why don't you do an IRL stream following you around town to see what you do on a daily basis? Why don't you record a grocery trip and show us what you buy? They call it a grocery haul or something like that video. It's very popular, right?
Well, probably because he has his groceries delivered for the most part, I would say. And obviously he's got something to hide in his house. Because, you know, we've already seen the condo tours and everything like that. And it's funny because now that he says that he's come into money, he's in a better place financially. What are you spending that money on then that you don't want anybody else to see? Something to think about.
Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? All right. Now, for most people, these things seem like commonplace things, harmless, interesting, even ideas of variety content that Phil could put out on the internet and would get him attention and views and support from his followers. However, what you don't understand, very simply put, is that commonplace things for everyone else become actual IRL harassment, becomes things that can actually hurt myself, my family, my livelihood. You guys have no concept of how many idiots have tried to hurt me over the years. I've been around for over 17 years as a content creator. You wouldn't even want to hear the half of it, of the stuff that's been done to me and the attempts that have been made to try to screw with my life. Insane stuff, like ridiculous, over-the-top crap you wouldn't believe. How about they tried to actually get my wife and I divorced by trying to file divorce papers, even though neither of us actually did it. I wish that was a joke, but it's not.
Womp womp. So this is a lead up for something. He's setting up for something. I don't know what yet, but this is clearly a setup for something. Something. And like I said, this thing with the Switch, it's just a convenient scapegoat. That's all it is.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's just one example. That's the tip of the iceberg, all right? And I've used this example before, but I'll say it again. Many years ago, I was in my kitchen vlogging, okay? Just filming around my kitchen, doing a vlog. I don't remember what it was. There happened to be a utility bill sitting on my countertop. Now, was the bill opened? Did it have all of my...
No. It was first off, I know what he's actually talking about. Actually, I'll see if I can have that snipped and put in here. He's talking about the condo tour back in Connecticut, right? And he was panning over. He was showing a bunch of stuff that was on his on his counter, and he passes by some letters or some mail. It had his name on it. He literally picks it up and he says, "Yeah, this is me, yada yada yada. No one's gonna do anything. Basically, no one's gonna do anything. He's not Doxxx himself. He doesn't care." And he kind of just moves on, right? He could have, first off, before he even filmed anything, he should have just turned everything over anyway. But he didn't care because he wasn't thinking. But he was the one who really put the emphasis on it more than anything else. And that led into, allegedly, the story about whatever it is he's about to say next.
Account information and everything on it? No. It was just the envelope. All it said on it was, like return address, here's the utility company. That's it. That's all you could see in the video. And keep in mind, this was before I was even doing the quality I'm doing now. I was using a crappy camera that was like, not even 720p quality or anything. These people used software, okay, to engineer the video to hyper fixate or whatever you want to say.
They use software to hyper fixate what? To engineer what?
To see the address of the utility company.
They took a screenshot and then they enhanced the quality? Okay. Okay.
They then contacted the utility company.
This is like the Tractor CSI and shit.
This here is the book that I take all of my notes in for wrestling shows, for the Smart Guys show that I do once a week with John Rambo. And at this point, it's about half full, I'd say. Look at this. All the notes I've taken from all the wrestling shows starting back in October of last year when we started that show. Pretty cool. Here, I won't show you the address, but this is, except for the Burger King coupons on top, this is a pile of paperwork. This is a funny story. When I moved into this condo, okay, about 6 months after I moved in, I was told by the mortgage company who holds my mortgage that I don't have enough insurance to cover this condo in case it floods. And they wanted me to buy my own insurance policy to cover it, okay? So I did. I went and bought it, and it was a big hassle to prove to them that I had bought this policy. Then after I went out of my way to prove that I bought this policy, they said, "Oh, well, we would have bought a policy for you on your behalf if you didn't get your own, and it would have actually been cheaper than what you're paying now to the insurance company where you bought your policy through." And this is a stack of paperwork. I'm not even kidding. Letters from the from the mortgage company saying, "Can you please prove to us that you have enough flood insurance?" And then there's other letters from the flood insurance company. "Here's proof of your flood insurance." At this point, I just don't give a fuck anymore. I'm supposed to prove to my mortgage company by the end of February that I have flood insurance. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to let them buy whatever they want and do whatever they want at this point, and I'll pay for it because I'm just tired of the hassle. These are some really cool Burger King coupons. Buy one, get one free, most of them. But I've only used a couple of them in the past couple of weeks. Gum that I'm never going to use because I don't chew gum. So we've got Think Gum, Jolt Gum. These are supposed to be like caffeine-infused gums, and but I don't chew gum. Other things, this is my old wallet, which I kept just in case my new wallet fell apart, but my new wallet's been doing well. My old, you know what, I'm going to get rid of this fucking thing right now. I just realized it was still there. I've had that sitting there for like 8 months, so arrivederci. Oh, good. Now I can put the Think Gum where that was, and I can push my paperwork up and give me some more room. These are receipts from some things that I bought in the fall, just in case I was going to return them, but I think I'm going to keep them. Lots of chapstick, because this has been the coldest winter in a long-ass freaking time. My lips are all messed up. These silver coins are actually from a local supermarket. They usually, they're for discounts. So, for example, if you want to buy a loaf of store bread, you can usually get it for free if you give them a coin. As you can see, I usually don't buy a lot of that stuff that the discounts are on. Usually it's on the worst stuff in the store, so I have a shit ton of those built up. And these here are markers and metallic markers that we've used to sign joysticks, joystick art, and other things. And as I attend tournaments and gaming events this year, I plan to take these with me so that if people want me to sign something, I have a marker that can pretty much write on anything. You get your typical Sharpie, but then you've got your gold markers, which will write on anything, and then also some a silver pen there. This is my wallet. This is pretty cool. My wallet is made of duct tape. It's called the Ducty wallet, okay? And this is the best wallet I've ever had in my entire life. It's jam-packed with cards, and I have a spare key in here. I have all kinds of objects in here, but look how thin it is. I mean, this is it stays compact in my pocket, and I don't feel like a giant bulge in my pocket when I'm driving. I love that wallet, and I recommend it to anyone. Look for that, the Ducty Duct Tape Wallet. It's amazing. This is a letter from my condo association telling me, hello, Phil. We're not, raising... And yeah, you know what? Everyone knows my address at this point. It's on the fucking internet. I mean, holy shit. Like, I'm not even trying to hide it anymore. It's only been said by 7,000 trolls. Like, what's the big deal? You know? Nothing's gonna happen. Come see me and I'll fuck you up if you're gonna be an asshole. You know what I mean? But anyway, this is a letter from my condo association telling me that basically they're not raising my condo fees this year, but they're gonna charge me a special fee for 3 months for renovations. So wait a minute. You're not raising my condo fees, but you're gonna charge me extra money. Doesn't that mean you're raising my condo fees? I love how they try to, finagle their fucking wording to make you sound like it's a positive when it's really not. Here I have some energy candies, which I have not used since I actually got laid off from my job. Some of these are supposed to have like caffeine infused. This one's pretty cool actually. It's called Chargers, and what they are they're actually little beans. It's like a coffee bean mixed with chocolate. It's pretty tasty, but alright, this is a model of Super Scroll. I don't know how well you can see him. You've probably seen him in my channel update video.
Using common knowledge of information that was doxed about me on the internet, including my name, my address, my phone number.
You mean the stuff that you put out yourself? He had a business card that had all of that stuff on there. He had condo tours where he had like old Amazon packages and shit off to the side that you could have seen that stuff. There was a bunch of different... Alright. He put himself out there. I'm just going to say that. He put himself out there. Holy shit.
That I never originally put on the internet, but they did. Okay?
Scumbag.
They socially engineered the account.
Absolute scumbag.
And we're going to have all of my power turned off and have my account closed. Unbeknownst to me. And this actually would have happened if they didn't actually send me an confirmation email saying, hey, Mr. Burnell, thanks for all your requests, and as of Monday, that'll be done. And I said, what? And of course, I contacted them. I told them what was going on. They then put into effect safeguards so that can't happen ever again. Multiple levels of identity verification, authorization, etc. Okay? So that's just a couple examples of things that have been done to me over the years that normal people never would have to be bothered. Imagine if you got married and you just told people on the internet, hey, I got married. Do you think people would then try to contact places to get your marriage annulled or a divorce paper filed?
Keep in mind, when he announced that he got married and whatnot on Twitter and whatnot, first off, he got mad that no one really cared, to be honest. That was the first thing. I mean, some of the dents cared, but no one else of stature cared. And I'm thinking, too, he got married, I want to say he got married around the time PewDiePie got married. And if you guys remember that, or at least on Twitter especially, that shit, first off, a bunch of big content creators were invited, had a really beautiful wedding, to be honest with you. And all over Twitter and shit, people were sending congratulations and all kinds of stuff. So when DSP got married, I can't remember if it wasn't on the same day, but I think it was around that same time period. I can't remember if it was before or afterwards. I feel like he thought that was going to be like the reception he was going to get as well. And he didn't. It was really a bunch of people who thought it was a joke, it was a hoax. Some people were like, who the fuck wanted to marry him? So on and so forth. And then to make it extra petty, instead of consummating his marriage, like how Wings and Kelly tried to do, but they couldn't. It's a real thing, by the way. Wings couldn't make it happen on his wedding night. Phil spent his wedding night fucking blocking people and erasing comments on Instagram and Twitter. That's what he did on his wedding night. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being up in Cat's fucking batter's box, instead, he's sitting there fighting with trolls and shit on Instagram and on Twitter. Make of that what you will.
Right? But that's the situation I'm in. Insane people of the vortex. That vortex around me of completely mentally ill people. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if you're involved in a drama vortex on the internet, you are mentally stunted. Period. If you involve yourself in that vortex, you are a mentally stunted individual and you should seek professional help. Normal people don't do that. because normal people have lives. Normal people
Coming from the same person who, yet again, willingly put this information out for money that he didn't even have in hand yet. Keep that in mind. This all happened because someone asked him, hey, for 20 gifted subs, which is like the equivalent of like $100, I think, would you show confirmation that you actually got it? And he did. Matter of fact, and we've already seen this, but he went through all these hoops because this idiot couldn't even remember the password to his email address and whatnot, which was linked to another device downstairs. So this shit's starting to give me anyway. It's starting to give me fucking flashbacks of Review Tech USA and that Dropbox and that second phone fiasco. He had to go to another device, which wasn't even in his quote unquote office. It was like downstairs or some shit, to be able to get the two-factor authentication so he could finally get into his email on his desktop. Make of that what you will. But yet again, he brought it upon himself.
have jobs, friends, relationships, and positive things that they do, and that's what they focus their time on. They don't focus their time on trying to ruin the life of an internet content creator who they don't know, don't have interaction with, and don't actually know the real story on, but they just follow a bunch of people on the internet who crap on them daily like a Pied Piper, the morons following them around so that they can make a buck. So it's this simple. I can't do things that most other people do because of the level of mentally ill people who stalk me on the internet and try to mess with me. Things that would obviously be feasible for someone else is just like an insane task for me.
He really wouldn't have wanted to do it anyway. He said that years ago, he said that there was no profit or there was no reason for him to like bring them into his life and everything. He said he understood the mistakes that he made with Panda. Oversharing is basically the term and whatnot. And he didn't want to follow that up. Him and Cat have this great life with each other. They want to have their privacy. He learned his lesson. He understands his work life and his private life and the separation that's needed. Like, you're just rehearsing bullshit, dude. We already know. Like, those who know, they know. So I don't even know why he's rehashing this. But yet again, something is up, or something is coming, or something's coming up that makes him feel the need to have done all this.
Because of the level of liability that I have doing it. Right now, if I were to take a camera and to walk through my home, literally by the end of today, I would probably have 20 things happening to me that are heinous. Seriously. And I wish that that's a joke. It's not. Okay? Like, literally, this would be happening. All right? So, why am I telling you all of this? Well,
Yes,
because
why are you
last
telling me all
night,
this?
live on stream, while I was building this Piranha Plant Lego, which, by the way, is looking pretty cool. I actually wish we had gotten further, but because I had to do the Switch 2 pre-order, we didn't get to do as far as I would like. As you can see, we're halfway done. This is 50% done with the build. It's the pipe, the stem, and the leaves actually move around and can be like maneuvered and positioned in a cool way. And a cool feature of this, to show you, it has a door at the bottom. And what happens is it actually has a coin Lego that it comes with. So you can like put coins in and then you can press that and they fall out the bottom. Don't ask me what you would use that for, but it's a nice feature. So it's half done. I really was hoping we were going to finish it, but the Switch 2 stuff took over a half an hour from the stream. So it looks like one more stream and we will wrap up the Piranha Plant. Okay.
Nice way of stretching that out. That was convenient.
Okay, I can't wait. Actually, next week we're going to finish it and it looks really cool. So anyway, last night, while we were doing the Lego stream building this guy, I went ahead and did my Switch 2 pre-orders. And basically what I should have done, quite frankly, if you want to know the truth, now I didn't think about it. I should have just said, guys, I'm going offline for 30 minutes. I'm going to go do my Switch pre-orders completely offline. This way, no one would know about them. No one can mess with them. Nothing. Now, a normal person would be like, why would I have to do that? That's not a big deal. You're just going to order your Switch. It's not a big deal. But
None of this even matters. The reality. Like, I understand what he's trying to do and I understand his setup, but it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter where he got it from. It doesn't matter that he streamed it. What mattered was this dumbass sold his Switch, his Nintendo Switch 2 soul for $100 or 20 gifted subs, whatever. You know, whatever the equivalent is. That's what it comes down to. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? His initial situation isn't the issue. It's the circumstances he put himself into for money is what fucked him. Womp womp.
Me doing it immediately means that every mentally stunted, mentally challenged, mentally ill person on the internet comes after me and tries to figure out a way to ruin this for me. Okay? Because you might say, well, what's the big deal about Phil having a Switch 2? Well, to be honest, I'm not impressed with the launch lineup. Mario Kart World is the one game I'm really interested in. I also wanted to try out that demo game that you have to pay like $10 for to try the technology out or whatever. But outside of that,
so we're gonna try to stretch that out for 2 or 3 hours, not even before we get into the Mario Kart thing. So I guess the initial demo is gonna be the first stream, and then Mario Kart on the second stream, I guess. Oh man, this shit writes itself. This shit writes itself. But then again, he may want to try to get in those early Mario Kart views. It is what it is. We'll see.
No, not really, right? Like, you don't really have to. There's not much that's going to happen with the launch of Switch 2. But for me, as a creator, to be able to unbox it live.
As a creator, that's great. As a creator.
Live on launch day, to hook it up, to test it, that is primo content. That's the kind of content people come to expect from me from over the years. I did it with PS5. I did it with PS4, Xbox One, right? I did it, back in the day.
It's like Gouty Wonka and the fucking dented chocolate factory or some silly shit. As a creator, yes, you actually create shit, Phil. Gotcha.
With the Wii U, I did eventually do it with the Switch. I did it with my first Switch, and the Switch bricked, and then I had a second one. And eventually I did do that with the Xbox Series X, although it was late to the game because I didn't get it right away, right? This is the good content people like. They want to see that stuff up front, especially if you couldn't get the pre-order. Gee, let's see what it's like on launch day, and let's get Phil's honest opinion on it. Right?
But why would they go to you when there are much more reputable content creators and streamers they could go to? Yet again, you're not in demand, and the views kind of show that, if you will. So what's the point of that? On stream, maybe, but no one gives a shit about that shit in video form.
Right? So, that's why. It's not necessarily because I'm going to be making insane amounts of content of the Switch 2. I would play Mario Kart World very heavily, but outside of that, there's nothing else till Donkey Kong, and then after that, there's probably nothing else, quite frankly, for the end of the year. But
so then why get 2? Think about that. Why get 2? Why do you need a second one then? Theoretically, you and Kat could just share the console at this particular point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're literally wasting. Like, she may very well play Mario Kart. She may very well play Donkey Kong. She may play every game that comes out, so to speak. But you clearly don't give a shit. You don't even give a shit about the console. You don't even give a shit about Nintendo. He bashes Nintendo more than anything. He has a history of doing this. So why bother going through the trouble of paying over $1,000 to get 2 of them for a console that you yourself at the moment don't see any real value? Makes you think. And because this dumbass is front-facing that, hey, the console really doesn't have much to offer, I really am not interested, or do I care about that? I'm only doing it for the peasants who can't fucking afford it because they're giving me all their money. I'm doing you guys a service. I'm doing you guys a favor. That's basically how you're making it sound. So you're not really a fan of this shit. So you getting it on launch day doesn't really matter anyway. There'll be plenty of people that will have reviews out before he does. It's not going to be there. You know what I'm saying? Like, the console's not going to be there, you know what I'm saying, what, Friday morning, you know what I'm saying? He may not get it till Friday afternoon, Friday evening, if he even gets it that day, which according to the current story, he's not. So what service is he really providing? What you know what I'm saying, what need is he really serving when he's going to be last to the party? For those who are able to get one anyway, he's going to be the last to the party anyway.
It's still great content that you guys want, right? So that's why I planned it out. I literally had created accounts on every single site: Best Buy, Target, Amazon, Walmart, had them all lined up, had everything ready to go. All the payment information was in there. The addresses were in there. So
even though we know for sure that which one was it now? Can't remember if it was Target. It might have been Target. He had to put in his address all over again. And he had to use 2 different payment methods on his Walmart account, allegedly. Keep that in mind. Just want to make sure we have all of our little piglets in a row here.
These pre-orders went live, I could do it. And I did. I tried all of them. Best Buy crapped out, didn't work. Target, I had it in cart, wouldn't check out. But Walmart, I got. Walmart was in the cart. Not only
the Amazon the pre-ordering thing for Amazon didn't work. It's weird how he doesn't bring that up.
Only one, but the two different versions, the base
Like the pre-registering for the pre-order, I should say.
Switch 2 and the Switch 2 bundle. So I'm thinking, wow, I can maybe have one for personal use here for the business, and one, maybe I can give it to my wife, maybe I could give it away to a fan.
So personal use for the business. We're already setting up for that next 341 call, huh, Phil? that next bankruptcy is shaping up nicely. I mean, we already got credit cards with incredibly high interest rates, I'm sure, in full swing and whatnot. And because of the boost from Kino Casino, watch me work on this. Because the boost with Kino Casino over the span of the 6 to 8 months that they were together, he's trying to go ahead and going to the bank and be like, hey, I really need that refinancing, and hey, my income has gone up, quite well. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing quite well as of late. So, even more reason to try to, to give them more confidence into giving him a loan. Of course, how's he going to get past the inspection? Oh yeah, that's right. He's been paying money lately, or he's been doling out capital to clean up the garage, maybe straighten up some of the issues and problems that he has in his home. It's not like over the span of the last year, ladies and gentlemen, that he hasn't been trying to work on these issues in the house to try to get himself ready for this refinancing. It's not like that's not a thing, right? It's not like, some of those things hasn't slipped through the cracks a little bit, but, will eventually resurface later on. We'll see. Maybe it's just me.
It's a backup, because remember, when I bought the Switch 1, it bricked within 24 hours, and I was stuck without a Switch for several months because of that. To have the backup is absolutely...
But that's not true. He wasn't without the Switch for several months. It must have been only like a week or so that he went without that Switch. He got it on launch. He couldn't do anything with it. I want to tell you it was like the next week, maybe? It might have been like the next week or the week after, I think, is when he got the new one.
Awesome. Okay? That's a great...
It wasn't long.
thing. So it's like, not only did I get one, I lucked out and was able to get another one. All right? But my problem is very simple. I still to this day try to maintain a level of normalcy. So because I did this online, immediately...
And him looking up like that, all signs of him lying. If those of you who know the cues, you know the cues. Holy shit. Honest people can look you in the face when they're being honest with you.
My online stalkers decided to ruin it for me. And basically, here's what happened, okay? It went through, done deal. Payment was charged, everything good. So we went back to the stream.
Interesting too, he didn't, if I remember correctly, we didn't see a confirmation for the second Nintendo Switch with the Mario Kart bundle. We didn't see that. He didn't talk about that. I don't even think he even brought it up. He just said, oh, I got the second one locked in, and it'll be there on Sunday the 8th of June. He showed us the confirmation for the first one, but not the second one. And those are two separate orders because there's two separate payment methods. Just because they're on the same account doesn't mean it doesn't generate a second order. Something to think about. And if his account was hacked into, why wouldn't that same person, show that second account or show the order number for that second account and it being canceled? He does talk about both of them being canceled, but he really just hyperfixates on the first one. Something to think about.
And I completed, as far as I could, this build. We hit the goal, so that's great. Now we hit 30 goals hit, which means we're doing the Chipotle DSP tries it today. All right. And then basically around 9:45-ish. All right. I logged off. I said, all right, I got to get going. Now, a few things actually happened that you guys aren't aware of. Number one, because I bought the two Switch 2s, one of them went to my bank account, and I tried to do it for the second one, and my bank account thought it was a fraudulent transaction and froze my account. So I had to contact the bank to get the account unfrozen.
In the middle of the night, you were able to get a hold of someone to unfreeze your account? And if that was the case, why didn't you get an email alert from your bank saying, hey, we see what may be fraudulent activity or whatnot. We had to freeze your account. Please follow set link or whatever, or call this number so we can, so you can verify or whatever. Why didn't he say or mention that? And through that whole skip, and don't get me wrong, I jumped ahead to try to save y'all. I tried to save y'all. He never mentioned anything about that. He's saying this happened after the fact. So you saw the email for it, but you didn't want to say anything because you wanted to stay face? Does that really mean he actually got the second one? I have so many questions.
Was really stupid. Okay. The
It
other
is really stupid that your bank went out their way to protect your dumbass, who allegedly has been the victim of identity fraud. Did you forget about that, Phil? Did you remember? Did you forget about when your bank information got released? Your Bank of America stuff? Remember how you had to call the bank, you had to do all these different things, you had to file a police report? Alas, you didn't actually file that police report. You just went to your bank and worked everything out with them. Never thought about filing that police report. And then we get into that deep into the weeds later on with BroSydePhil, with Wendy. I think that's what the female officer's name is. With that other officer, the whole thing with Steven and whatnot, the Truth Seekers nonsense. You know all that. You know, it's not nonsense, but you know what I mean. With the whole Truth Seeker stuff, then we get deep in the weeds with that on why we didn't notify the police. Hey, I may have been a victim of such and such, and whatnot, besides these death threats that I'm calling you guys about. You know, how do you guys handle it? Oh, we don't handle cyber crimes like that. You got to call the FBI. We don't handle those things. Right, Phil? That's the story, right? I never got a chance to go over the BroSydePhil or the Truth Seekers interview. I will. It's on the list. But pretty sure it's on the list. I'm pretty sure I haven't done those yet. But it's coming. Within the calendar year, it's coming. But we have all that nonsense that never really got addressed or squared away. I get it. Way too much forbidden knowledge and whatnot. I get it. I'm asking forbidden questions at this point. I roger that.
other one, I went through a different payment method. All right. That's how I got both Switch 2s. So actually the orders were a little staggered.
But that's kind of funny because that's not what he told us. He said that he chose a different payment method, but he made it sound like, you know, he was doing it to try to obfuscate, or to bypass the whole scalping situation with the Nintendo Switch. Now he's saying he had problems with his bank and it forced him to do that. Huh. And like I said, if that alert came up on his bank account, that's almost like an immediate thing. That's not something they wait hours and hours and hours later. But I guess it does depend on the bank too, I suppose.
Checked out at one point and one checked out at another point via different payment methods. Okay.
But he said, though, he had confirmation for both, though he didn't show us confirmation for the second one. I don't even know if he even brought that up. He just said he got it. Make that make sense.
So as soon as the stream went offline, I had to sit and wait on hold. All right. For like 40 minutes with my bank to get the bank account unfrozen so that I could do other things and pay bills and things. Okay.
So you chose, wait. So instead of this mongoloid paying for his bills during the day, early on during his breaks, he decided to get the Nintendo Switches were the priority, and then I'll pay bills after the fact. That's what he decided on. I'm gonna go ahead and get these Nintendo Switches first. We need that for the business, and then we'll pay the bills. That goes ahead and keeps a roof over our head, and keeps our horse fed, and keeps our declawed cat, you know what I'm saying, running around here with these urinary tract infections. I gotta get to my priorities. I need that Nintendo Switch first, and then bills. You got your motherfucking mind. You got your motherfucking mind.
So as that's happening, I'm doing other things. I actually filmed the daily wrap, and the first daily wrap I filmed was like triumphant. Wow, what a great day. We had an amazing.
So wait, you were on, so as soon as you ended the first stream or the late stream, then you had the alert from your bank. Then you got on the phone with them for 45 minutes. Somewhere down the line, you had enough time to go ahead and call and film the daily wrap. And then you come to the realization that the Walmart account got hacked and both of your orders were canceled, and you were on customer service. You were on the phone or chat with the customer service while you were filming the second one. Make it make sense. I'm just asking.
Stream of Oblivion, and we hit my goals. We built the Lego, and we hit the goals. I got my Switch 2's pre-order. Amazing day. So I finished recording that. All right, and I was actually about to start like uploading while I was on hold with my bank, and all of a sudden I get an email and it says, "You have successfully canceled your order." And I said, "What?" And I started reading the email from Walmart, and it says, "Congratulations, you have successfully canceled your Switch 2 pre-order." And I looked at it, and it was the first Switch 2. The one that was the base unit, not the bundle, but the first.
Keep this in mind, because this is this may be relevant later. Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe just hyper fixating on it.
We had an amazing stream of Oblivion and we hit my goals. We built the Lego and we hit the goals. I got my Switch 2's pre-order. Amazing day. So I finished recording that, all right? And I was actually about to start like uploading while I was on hold with my bank. And all of a sudden, I get an email and it says, you have successfully canceled your order. And I said, what? And I started reading the email from Walmart and it says, congratulations, you have successfully canceled your Switch 2 pre-order. And I looked at it and it was the first Switch 2, the one that was the base unit, not the bundle, but the first one that I had checked out and paid for.
Now, keep in mind, we have no proof that he even got the second one. So keep in mind, let's go ahead, like this is battle rapping, so let's talk about some scheming here for a minute. He's scheming that I got exposed. I exposed my order number for the first one, and these detractors canceled that shit. And building off of that, I can't do anything in IRL. I can't do any extra shit that's outside of the realms of this office because I don't have the flexibility to do so because these people are going to harm me and my family, whatever. We're still scheming, right? We're not even at an angle yet. We're just still scheming. So that's what our situation is there. Now, he'd have to explain to us, well, how they cancel the second one if they didn't have the order number for it because, because you had to do that on a separate transaction altogether. On top of the fact that he couldn't get into the email initially, his email account or his Outlook account on the desktop, he couldn't get into that initially. There was all kinds of loops he had to jump through there. Then he gets this notification from his bank saying they had to put a freeze on it for the first Switch because they thought it was a fraudulent charge or whatever. So the second Switch had to go on to another payment method. No alerts came for that. So did you not have enough money in the account? Like, what's the angle we're going to play on that? Was that account already compromised and you didn't know? Just in case you don't get that reference, for those of you who are of the initiated, when that whole identity theft thing happened all those years ago, allegedly, right? Supposedly he had $9,000 stolen from him. $9,000 that were stolen from Darksydephil over the span of 3 months. That is $3,000 each and every month for 3 straight months. Out of nowhere. Didn't even notice it until after the 3rd month. That was stolen from him. That's one of the crutches of his identity theft, his initial identity theft thing. At least it was initially. Then he gave up on it when the 341 call, the bank leaks came out. Then he gave up on that part because it didn't sound right. Because how are you missing $3,000 each and every month for 3 straight months, equaling $9,000, and you don't notice? So how much financial help did you really need if $9,000 can literally disappear under your snout and you can't tell nobody where it went? I thought I just mentioned that.
And I said, obviously, I did not do that. So the first thing I did is I logged in to my account. Okay. The thing is, I have various ways to log into everything. I make sure that I'm not limited to only one way. All right. So I have.
But then again, as I said with the email, I'm not limited. I have multiple ways of logging into my account. You couldn't log in on your desktop. You couldn't log in. You could log into his phone, but obviously he's not going to show us his phone. But you couldn't log in on your desktop. You had to go to a whole nother device outside of your safe space, outside of that room, studio, office, whatever the fuck you want to call it, to go ahead and put the notification in for that. And then he didn't even bring the device with him. He did whatever he had to do there, come back, mess with the mouse, left, and then came back again. And that was just to get into his email. So if he supposedly has all these safeguards for his bank account, for the Walmart account, this, that, and the third, how did this order just get canceled and you didn't get a notification for it until after the fact? Something to think about.
All these backups, these, safeguards so that I can log into things multiple different avenues.
Yeah, those safeguards really helped you, right, Phil? Those safeguards, not the soap, because we know we don't do that. Those safeguards really came in handy, buddy.
So I logged into my Walmart account to find out that someone had access to it. Okay. And I could tell because they changed the password on the account. Okay. In addition,
You mean the same password that you were having a problem getting into your email account with? You see where, I'm not sure if you guys see how I'm scheming. I don't know if you guys see the angles that I'm starting to go with, but if you think about it, where some of the problems that we had with that email thing is bleeding into this Walmart thing, which is the reason why this is getting long in the teeth, but it's also the reason why I left a lot of that in there. I wanted to make sure you guys saw that. Womp womp.
they started messing with the account, meaning they were adding and removing things to my cart. So I'm thinking, how could this possibly have happened? All right. And as I'm doing that, trying to figure it out, they canceled my second Switch 2 pre-order right in front of me. And I'm like, wow, well, this is pretty messed up.
Wait. So you try to log into the Walmart account. You can't get in because the email or the password has been changed, right? But yet right in front of you on this account that you don't have access to, you see them adding stuff to your account in real time? Let me bring that back. Maybe I heard it wrong. It might have been it. It's possible. It's possible.
Okay. We had an amazing stream of Oblivion and we hit my goals. We built the Lego and we hit the goals. I got my Switch 2's pre-order. Amazing day. So I finished recording that, all right? And I was actually about to start like uploading while I was on hold with my bank. And all of a sudden, I get an email and it says, you have successfully canceled your order. And I said, what? And I started reading the email from Walmart and it says, congratulations, you have successfully canceled your Switch 2 pre-order.
And wait, you never got an email from Walmart saying, hey, you successfully changed your password? Or you didn't even get an email, or let's say he has the Walmart app. He didn't say that, but let's scratch that app part. Let's leave that out. But I was gonna say, if he had the Walmart app, he didn't get a notification on his phone that, hey, you've put in a request to have your password changed. Is this you? You didn't get an email to accompany that to say, hey, we got a request that you want to change your password. Is this you? And if so, follow the link. You get an email after the fact saying that you successfully changed your email. Oh, okay.
I looked at it and it was the first Switch 2, the one that was the base unit, not the
I know. Like, yo, GTG, you're asking way too many questions, bro. You're asking way too many motherfucking questions. I know. I got you. My fault.
bundle, but the first one that I had checked out and paid for. And I said, obviously, I did not do that. So the first thing I did is I logged in to my account. Okay. The thing is, I have various ways to log into everything. I make sure that I'm not limited to only one way. All right. So I have all these backups, these, save.
And it comes from the fact that he can't remember these passwords. But it's funny because he's just reusing, some of these same passwords anyway, the 3 or 4 that we know of. So that's all we're really doing. But he can't seem to remember them. He just throws in whatever comes to mind.
Guards so that I can log into things multiple different avenues. So I logged into my Walmart account to find out that someone had access to it. Okay. And I could tell because they changed the password on the account. Okay. In addition, they started messing with the account, meaning they were adding and removing things to my cart. So I'm thinking,
but how would you know that how would you know that if you don't actually have access to the account because they changed the password? How would you have known that they were adding stuff in real time? You wouldn't have been able to see it. You would have theoretically been shut out of the account. So how would he know?
how could this possibly have happened? All right. And as I'm doing that, trying to figure it out, they canceled my second Switch 2 pre-order right in front of me.
But yet again, how would he know this? He's literally telling you that he's in an account that he really couldn't be inside of, like his wife, that he couldn't be inside of because someone changed the password on him. So how did he know that his second Switch got canceled? How did he know they were adding stuff to the account, to the cart? And why isn't he panicked that, hey, if these people are in my account, they changed the password, how do I know that they're not looking at my personal information, and more importantly, looking at my credit information, or payment information, I should say, to get my credit card numbers, which they would readily have access to at this point? There's so many questions.
And I'm like, wow, well, this is pretty messed up. So, of course, I try to contact.
That's it? Wow, this is pretty messed up? That's your response? Okay.
Customer support. And I tried to get them on the phone, and I'm not even kidding. They hang up on you.
How would you have been able to get them on the phone anyway? Weren't you on the phone with the bank? And didn't you get the notification for the situation with your switch being canceled while you were, on the phone on hold with the bank? Unless he was going through a virtual chat with them too, which could be possible.
You call and you get to the automated system and you go through and you say, okay, I want to talk to a rep because none of your automated options are going to help me here. And they say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said. And then the phone hangs up. And I tried it 3 different times in a row, and that's how they treat you on the line. They hang up on you at Walmart. Do you see why I don't like to do business with Walmart? And I've said this before, they're just a really bad company to deal with.
Now, keep in mind, during the daily wipe, which we just saw, he said, was a mistake on Walmart's end? He said no. Now they got to take all the blame. Now they're going to take all the hit, even though they didn't put his order number out there. He did. That's where we're at with this. Keep that in mind. We're now having to shuffle all of the blame on them. They got to eat all of this shit.
So I ended up going to their.
And then keep in mind, one of the main reasons why he went to Walmart, at least this is my theory, is because Walmart has some type of guarantee, I guess, or they have some type of incentive that if you ordered your Switch through them, you would get it the same day it releases. Not that it ships the same day, that you would get it the same day. At least that's the way he makes it sound.
Chat service, okay? And going through their chat service, of course, you talk to someone at a customer service center on the other side of the planet, but they're doing their best to help you. So I start to explain the situation, all right? And of course, they're utterly confused. They don't know if I'm contacting them to complain about the orders canceled. They don't know if I'm contacting them to find out how someone has access to my account. So they're,
So are you throwing a bunch of things at once? You're trying to sit there and pass it off like they don't understand English? Are you trying to confuse them? Are you purposely trying to bombard them with all this bullshit to throw them off kilter? Because if you think about how he talks on the Bottom Bitch podcast, or in any way, in any type of long form sort of way, it's not necessarily structured. He tries to throw as much at you as possible to get you confused. He basically hits you with a word salad. You know what I'm saying? To where you're not paying attention to too much of anything. That's the reason why he hates his detractors so much.
Their head is spinning, and this is just someone in a call center who's trying to help me basically with a notebook or step-by-step instruction fact on how to deal with customers, and they don't have any idea how they're supposed to help me. Okay, they don't. So basically, they had to go get their supervisor involved.
Sounded to me like he demanded the supervisor, what it sounds like.
And after a lengthy discussion, here's what we verified. Someone contacted Walmart basically saying they were me. They had my name, my address, my phone number.
Oh no, all the things that were readily available in that screenshot. Imagine that.
My email, public information. Not that that should be public information. It shouldn't. But
you mean like how you shouldn't have shown it, but you did anyway? Assuming, and this is a big assumption on his part, that every detractor, troll, hater, or critic has all of DSP's personal information like that. Like that's just readily available. Like every detractor, troll, hater, or critic goes to Goutopia.net. They go to the Kiwi Farms. They go to detractor Twitter. Keep in mind, you know what I'm saying? Let's play the game the way he wants it to be played. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Let's go ahead and do that. He assumes that every one of you who are listening to this right now, you have all of his information just readily. It's just on your phone. It's in a note on your PC and shit, a sticky note, if you will, or whatnot. You have all of that just at your fingertips at all times. It's in whatever Discord that you're chilling in right now. It's in whatever Twitter DM group you're chilling in right now, or chat group, or whatever. All that's just readily available. You know what I'm saying? You can go to Josh Poet on Twitter and shit, and he has it right there. It's already pinned. His full name, address, all that bullshit. Keep that in mind.
It is because people doxed me 10 years ago, right? My address and phone number were doxed by trolls on the internet a long time ago. And
You dared them to come find you, and they did, with information that was already readily out there. Was it really doxing when you put it out there yourself? On top of the challenge to come find them, on top of that? Womp womp.
it never should have been public information, but it is. Okay? So, should Walmart have been able to grant access to a third party with that information? No. And I confirmed that. They absolutely should never have done that. It should have only been done via the methods that I have set up, including, like a text message code or an email to a different unassociated email address with a confirmation code. Or
You mean the things that you didn't have lined up when you tried to get into your email address? You mean that? Just saying?
We're using a third-party app to have a specialty authenticity code, all these methods. But someone who works at Walmart wasn't that smart and said, oh, I'll just believe you. And they sent the person through, I think it was like a chat, the authorization code, which you're not supposed to do. So my account was socially engineered. Because when
Yet again, he has no proof of any of this, by the way. Got not a lick of proof whatsoever.
people say, what does social engineering mean? It means that despite the fact that you have things in place to stop unauthorized access,
While also keeping his ass out of his own shit, like with the email and shit. Keep that in mind. That's why we couldn't log into our desktop. That's why we had to run around and do all this shit to just get in there to get this $100. And like I said, I'm thinking he's just copy and pasting from that debacle to this debacle. You know what I'm saying? His fuck up with the that Microsoft email account, he's just copy and pasting over to this Walmart thing.
some moron does the wrong thing because they believe a lie. Someone says they're someone else and with very basic information tries to prove it, and an employee is just dumb enough to believe it and does something they're not supposed to do, granting access to that unauthorized party.
Granted, if we didn't do this for the love of money, we wouldn't have had this problem. But then again, cash rules everything around me.
So someone was sent a code that they were not supposed to be sent. They then logged into my account. They canceled the 2 Switch 2 pre-orders. They changed the password on the account. And then they were in the process of adding things to cart because they were going to try to buy things that I didn't want to screw with my money. Okay? So basically, I got control of the account through the real methods that you're supposed to use. I was able to change the password, and by setting up another level of authorization, it kicked them out. So they don't.
Okay, that's all well and good, but by then they probably already have the two forms of credit cards or 2 payment methods that he's already acknowledged that he has. Because remember, we had to do 2 separate orders for the Nintendo Switch, for the Switch 2, and then the Mario Kart 2 bundle. I'm sorry, the Switch 2, and then the Switch 2 Mario Kart bundle. So they would already have that information by now. So you prevented them from going ahead and adding a bunch of other bullshit to another order that they were slowly starting to formulate. But that doesn't matter because they already have your credit card information. We're not speaking on that, though. We're not bringing that up. That's not a concern. Why is that?
I'll have access anymore. They were literally like removed, kicked out, timed out of their session on the account. And now I have access and ownership of the Walmart account again. Not that it makes any difference, because of course, once all of that happened, I said to the customer service, well, what do we do now? And they said, there's nothing we can do. Switch 2 sold out. You're out of luck. The best we can do is give you a credit on your account, which they did.
A credit for what? Like a credit for what? What, $5, $20, $15? I couldn't expect it to be any more than that.
They actually gave me a credit against my account. Like, what's the point of that? I'm not getting the Switch 2. So for your...
But do you use it for anything else, though? Which leads me to, this is what I was leading into earlier. Do you shop at Walmart? Are you just like bashing it in public? And if so, like, you know what I'm saying? Now I have questions. Why are you shitting on Walmart when you use Walmart? It's obviously a convenience to you, so why are you bashing it? But whatever, semantics. That's just that's a side mission. We don't have to worry about that too much.
Convenience. Here's a credit to your account, and we'll let you know when the Switch 2 is back in stock so that you can order it. That's what they say. Oh, well, we'll put you on the list, and you'll get a notification from us when the Switch 2 comes back in stock.
So they're going to give you a notification when the Switch 2 is back in stock, but you didn't get a notification when your password got changed? Make it make sense.
So let me get this straight. Someone at your company is a dumbass and through completely illegal means granted access to my personal account and information.
You mean the information that you yourself put out there?
Even though they weren't supposed to. And the thing you're going to do for me is give me a few bucks.
Oh, so it really wasn't a whole lot of money. But I'm guaranteeing it was nothing more than, if this even happened, keep in mind, this is all hypothetical. Pignosis, our favorite game. He didn't get anything more than like $10 or $15 or whatever the fuck. That's all it was. And that's if they even credited him, because it's not their fault, per se, that someone has his information or able to do this. Yeah, maybe throw him $5-10 or whatever as compensation, but realistically, he didn't buy anything. So, you know what I'm saying? And if he had two-factor authorization, which he didn't at the time, if he had had that to protect himself, he probably wouldn't be where he's at now. It still comes back to his being his fault. And that's why he's throwing all this extra shit at you to defer that, right? To basically try to protect himself as often as he can, or as much as he can, I should say. I would say it's almost like this gouty Philly style type shit, but that's an insult to Philly as well as the Philly style, and I won't do that shit. Big ups to Declan. So yeah, I don't. He's just throwing out a bunch of garbage to try to save his own ass, and it's not working. It's really not, because it's just opening up. It just, for me anyway, it's just making me question it even more.
Wow, that sounds like a real way to treat the customer, doesn't it? But again, I am the exception to the rule. I am the person who has this stuff happen. 99.9999999% of the populace, this would never happen. And
like people aren't the victim of identity theft? What the fuck are you talking about? People, there are hundreds of thousands of people, if not more, are the victims of identity theft every year. And then even then, I'm probably selling it short. There are people who get fucked with, especially if you're a content creator, all the time. If you got your face out there, if someone's willing to put the time in, they will try to fuck with you in any way they see fit, especially if they can get a reaction out of you. Hence the reason why people don't go public with this bullshit. You're just advocating. You're basically just screaming, hey, do this to someone else. Why don't they take a shot at it and see what kind of reaction I give them? All these years, you still ain't figured that out yet?
by the way, for the record, this person was trying to do this from the moment that I ordered the Switch 2s, which was around 9 p.m., till past 10 p.m.
So wait, they were trying to hack your order from the time you started, but you didn't hear about this shit until after the fact. Make it make sense, man. Oh my god, we're grasping at straws. Yeah, this is definitely not legit. This is definitely not legit. He's got his time frame is all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? How the circumstance of it is all messed up. He didn't think this through. But he's he's hoping to throw enough at you to where you only care about the most sensationalized aspects or parts of it, and just disregard the rest. It's just bloat. It's legitimately just bloat.
Like, it took them a while to find someone who was gullible enough to believe them and give them access to the account. They had been trying to do it for over an hour before they finally found the sucker who believed them. So So
now you're saying that they had to make multiple attempts to try to get into your account, and not once were you notified of any of this shit. So when the first person said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't help you," they just opened up another chat log and did it again? And they just kept doing it until they found the one person who was like, "Fuck it." What?
Did this 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times and kept backing out and trying again until finally they found someone stupid enough. Okay? So here's the thing. This is the problem with having customer support on the other side of the planet with people who don't understand shit, sitting in a call center, looking at a step-by...
Nice way of bashing the foreigners, right, Phil? So, you know what I'm saying? The nice way of going about that. Maybe we should go ahead and get Kat a job at a call center. Maybe we should have her do that. Maybe she can fix all that.
Step instructional guide on how to help someone. Because They don't understand that people can actually do malicious things and mess with people's livelihood. Like, for example,
Well, maybe if you were covering your bases, you do realize that you're part of that equation, right? You are a factor in all of this. Maybe when they have, there are certain safeguards you need to you have to put in place to protect yourself before you demand other people to protect you. That is a thing, right? And someone himself, allegedly, being a victim of identity theft, he should know this? Didn't you learn anything the first time around? Of course you didn't, because it didn't happen the way you said it did.
thank God I got into the account when I did, and I changed everything. They could have been adding things to my Walmart cart and checking out and spending my money.
But yet he doesn't tell you anything about the payment methods that he has on file. He doesn't say anything about them accessing it. Doesn't that not seem weird? He's worried about, first off, thank God he got there in time. He didn't. That's why he lost both consoles, right? But then he's saying, oh, well, good thing they didn't add more to it. But he's not worried about the payment methods that he has on file that they can actually go in and look at. That doesn't bother him whatsoever. Not how they're going to spend his money, just the fact that they're working their way to trying to spend his money. And what, you couldn't have canceled those orders either later on down the line? All right, whatever. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Now I would have had to catch that and cancel all those orders before they ship, or else now I'm responsible for returning a whole bunch of shit that I didn't want to order. And I never.
What? You would have had to make the drive back to the store and give them their shit and say, hey, I didn't order this. Can I have my money back? But then again, it's the same lazy fuck who, when allegedly he got an opportunity to get the second Switch. I can't remember what store it was now. I'm not sure if it was Best Buy. I'm not sure if it was Best Buy, maybe, or Target, one of the two. He could get it, but he would have to go pick it up. It would be open for, I can't remember which one it is now. I can't remember if that was Target or if that was Best Buy. That he would be able to get one, but he would have to go there and actually get it. But he dismissed that because by then he already had the original bundle, or the original Switch locked in for Walmart, so he didn't care. Keep that in mind.
Authorized payment on.
Like, you can see how, like, everything's starting to blend into itself. Kind of.
So I want you to think about how messed up this is, okay? Now, I am going to say something, and I've had enough of this shit, okay?
Boy.
Since last night, I announced that this had happened to me, okay? Every motherfucker on the planet is trying to blame me, all right? You showed an email. You showed an order number. You said it was Walmart. You said it was... Now, listen. Again, I will admit this. I should have just gone offline to do this. I never should have said I got it from Walmart.
That doesn't matter. You just shouldn't have shown the fucking order, dude. You shouldn't have just shown the email. Your greed got you here. He thinks, oh, I'll take responsibility by not telling you guys where I ordered it from. I shouldn't have even done it on stream. But he doesn't want to take responsibility for showing all of the shit that allegedly got him into the circumstances that we're at now. He wants to completely avoid that one. Memory hole that shit. That didn't happen. I just shouldn't have done it on stream. Well, yeah, that's kind of a given, honestly.
I never should have done any of that. I should have said, I'm going to pre-order, and I'll be back. And I should have just ran break stuff.
No, you shouldn't have, because you're wasting, because yet again, it automatically comes up to, oh, I'm going to start the stream, but I'm going to waste you guys fucking time while I do this. Instead of, maybe just start the stream after the fact. Just do that. But see, he loves wasting people's time. He loves keeping people waiting, right? He loves thinking that people will sit around and just wait for his ass. That's really fucked up. But no dent's going to ever address that part.
Music and slides. Instead of sitting here doing it and telling you guys the process, because I thought it was kind of exciting, and you guys were excited to see if I was going to get it or not, right? So I thought it would be good content, and it was good content, quite frankly. People liked it who were on the stream.
That's not true.
But God forbid that I make good content.
God forbid I make good content by telling you guys, we saw it, that every, 15, 20 seconds, I'm in line at Walmart. I'm in line at Walmart. I'm in line at Walmart. Nothing's going on at Target. Amazon are fucking dumbasses. Best Buy lied to me. That was good content. Jesus Christ, Phil. Try harder, bitch. Try harder.
Right? Because I'm not allowed. If I do that, I'm at risk. And this is the point I keep making to you guys. This is why I can't go film in my house. I can't do IRL vlogging. I can't do any of that shit because that stuff is an actual risk. So the fact that I sat here saying, oh, I'm pre-ordering from Walmart. Oh, here's the confirmation email. That literally put me at risk because they could socially engineer the account.
But you didn't think about that when that $100 was offered, or those 20 gifted subs, I should say. That wasn't a concern then. It's only a concern after the fact. Okay.
All right. Now, all the moronic shit that the tinfoil hat wearing idiots are saying, go fuck yourselves. All right. No, Walmart didn't cancel my pre-orders because I ordered 2 Switches and there's a 1 Switch per household policy. That never happened. No.
You have no proof to say otherwise. You have no proof to say otherwise.
100% fucking false. It was outright canceled by someone who had access to my account. They were adding shit to my cart and they changed my password, you dumb fucks.
Sure they did. Sure they did. Gotcha.
All right? You and your fucking insane, let's blame Phil in every situation. And even on top of that anyway, it's still a crime that was committed.
So this thing didn't happen. I didn't do this. I'm not at fault. I did everything right. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. But even if I'm still a victim, I'm still a victim. Let's bring that back. Even if it was my fault, I'm still the victim. Oh, what a scumbag.
Gone offline to do this. I never should have said I got it from Walmart. I never should have done any of that.
Nope.
I should have said, I'm going to pre-order and I'll be back. And I should have just ran break stuff, break music and slides. Instead of sitting here doing it and telling you guys the process, because I thought it was kind of exciting and you guys were excited to see if I was going to get it or not, right? So I thought it would be good content, and it was good content, quite frankly. People liked it who were on the stream. But God forbid that I make good content, right? Because I'm not allowed. If I do that, I'm at risk. And this is the point I keep making to you guys. This is why I can't go.
So just deal with the slop that I dish out to you and don't demand anything more from me because I'm not capable of doing it because it'll hurt me and my family. Like I said, this is a setup for something. This is clearly a setup for something.
Film in my house. I can't do IRL vlogging. I can't do any of that shit because that stuff is an actual risk. So the fact that I sat here saying, oh, I'm pre-ordering from Walmart. Oh, here's the confirmation email. That literally put me at risk because they could socially engineer the account. All right. Now, all the moronic shit that the tinfoil hat wearing idiots are saying, go fuck yourselves. All right. No, Walmart didn't cancel my pre-orders because I ordered 2 Switches and there's a 1 Switch per household policy. That never happened. No, 100% fucking false. It was outright canceled by someone who had access to my account. They were adding shit to my cart and they changed my password, you dumb fucks. All right? You and your fucking...
Why do you care what we think anyway, though? Which is the real interesting part of it. You know, if we're all mentally ill morons and shit, we're all stalkers, we're all these different things, right? Why do you care what we think so badly? Why is that? Why is that a thing? Why is it that you're having to try to institutionalize these dents to not listen to anything that we're saying and whatnot? And why are you so scared of it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the problem? You're putting far more emphasis on a bunch of people who shouldn't mean anything to you that you're constantly saying you don't care about. You don't care about what we think. You don't care about what's said about you. It's all bullshit. It's all lies, and just disregard it. But yet you keep having the need to address it, especially the criticism part of it. You can't seem to address that either. Not properly anyway. Why are you even addressing it? Just work the shit out and move the fuck on. But I guess a victim has to address their victimizers, right? You have to put the spotlight on them so people know, right? Got to put a name to the face or whatever, right? Okay, I guess.
Saying, let's blame Phil in every situation. And even on top of that anyway, it's still a crime that was committed. Even if I told you I ordered from Walmart, it's still a fucking crime to impersonate someone's identity. It's called identity fraud, identity theft. It's a fucking federal crime. And this is like the 10th time it's happened to me.
So the 9 previous times you didn't learn. That sounds like a personal problem, to be honest with you. If it's taking you 10 times and you still ain't figured it out yet, I mean, you're a mongoloid, obviously, and whatnot. And, you know, maybe you and King Cobra need to go into a home. Maybe you need to be taken care of by somebody else, by trained professionals. You're clearly not smart enough to be able to handle things on your own. Clearly, if this is the 10th time that it's happened to you. Just saying. Most people only need to be burnt once or twice before they figure shit out. It's taking you 10 times and you're still fucking up. Just thought I'd put it out there. Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. Maybe before Dave and Linda have to go into a home, maybe they should consider putting you into one first. Like what Clint should have done for fucking Josh or King Cobra JFS.
This happened to me with accounts years ago, and that's why I had to redo my entire fucking bank account and all of that shit. It happened with my utilities.
So then if that was the case, then why were you so shocked that that your bank put a freeze on your payment method for your initial switch? Why would you be surprised about that if those were the safeguards that you put in place to protect yourself? Did he memory hole that? Did he forget that? He might have.
Now it happens again. This social engineering and identity fraud is a huge fucking problem, and no one out there is equipped to handle it. None of these companies understand the level that people will go to fuck with someone just because they're mentally ill.
Completely trying to absolve himself of responsibility. Amazing. Just amazing.
So they have no real safeguards against it. At any moment, any employee of any company could be a moron and grant access to all of your shit. Even if you have...
It's funny how if you're not a native English speaker, you're a moron just off the rip. Any of you guys ever notice that? Most of you guys may have not. Because, you know, most of you, I would like to think all of you are not racist. But fucking A, bro. If as it pertains to Phil, if English isn't your first language, you're a moron. It's amazing how that's a thing. But then it's also amazing that people say he's not racist. I'm sure it's a thing, I guess.
1-factor, 2-factor, 3-factor, 7-factor authorization. You have apps that authorize. It doesn't matter. They say, oh, okay, I believe you. Here's a code. Go ahead. There's nothing you can do. So what I have to do moving forward, I know how insane this sounds.
So you're gonna continue to isolate yourself and think that's going to do what? You think that's just gonna make it? You're just safeguarding yourself even further? You really think that's how this is gonna work? You know what I'm saying? You're too scared to even leave your house at this point. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, it's to the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics' benefit that you continue to shut yourself in and further isolate yourself from the world. It'll be easier. It's even more easier to control you. It's far easier to do that now. Isolate you. You know, Phil, you're an abuser to some degree, so you should understand this. Isolate somebody or something away from everybody, and then you're the one who dictates what information they take in. You isolate all their movements, and you basically dictate what they see, what they think, what they touch, what they taste. You don't realize that, do you? You're a prisoner in your own home, and you don't even realize it. I can't even say it's your own home because you don't own it, but you're a prisoner in that you're paying for your own jail cell, and you don't even realize it. And since you don't go nowhere, you don't do anything because your whole MO is just to be completely driven by money. You'll never do anything. And you're only going to further isolate yourself from the rest of those dents who just happen to leave their house more than once a week. As far as I'm concerned, this is a win, no matter how you look at it. as absolutely fucking demented as that shit is, as fucking demonic as that sounds, that's actually the truth. He's actually just throwing himself further and further into that box, and that box is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. It's going to be a tight fit like his wife. But he won't know until it's too late. Womp womp.
From now on, I literally...
It's a shame that Phil don't know how to make a proper sandwich. I got to tell you, because you got to think. Some of those late night sessions with Kat, you might want to eat something. Maybe her too, but you may want to have a sandwich, and he can't even make a sandwich. Like a good cook. Shit.
really have to not make anything public that involves any.
Then again, Aaron couldn't make a good sandwich either. You don't believe me? Ask Nick Ricada. Aaron was barely able to get the SpaghettiOs open, let alone be able to make a fucking sandwich. Jesus Christ.
Anything like this. Phil's gonna do a pre-order. All right, guys, I'll see you later. I'll be back. You know, that's just it. You know, there's nothing that I can do about it.
He's actually trying to make it sound like he's like we're punishing his audience for our own amusement, if you will. He's the one who fucked up here, but he's so quick to throw the blame on everybody else and then be like, hey, you guys are the ones that are going to get punched for it, because the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics are going to do what they want, or what they want. I didn't even do anything wrong. I have to actually do less. I have to provide you guys left to save myself and my family. And you guys are, you as the fan base or the viewer base or base, whatever, suffer. It's so sad. It's not even good. It's not even really good manipulation. It's just lazy. Just lazy.
It's just insane.
Suffer.
And again, oh, well, this is Phil's fault. How? How is it my fault exactly? Tell me how someone actually committing a crime is my fault.
By putting yourself in a position to be victimized. Suffer.
Oh, you showed an email. What's your fucking point, you incredible mouth?
You showed an email. What's the point? I was still the victim at the end of it. Oh, that's great. Suffer, Philip. Suffer.
Jeweler. You incredible brainless twit. So what if I showed an email?
Oh, so now we're gonna get ready to turn it to victim blaming. That's what. Oh shit! Classic victim blaming.
That doesn't give someone the right to impersonate me, say that they're me, fool a customer service rep into thinking they're me to get access to my account, cancel orders.
And we have no proof of any of this. And keep in mind, though, too, they're not, I don't think, see, at Amazon, they don't charge you until it actually ships. I want to tell you Walmart's like that, too. Pretty confident. Pretty confident, yeah. Like, it will, until the order actually ships, you're not going to get charged for anything. So hear me out. So my thought process is, if that's the case, then theoretically he can go ahead and come up with this little bitch fest shit all he wants. You know, hey, I can't do more for you guys. I need to protect myself. Don't demand anything from me because all these people. There's definitely another ulterior motive that I haven't sussed out yet. But more importantly, he can literally now be like, hey, you know, I can't do the Switch unboxing for you guys because I got fucked over. So maybe someone else does it for him. Then he can cancel, he can either cancel his, or he can just take those back later and get his money back. And then he'll just play whatever new one that someone in the audience provides him. You know what I mean? It literally could be just as easy as that. There's definitely a con going on here, obviously. You know what I mean? So there's clearly some type of scheming going on.
Put things in my car and change my password. That's all illegal. You fucking moron.
And see, like I said, you're smirking, you're doing all this, and I'm supposed to believe he's really mad. I'm supposed to believe that he's really sad. I'm supposed to believe that he's really the victim when he's clearly trying to get a narrative over. And clearly, whatever it is that he wanted, he still has. Or he thinks he still has it. He's smug as shit. Does he really seem like he's a victim right now? He's not moving like a victim.
So, what does this mean? How do I proceed? And what do we do? Okay? Well, first off, the pre-orders are all done. Just for the record, it's sold out everywhere. You couldn't even get Target to work. I had it in my cart at Target. It never worked. They just air it out endlessly and you could never buy it. Best Buy didn't work. They didn't launch at 9 p.m. like they were supposed to. They launched at like 9:20, 9:30. It aired out repeatedly and almost no one could get it from there either. Okay? I tried GameStop this morning. Their website wouldn't even work. I tried the app. Their app aired out. And by the time that it finally loaded again, it just said, oh, not available. So I can't buy it through official means. And the thing is, I want to.
Through official means. Now, keep in mind, he had this narrative about scalpers up until this point. So for a good week or two. Because everybody was talking about it on Twitter. So that's the thing. So now he's almost trying to put it out there like, hey, I may have to go by illegal means to do this shit, guys. I may have to do this, but I got to do it to save my business. Which is funny because he bashed that. He says he hates that. He doesn't respect that. It's not a practice that should be allowed. Just like advanced copies, early copies, reviewer copies, influencer copies, like that. But it's on the table right now, at least according to him, from what he's saying, the way he's moving.
You have to understand something, all right? I wanted to buy the Switch 2. I had every intention of paying my own hard-earned money to get the Switch 2.
He does beg hard for the money. So hard for the money.
these crazy criminals.
You guys thought I was going to go into a jingle, didn't you? Nah, not with a song like that. I'm not doing that. But I thought about it. I got to be honest.
These mentally stunted morons are the reasons why I can't just do normal shit through normal means like everyone else. That's all I wanted to do was just buy a Switch so I could do it as a
You mean buy 2 switches? 2 switches. You know, just in case one breaks, just in case it doesn't show up on time, just to give one to his wife. Maybe give it away, do a giveaway for it. He didn't just want to buy a Switch. Sorry, semantics. I know. I'm splitting hairs at this point.
launch coverage like I am entitled to as a content creator, like every other human who has money. I should have been able to do it. But instead, I have to have federal crimes committed against me. All right?
Did you contact the police this time around? Did you contact the FBI? No? Okay. I just thought I'd ask.
So, I don't know what else to say. It's fucked up. It's a fucked up situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, number one, I'm just going to tell you this. All right? I'm going to make this abundantly clear. No longer am I going to listen to or entertain any moron or idiot who says,
I love this lame ass, like, eye squinting eye roll thing he does. It's kind of hilarious, actually. It's really pathetic, too.
Phil, you over exaggerate.
You do.
Phil, you make stuff up.
You do.
Phil, you do this for sympathy.
You do.
You do this because you want free shit.
You do.
I don't want.
You've done it. You have a history of doing all of those things. Great screenshot. You have a history of doing all these things. That's not made up. You really did it. I think you're still doing it. And the fact that you even address that already kind of proves that there's some type of ulterior motive besides I'm the victim, re.
Want anyone to donate anything to me. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I wanted to buy the Switch 2 last night.
And now you can't buy it because of illegal means and because of the situation. So now I need you guys to donate it to me directly because I can't spend the money because it's going to hurt me and my family. Come on, Phil. Set up punch, set up punch, set up punch. You know what I'm saying? We're not even scheming no more. We're just coming out and saying, please donate it to me because I can't buy it because these idiots are trying to hurt me and my family.
That ability to just make an actual commercial transaction was taken away from me.
See, so then you have to donate it to me. You have to, or I'm going to suffer, which means that y'all are going to suffer. Scumbag. Scumbag. Oh, never change, Phil. Never change.
I wasn't saying, hey, everyone, please buy me a Switch 2. Please donate a Switch 2. No, I wanted to buy it.
He wanted to buy it. But now, you guys may have to donate it. If not, he gonna suffer.
And they wouldn't let me. Do you get it? How fucked up that is? I work hard. People support my content because they like it.
Not that we beg or anything. They support the content because they like it. Yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. Sure. In some alternative universe, that might have been true. Maybe. Probably not. Suffer.
Earn money that I should be able to spend on whatever I want. I shouldn't have to worry about pussyfooting around, being incredibly afraid that I say or do something that might jeopardize myself or my family's privacy, or have someone commit a federal crime to impersonate me to try to fuck with me and my livelihood.
And since a federal crime has happened to you, have you called the Fed yet? No? Okay. Suffer.
You get it? Like, that should never happen in any circumstance. It's not okay in any way, shape, or form, in any time or place. It's not right.
I mean, it's not right to take other people's disability checks and their fucking social security checks either. You know what I'm saying? It's not funny, nor is it moral, if you want to be that, if you want to take it that route, to fucking try to poach people for money who are barely getting by themselves. It shouldn't be acceptable to take money from people who have to file multiple fucking bankruptcies and shit because they themselves clearly can't control their money and or finances. You don't have a problem doing that shit. You didn't have a problem taking Derek's money. Well, his mom's credit card money, I should say. Never stopped you there. And that's why when that comes up in a conversation, he immediately shuts down because he knows he doesn't have a retort to it.
So enough with your, oh, Phil deserves it. Phil showed the email. Phil said he bought it from Walmart. Phil ordered 2 Switches. You're fucking stupid. You're the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. Kiss my fucking hairy ass. Someone went out of their way to commit a federal crime to stop me from covering the launch of the Switch 2. And now it's time to fucking suffer.
Suffer! Suffer!
Because here's why you're going to suffer, you dumb fuck. You ready for this?
Mhm.
Why do you think I have been around for 17 years?
Oh, shit. Oh, we're going to go to charity angle now? Are we going to say, is that what we're going to do, Phil? The reason why I've been able to endure as long as I have is because every time I'm attacked, people rise up to support me. Gouty spirit bomb every time the villain of the week pops up and shit. Is that what that is, Phil? I roger that.
Do you think it was chance? Do you think it was coincidence? Do you think that for some reason I just magically stayed? Ladies and gentlemen, the reason that I'm still here after 17 years is one fucking word. Perseverance.
Perseverance. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's real good. Yeah, that's what it was. I'm not begging and pleading to keep doing what I'm doing as a job, to keep sharing my passion with you guys. None of that bullshit. Perseverance. Yes, that's what begging is now. Is that the new code word for begging? Is that supposed to be like the new, is that the, what's it, begging is the new fucking, the new orange and shit, or the new black, or whatever that's supposed to be? Is that what that is, Phil? Suffer. Suffer.
Get it?
It sounds like spite. That's what it sounds like, Phil. It sounds like spite.
I don't give up. I don't
know. Your track record with video games and projects and new ideas would beg a differ, but whatever.
fail or falter. I don't fall down on my knees crying, oh my God, it's all over. They got me.
That's not true too. You've done that before. You've definitely cried like a bitch before. Don't act like you haven't. Whatever. Go ahead. It's your fantasy. Live it the way you want.
Instead, when people fuck with me, I use that as motivation to continue forward positively.
Oh, we're going to go with this again? All right. Well, I did say for you to choose your own adventure, but all right, this is what we're going with. Okay.
To keep sticking to my guns. To keep doing what I know is the right thing to do.
I thought that was Scud missiles, though. Whatever. Semantics. It's kind of weird hearing someone who's never fired a weapon try to talk about sticking to their guns. I don't know. This seemed awkward to me.
And that's why people still care about Darksydephil in 2025. It's not because I sold out and became a shill like one half of the internet. And it's not because I became a toxic bully who gets into drama and awful content like the other half of the internet.
Oh, now we're going with that 3-path nonsense again? Jesus, bro. You're just begging for me to do that video, huh? I was going to hold that off for a few months, but don't tempt me.
It's because I am a man alone standing on an island making content the way no one else dares to.
What? It's like you're out there on the great frontier and shit on your own. Just you in the wilderness and shit. Mano y mano. Shut the shit up. Oh, this is sad. And we're not even close to even being done yet. God damn, son.
To be different, to not hurt others, and to say no matter what you throw against me, you're not going to hurt me.
Didn't you just say suffer, though? But you're saying you're not doing anything to hurt anybody else? Despite the fact that this literally just seems like you're doing this out of spite. You only exist out of spite now. You're not existing to make good content. You're not existing to try to grow as a person, understand the mistakes you make, grow from them, and hope that other people do it. You're doing it just because you don't want to have people have a one-up on you and shit. You know what you sound like, to be honest with you? Even though, truth be told, it's probably fair to say she may have gotten this from you, but she'll probably never admit it. You sound like Amber Lynn, and you sound like Foodie Beauty. You sound a lot like Foodie Beauty, to be honest with you. Because she only does what she does out of spite for her reactors. Because it's the only way she thinks she can lash out at them, despite the fact that they profit from her immensely. Every breath that woman takes, and I use the term woman loosely, every breath that woman takes, bro, is monetized in ways that she'll never be able to do. And whatnot. But as long as she thinks she shows up every day, she thinks she's owning somebody, and she's not. She's a fucking puppet, and she don't even know it. She don't even realize it. She can't even see the strings. And that's the great trick. The greatest trick is you're a puppet, You're dancing to another person's tune and you're not smart enough to realize it because you still believe you're in control. And that is the fallacy of all puppets. You don't think a puppet doesn't think it moves on its own? You don't think a puppet knows or doesn't believe that it's real? Just because it moves around, just because a voice comes out of its mouth, not even realizing if it's really theirs or not? Same concept. That's what you are. You're a puppet. You're a legitimate puppet. Just like how fucking Quantum Bishop or El Presador used to puppet fucking Wings of Redemption back in the day. Same concept with you. You're a fucking puppet. There's someone with their hand up your fucking ass, making you, or in your, at least putting a battery in your back if you want to go that route, making you do all this shit. You think you're doing it all on your own and you're not. You have no clue. You ain't lost the plot a long ass time ago. This story in itself doesn't make sense. It's so ill-conceived. It lacks any type of real coherency. Like, it's definitely not thought out. It sounds like a bunch of shit that you just threw together and you're hoping that sticks. Sorry, Phil, you're not a real boy. Oh shit, you're Dark Geppetto for a reason. Holy shit, bro.
I am the rock face upon which the waves crash, and I never fucking crumble.
Have you never heard of erosion? Like, you, maybe you haven't. Maybe you haven't. Let's not go there. We don't have to do that. But I'd say everything breaks over time, Phil.
Get it? It doesn't matter what you do, what you fucking say. It doesn't matter how you portray me on the internet. I'm going to be here every day.
But wait a second, isn't the things that people say about you what causes Kat to be downstairs crying all the time? Not the fact that she's just gotten so heavy that she can't make her way upstairs anymore. But isn't that a thing? Didn't you say all the negative stuff that's said about you on the internet affects you and your family and your well-being and shit? And that's why you guys live in fear? But now you're saying it doesn't mean shit. So now you want people to ramp it up? Okay, I guess. I don't know how someone's supposed to basically take that, but take that. Whatever.
Streaming, making meaningful, positive content for my viewers and audience till the day that I decide I am done and I hang up the mantle of Darksydephil, the streamer and content creator.
Well, you're not a streamer or a content creator, so you plan on dying on stream then? Okay, fair enough. I guess if that's the way you want to leave the planet and whatnot head first, then so be it.
I decide my destiny. I am the master of my own fate, and there's nothing any of you...
You sound like a really good puppet, because I'm sure puppets believe that shit too. Desperate to be a real boy.
...can do about it.
I don't know. If you're ranting like this, it sounds like a lot was already done. You just still haven't realized it yet. Suffer! Suffer!
You fooled someone in Pakistan or India into thinking you were me.
You're a great racist, Phil. You really are. I gotta tell you, you're a fucking fantastic racist. The fact that people don't believe you're racist is wild to me. I don't get it. You show all of the type of fortitude of someone who is, which is weird because it's not like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's not like you're purebred of anything, right? You know what I'm saying? You're kind of just an amalgamation of a bunch of different things either. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, both sides wouldn't accept you anyway. But yet, you know, but then again, they do say though, like Chris Chan and other people who are mentally ill, you guys also, not all of you, but some of you do gravitate to racism for some strange ass reason and whatnot. They actually have studies on this shit. They don't really understand why and whatnot. The thought though, the most provocative thought is that it's a way of them trying to fit in, I guess. But I don't know. It's fantastic. I gotta tell you, it's fantastic to watch. It really is. Use the racism when it benefits you, and then when it don't, oh, you guys are projecting on me. Sure, that's what it is. That makes a lot of sense. Gotcha. Because hiding behind being edgy doesn't work no more. I mean, whatnot. I mean, it never should have, but people went with that for a while. Oh, it's just edgy jokes. It's not that. That's not what they really mean. Sure.
And you logged into my account and you canceled my pre-orders. So what? I'm still here. I'm still streaming.
Yeah. See, you wouldn't see. He wouldn't act like this if he didn't have a slimy, gouty, greasy ace in the hole, obviously. And like I said earlier on in this, many moons ago, that I wouldn't be surprised if Kat was downstairs, more than likely downstairs, and she was trying to get one too, and that's how they secured all this shit, to be honest with you. It actually kind of makes more sense that that's what happened, given why he needed to go downstairs temporarily and then come back. It makes more sense. Or if not downstairs, at least cross the hall to her office, whatever. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they both tried to do it and whatnot. Because like I said, he didn't show you shit outside of the order for the first one. I'm saying, truth be told, that could have easily have been done on Cat's end and whatnot. And when he logs into the account, he pops it up. He never showed any confirmation for the second one. So I'm just saying.
I'm still going to play a game today. I'm still going to make content. I'm still going to make a living. And guess what? When people fuck with me, more people support me. You stupid, incredible, brainless idiot.
So then, theoretically, we're doing you a favor then, right? So theoretically, you should be thanking us, right? Suffer! Suffer!
When you mess with DarksydePhil, people rally to support DarksydePhil. That's why I'm still here 17 years later. Do you know what the king of hate moniker?
So it's not because you put out good content. It's not that you put out meaningful content. It's not because you're one of the hidden jewels of the internet or one of the forgotten pioneers. It's because people are desperate to try to make you suffer. And because people keep rallying around you is the reason why you're still around. So it's not even that they care about you. It's that they want to show up ass clowns like myself. I'll go ahead and throw that insult in there for you to make you feel better. Really? So your whole existence is predicated on people fucking with you and other people trying to stand up and defend you. So begging, basically. A form of begging, basically. Yes, Phil, I got you. That makes a whole lot of sense. I'm not to the point yet where I'm ready to shake my fist at the air yet, but gotcha. That's the narrative we're going with. Okay. All right, champ.
Meant. It didn't mean that I was a hateful individual who wanted to crap on others and be a bigot and a sexist and a racist and to
Even though people in India and overseas or whatever are fucking idiots and morons and shit. But you're still not racist though, right? I just want to make sure I got this right.
insult Hideo Kojima like all the morons said it was. The king of hate moniker is that when people hate against Phil Burnell, Phil Burnell takes all of that hatred and vitriol against him and he uses it as fuel.
Really, fuel. How did that Evo win in 2005 go for you, champ? Or what about your campaign in 2006, champ? Or your campaign in 2007, champ, before you got ran out? Did you use that fuel? Hey, tell me a little bit more about how you used that hatred as fuel when you were in that parking lot with fucking Mike Watson and Jaha, and you were on your knees crying and saying that you were an alcoholic. Were you fueled by the King of Hate moniker then? Was that a thing? I'm just asking. I could just reach out to Jaha and be like, hey, when he was on his knees and shit, what did you feel him bottle that hatred and shit and turn it into fuel? Was it fuel then? Makes you think.
He throws it into his fucking engine and he burns it up and it propels him forward with energy.
So was that going to propel you into the Jaha and Mike Watson's fist? Was that was going to be the fuel that was going to go into your steamboat? It was going to propel you into right into their fists. Is that how it was going to go? That's how it was going to work out for you? I'm so confused now. This shit's fucking wild, bro.
And vigor to make positive content.
Boy, you got to be careful, man. If that V had slipped up and sound like an N, it might have been rough for you, Phil.
And to be successful. I own the hate against me and I use it to push forward positively and succeed.
But that's not what you just told us, though. You said that the hatred, all the hate and stuff that is thrown against you is what causes people to support you, to keep you going for the last 17, 18 years, whatever the fuck it was. That's what you just said. Now you're saying you're using it as fuel to propel yourself forward and make positive content, but you think ranting about a bunch of faceless people on the internet, does that come across as positive to you? Okay. That's a thought.
And that's why I'm here 17 years later. No matter how many morons have tried to end me, I'm still fucking here. I'm not going anywhere. Right now, I'm actually on a high. Things are going well for me.
That's kind of what happens when you sniff your own farts, but all right, Phil.
Think about all the awesome stuff that's happened in the last year. The massive upgrades to my setup.
You mean when you were King Snake and you were using fucking Kino Casino to get over? Oh, and also how you stepped over a broken fucking man in fucking Review Tech USA. I use that term loosely because any man who can't take care of his children is no man. But how you sat there and stepped over his carcass to form that friendship with Kino Casino so you could become King Snake Snake Eater and go ahead and betray them to get you from point A to point B, meaning that getting all of that money so you could do all these upgrades so you could turn your back on them later. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. That last year's been great for you, Phil. Snake Eater. That sounds great. King Snake. Woo! And it's funny too, because you know what I'm saying, not to defend Review Tech USA, he already has somebody that does that for him. But it's funny how you basically took advantage of someone who is classically looked at as a lolcow for sure, as well as mentally ill too, by the way, just in case you guys didn't know. Review Tech is very much mentally ill. You sat there and took advantage of him and his situation and circumstances to prop you up and to form the friendship / bond / partnership with Kino Casino, only to screw them over later. Did that sound like a fucking positive thing to do? But yet you would sit there and shit on Review Tech USA for using detractor content to shit on and make money off of you. Now, I'm a hypocrite. I'll be the first one to tell you that. But Mr. Moral Grounds, shouldn't you be above that? Shouldn't that be one of the many steps to put you above your detractors, trolls, haters, and critics? Not taking advantage or taking the road that other people have used against you? Or tactics, if you will? I just thought I'd ask.
The fact that I'm a successful co-streamer. I'm making money. I can...
A successful co-streamer? Who are you co-streaming with? And did we hit any of the goals on those co-streams? Does that really make you a successful co-streamer? Semantics.
Afford all the things. I was going to buy 2 Switch 2s because I can afford them.
That's a mark of success. You sound like a brain dead consumer. That's what you sound like. You sound like a fucking dead. That literally the definition of hood rich, apparently. Wow. Sound like Wings of Redemption, to be honest with you. I can afford things, so that makes me rich.
I didn't...
Silly ass shit, bro. Silly ass. Wings is another one. He's terrible with money. Holy shit. Great screenshot, by the way. It's very denty of you.
have to do a special event to fundraise for it. I could just get them.
No, you mean like the marathons that you run a lot? You mean hitting the 10 stream goals so we can do DSP tries it? That's $1,500. I would assume that $1,500 went a long way into help you getting those switches. Wouldn't that theoretically be a marathon and or a goal or some form of continuous contributions and support to get you what you need? Or am I misreading that? I could be.
I just became a verified and partnered streamer on Kick.
Yeah, off the back of Kino Casino. Suffer. And keep in mind, just in case you didn't know this, just to get this is to get partnered, to get verified. He thought after 3 weeks he should have already had that. He didn't. So what did he do? He went into those DMs with Kino Casino and bitched and complained to them about how he had put all this work in dual streaming or multi-streaming for 3 weeks, and Kick still hasn't acknowledged them. He basically low-key begged to them to pull strings on their end to get him verified on Kick. But now we're sitting here trying to take all the glory for ourselves. It was his blood, sweat, tears, and snorts that got him to where he is. Keep that in mind. And keep in mind, it's the same people that he begged to try to get Kick to expedite his verification were the same people he was planning on screwing in the first place. King Snake, Snake Eater. Keep that in mind.
And that's working out. All these things are working well for me. Do you get it?
Even though the viewership on Kick side isn't there. And the viewership on YouTube is declining as well. Keep that in mind. Successful though. Suffer.
Well for me. So every time that you fuck with me, all you do is prove my point. I am not going to falter or fail. I'm going to continue. You are going to sit there and stew and cry and seethe and mope.
Suffer.
And cope and say, I can't believe it. Like the Grinch on Christmas morning.
Oh my Christ, please tell me we're not doing this. Please tell me we're not doing this. What is this? Is this that, the fuck is this from? Is this going back to the DeathFace Christmas special lame ass shit? Is that what we're doing with this? Oh, suffer, Phil, suffer.
Our story begins with an odd setting placement. A troll who lived in his grandparents' basement. Our antagonist was a dastardly creature who worshipped Kojima and loved Justin Bieber.
Oh yeah!
A good word is something he would say to none, and trolling the net was how he had fun. He tried to get famous, but it was no use. His playthroughs on YouTube had only 2 views.
Fuck.
But an outlet for his anger he did not require, for a gamer called Phil received all his ire.
I just don't get it.
The hater exclaimed.
How is it that DSP got so much fame? His jokes aren't funny.
His gameplay is bad, and the majority of his playthroughs are sad. He doesn't respect the game devs or voice actors, and Hideo Kojima isn't his master. How dare he make playthroughs that aren't perfect runs? It's almost as if he plays games to have fun.
Then the sad loser had an epiphany.
I've got it. For Christmas, I'll end DSP. Instead of ignoring someone I don't like, I'll make shitting on him the goal of my life.
So without a lick of good sense in his head, the shithead decided to troll Phil instead. He thumbed down the videos.
Fuck you,
in
bitch.
comments, he swore. He tried to make Phil's YouTube gig a big chore. He impersonated big game companies and contacted YouTube about Phil's series. He made DSP's content ID flag spike and bombarded him with false copyright strikes. Then the big blow in this hateful barrage, a 57-hour-long "This is how you don't play" montage. You're a loser, Mr. Troll. You really are a dick. You spend all your time hating. You really make me sick, Mr. Troll. I'd suggest doing something creative, but you've got no talent. You're an asshole, Mr. Troll. You have no fucking life. You've never even kissed a girl, just give up on a wife, Mr. Troll. Some of the ugliest dudes have hot wives, but you're too busy trolling. Oh yeah, what a loser. You're a douchebag, Mr. Troll. A coward through and through. If you said this shit to my face, can you guess what I'd do, Mr. Troll? If I had a chance of being filthy rich or going back in time to prevent your birth, fill up the DeLorean. You're a shithead, Mr. Troll. Why can't you just move on? When you are 45 years old, you'll still live with your mom, Mr. Troll. Speaking of your mom, tell her I'll be unavailable next week as I'm taking time off. Oh yeah, she still owes me for last night. Oh yeah! And so then the troll, that huge fucking jerk, went back onto YouTube to revel in his work.
The hell?
He exclaimed.
This just can't be so. Phil's still playing games. There's new videos. He plays without thumbs up. He plays without fame. He plays despite montages mocking his game.
And then the troll yelled out, incredibly confused, he plays without hundreds of thousands of views! Yeah, come on, get him! Ha ha ha, take that, you son of a bitch! Oh, you shoot! You know what? It's okay. It's Christmas! Ha 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 ha! Come on, let's do this! Come on, bitches, yeah! I'm gonna give you some. You want some, boy? I'll give you some, that's right! I know exactly what you want. Take some of this, yeah! Ha 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 ha! According to legend, then some would say, the troll's e-penis shrunk 3 sizes that day.
Oh, fuck.
Ah. You know, sometimes gaming is just about fun, and then sharing all of that with everyone. Don't turn to hating or being a prick, because it's not funny. You'll just be a dick. Well,
enough of this humbug. Let's end this right. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. In all seriousness, everyone.
When he looked down at Whoville and he said, Christmas still came, even without toys, even without the feast.
When's the last time your wife came, Phil? I'm just asking for a friend.
Even without all of those things, they're still happy. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter how you fuck with me. I'm still going to be here. I'm not going to give up. So many people have said to me over the years, Phil, why don't you give it up and throw in the towel? With all the things that's happened to you, that's documented. Not even just the things you say, but the things that are public is crazy. We can only imagine.
The things that are documented. Oh, yeah, not all the other bullshit that he tries to allude to that he has no proof of, so he don't want to bring it up. I'm glad you did that, Phil. You saved me the trouble. It saved me the trouble.
The things that have happened behind the scenes that we don't even know about. How do you keep doing it?
I.e. the stuff that never actually happened.
Well, maybe it's because I'm stubborn. Probably a big part of it. Again, I'm the kind of guy that my whole life, when someone looked at me and said, you can't do it, you're not good enough, you're a scumbag, you're an asshole, you're a jerk, this and that, I said, I'm glad you feel that way. Now I'm going to prove you wrong.
You're going to prove wrong that you're not a scumbag, you're not a jerk, you're not a piece of shit. How'd you do that? That's interesting. When did you actually acknowledge your own failure on that? Hence the reason why you're still the way you are now. That makes sense. Because last time I checked, when they said you weren't going to win Evo, you didn't win Evo. And that was 3 years in a row. 2005 to 2007. Before you end up getting ousted from the FGC. So did you prove it then? Is that when that King of Hate moniker came about? Was that a thing? Suffer! Suffer!
And every single time in my life that it's happened, I've persevered. When in the Street Fighter
So continuing to exist is perseverance, apparently. Take it all in.
Community, they said all I was a big shit talker, and I was never going to put my money where my mouth was and actually win.
Oh, well, you didn't. And that's why you were the human ATM and whatnot, to be honest with you. On top of the fact that you didn't win any of the major tournaments that you needed the win to prove anything, to be honest with you. Yeah, you had a qualifier, 1, maybe 2, but you damn sure only placed highly at the other ones, and highly isn't even that crazy because it's really like top 8, to be honest with you. So he literally could have just came in 7th or 8th place, and that was enough to get a qualifier spot. But then again, that just feeds into the gatekeeping part, which only makes sense given how he's behaving now. Suffer! Suffer!
I proceeded to win tournament after tournament after tournament after tournament in Super Turbo.
Really? Tournament after tournament after tournament after tournament, though there is no real clarification for any of that. Like I said, may have won a couple of qualifiers, only placed highly at the rest of them. Never won Evo, which is the main dance. So we're literally taking credit for gatekeeping. Gotcha. And then keep in mind, his highest placement was at a tournament that people had boycotted, that the pros showed up to but didn't even compete. And he still couldn't win. The Japanese came in and cleaned that ass up. Still want to stand on that now, huh? And then, for years, he didn't even want to bring up the qualifiers. He only said 4th place at Evo. That was the hill he chose to die on. And he held on to that for years until that finally got dismantled. Then we started to talk about the qualifiers. He didn't lead with that. It was always 4th place at Evo 2005. That was it. Not another mention of qualifiers. Keep that in mind.
And show them all that I was great. And then they had nothing else to fucking say until people tried to erase that narrative and rewrite it years later on the internet.
So no one had any problems with you except for that, apparently. But then he admits that he was a piece of shit. He was an asshole. He went ahead and threatened people. He did things that he shouldn't have done. But no, people only hated him because he was great, that he was as good of a player as he thought he was. And once people saw that, then they had no more problems with him. Huh, that's weird. Because I thought you were really starting to turn things around, Phil, when you started getting into your quote-unquote tournament organization stuff. That's what really made people change or look at you in a different light. Even though that's not true, because at that ECC that year, I want to say it was ECC 11, but it might have not been. Don't quote me on that. You had a problem with not just the Guilty Gear community, but with the Tekken oh man, it was Tekken Dark something. Well, with the Tekken community at that time too. And they were going to run mud shows against ECC because of the way you spoke about their games and shit. And then it took other people to fucking clean that up and square that away. But you don't want to bring that up. You don't want to talk about that.
Facts remains, I became a top-level tournament player, despite the fact that everyone thought that I was just going to be a shit-talking scrub.
You were a shit-talking scrub, though, to be honest with you. That's why you never won. That's why you never won EVO. You did all that gatekeeping, you did all that traveling, you ran up all those credit cards and shit like that with cash advances to just lose and go home. Womp womp.
On YouTube, everyone said, oh, Phil, you're a no one. Your quality sucks. No one likes your content because you're just a schlub.
Which is true, actually. It's still true to this very day. That's why you got passed up multiple times over. That's why no one will talk to you. Everybody will talk, most people will talk about you, but you can't really get anybody to talk to you. Literally the definition of human toxic waste / evolving into radiation.
And I said, all right, fine. I'm glad you said that. And through the years, I constantly improved, changed, and became a better person. And now here I am.
A better person? What? When did this happen? Did I miss that meeting? I thought you said the reason why you don't act the way you did 10 years ago is because you can't. You can't monetize it. You can't talk the way you want to talk. You can't use that language because everybody on the internet are now sissies. No one can take a joke. I thought that's what it was. Now you're saying that you changed for the better because what? Asking for a friend.
In 2025, and I'm more successful now than I ever was. And you might say, what? I don't get it.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't get it, given the fact that if you look at what his monthly views are, compare it to what they were 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, that would contradict what he's saying now. But perception is reality, I suppose.
Doesn't matter how many views you have. It doesn't matter how many people watch your content. What happens is how many people care about you and your content and support it. I know that now.
You know that now, okay. Even though, what, there's only half a dozen people, if that, and all the other people that you could try to point to are all on sock accounts and shit, does that really mean something, Phil? Okay, sure. Like I said, I'll let you play your game.
I'm much more successful and happy and positive in my life today, having a few thousand major supporters who love what I do.
A few thousand? Oh, that's inflated to such a gross, dishonest number. And it's funny how you're so much happier now that you got nothing. You know what he sounds like? He sounds like those fucking dictators who were lucky enough to get out their motherfucking country without getting killed and shit and go off to another country and kind of hide out for like 20 years, living normally and shit. And then they eventually get found out and someone goes to interview them and is like, yeah, you know, I made a lot of mistakes and everything, but I'm a lot better off now though, man. Like I realized that, you know, waking up every day and not ordering the deaths of all these people or invading these nearby settlements and shit like that, and all the debauchery with all the women and all the drugs and all the liquor and all that bullshit. I feel like me having a much simpler life now is me paying my penance. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, things are so much better now. Yeah, Phil, that's what he sounds like. That's literally what he sounds like. Cope. Literally cope.
As opposed to back in the day when I had hundreds of thousands of people who were watching me.
And you didn't give a fuck about any of them. So now that that's been cut down to tenths, actually probably even more than that, to be honest with you, now you're better. You're much happier. Gotcha. So basically what he's saying, actually, if you look at it from this standpoint, he's a lot happier because there are less people that can stab him in the back. Let's scratch that. Let's remix that shit. He's a lot happier now that there's less people watching him because there's less people to criticize him within his own camp. That's telling, if you really think about it. That's very, very telling.
But no one was really supporting. They were just watching. Get it?
Oh, so because these assholes weren't giving me money anyway, they weren't subscribed to my PayPal. Or no, sorry. They weren't subscribed to my Patreon. Or they weren't giving money to my Patreon. They weren't giving me money to my PayPal. They weren't coming to my streams and giving me money. They were all dead weight. They had no value anyway. They were human waste. Just a waste of space, to be honest with you. And if they fell off the edge of the earth, no one would care. No one would miss them. Wow, Phil, that's great. That's great. People who don't give you money are just useless to you. Gotcha. That's okay. That's a choice.
There's a big difference. But people don't get that. They don't understand. They actually are that ignorant. They don't get it. So here's the deal. Moving forward, I just have to be more careful. I have to be careful about what I tell you guys. I have to be careful about how I operate. I thought that I had been careful, and to the point where people were calling me paranoid. You're not going to do a cooking video in your kitchen? What are you, stupid and crazy? What could possibly happen? You're not going to do a vlog in your house? You're not going to go do this IRL video? Everyone else does it. You're just a coward. No, I'm
He is a coward. I'm surprised someone struck a nerve with his ass. Somebody struck a nerve. Holy shit.
not a coward. It's just that I'm one of the most abused people on the internet, and I know better. I'm not stupid. And so when you say, do a fan lobby night, do a that involves the opportunity for someone to get in and fuck with people's information and fuck with your stream and fuck with, no, shut the fuck up.
So why are you playing multiplayer in Call of Duty or Street Fighter or any of those things if you're so scared that you could you or other people apparently could possibly get fucked with or have your information put out there? Why even play multiplayer games then at this point? Just play solo games, which you're bad at anyway, and just fail at those and that's it. Why even bother taking that step? To be honest with you. Why even bother streaming? Why don't you just go back to just making videos and be done with it? If your Comcast account has already been exposed, then who says your power company can't be exposed? Who says no one can't get into your PSN account? That happened to Wings a couple times, and his Xbox account. Now I think about it. So I don't want to do anything that's going to make me more vulnerable while still keep doing the things that make me vulnerable. Sure, I'm sure somewhere down the line there's some logic there that I'm not seeing. It's my fault though, not his fault. It's my fault.
I know better because I've been there, done that, and I've been through it. Almost 18 years. I know what I'm doing.
Except for the fact when you admitted that this is like the 10th or 11th time that you've been the victim of identity theft, and yet you still haven't figured it out and still haven't filed a police report or a report with the FBI. But after 17, 18 years, you know what the fuck you're doing. Don't question me. Okay, sure.
Trust me. Stop fucking trying to demand things from me that don't
And that's what this really comes down to. Don't ask me to do shit.
make any goddamn sense because I'm the exception to the rule with this level of harassment that I get.
And like I said, this is leading to something larger. There's something else behind all of this. It's a setup. It's definitely a setup for something. At least I think so anyway.
I'm not going to put up with this nonsense anymore of people telling me that I'm just paranoid and wrong when literally the one time that let's do something different on stream, let's open up, let's do the switch to pre-orders, and then this fraud happens. Blatant crimes and fraud. The first opportunity that I give, they take it. All right?
Maybe you shouldn't have put out the opportunity for that to happen. That's still your fault. Oh, that's right. We're blaming the victim at that point. We can't do that. Gotcha.
So I'm not stupid. I'm just not putting up with this shit ever again.
Didn't he say this the last time he was allegedly a victim of identity theft? Just making sure.
So, yeah, moving forward, don't expect me to be doing stuff like that live. Well, I'm taking a break. I'll come back in a few, and I'm not going to give you guys details of anything. All right? Now.
And then the view count's going to drop. Then he's going to be like, why did everybody leave? I don't understand what's going on. I told you guys beforehand.
Rest assured, okay? Rest assured. I'm going to find a way to make this work. I don't know what it is right now. I'm being frank with all of you. I don't know. It seems like there's no legal way to buy the Switch 2 right now because they're all pre-ordered out.
The fact that he keeps pushing towards the illegal thing is fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. He's so quick to try to set up the circumstances on why he couldn't go the legal route and he might be forced to go to a scalper is fucking ridiculous. Even though we know he's not going to do that because he's not going to want to pay the money for it. He'll want someone else to go ahead and do it for him. That's wild. He's literally wanting other people to participate in going to the scalpers to get him the Switch 2. So his hands, his hooves are clean. That's sick. That's really fucking sick.
No one's going to magically find Switch 2s.
Now keep in mind, this is coming from the same ass monkey who used to accuse people of breaking street date when he himself a couple of times has done that. But he could justify those times, though. One of those particular times, I think it was during the Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I think he blamed fucking Howard for that, or whoever it was that worked at a game store or whatever, who got them the copy and he was able to break Street Date. But he put all that blame on them. He didn't want to take none of the heat for that.
Okay. Next question. This one's from Pickup Sticks, and he says, "What are your thoughts on people posting gameplay early? Does this affects the whole playthrough community, and it comes off as greedy?" If you don't know what he's talking about, this unfortunately is becoming an epidemic on YouTube. People are finding ways to get advanced copies of games. In fact, right now, and I hope that you don't run off from this video and go watch these videos, right now people have played gameplay and almost full playthroughs of Tomb Raider, which doesn't come out until next week, okay? It's messed up because people are basically stealing. Number one, you cannot get the game ahead of time. It's illegal, breaking Street Date. So you've broken the law right away. Already you're a lawbreaker. Number two, it's illegal to put up footage before a Street Date. So even if you're doing a playthrough, it's still illegal. So it's breaking the law twice. And it's also unfair for people like myself, like anyone else who does playthroughs, who, you know, we like to do games on release day. We like having fresh content on release day. And if people break Street Date, all the people who are dying to see what these games are like, a lot of them go, unfortunately, they go to these people's videos and they give them subs and views, even though they don't deserve it. The only reason they're getting the subs and views is because they broke the law. So it's really unfair that people are doing this, and it is becoming an epidemic. Seems like every new game now. I used to be the guy who was known that on release day, Phil has footage of all the new games, so go watch Phil's videos. Now it's becoming more, well, everyone else is breaking Street Date, so go watch their videos. And then maybe some people watch Phil's videos because, you know, he's funny. And that's unfortunate, because I do not break Street Date. And now I know there's an elephant in the room, so let's address it. People are going to bring this up. There was one game that I played ahead of Street Date. That game was Street Fighter Cross Tekken, okay? Here's the deal with Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Number one, I didn't break Street Date. I didn't have the game. I played it at someone else's house. Number two, the only reason I did it is because I was not able to play the game for the rest of the week because I was going to be busy. So I knew either I don't play the game at all and thousands of people complain and get mad at me for not playing the game, or I play it a day early. And so that, in that case, in my opinion, it's actually not bad, and here's why. Now, because I did it, I know people are going to say, oh, you're a hypocrite. No, it's a fighting game, okay? Fighting games are not a story-based thing where you're going to spoil for everyone else. Just because some people watch my videos the day before release day doesn't mean that on release day they didn't go watch other people's videos of Street Fighter Cross Tekken. It's all gameplay. It's all new gameplay. It's things that people are watching. With fighting games, it's different. You're not spoiling the story. It's not like someone's going to watch a playthrough of Tomb Raider last week and then come watch my playthrough because they probably already saw the whole game. You know what I mean? So it is a completely different animal. Now, what I disagree with is these supposed pro Street Fighter players who are known in the community getting advanced copies of the game months ahead of time. So wait a minute. This guy already is doing this professionally. This is his job to play Street Fighter. Now you're going to give him a 3-month advantage and give him the game? Of course he's going to win the fucking first tournament. Like, it's a no-brainer. So it's complete bullshit. That I disagree with, because in a competitive setting it's unfair. But for someone like myself and Howard, who were just playing the game casually, as you saw, we didn't enter tournaments. It wasn't any big deal where we were trying to get an advanced leg up on anyone else. That I didn't have a problem with. Okay. Couple more questions.
Sitting around and say, oh, I can sell you this for launch day. But I'm going to figure out something. I'm going to tell you this. I'm not going to buy anything from a scalper. I refuse. I've told you adamantly how anti-scalper I am. The entire thing that happened during the PS5 launch was an absolute freaking nightmare with scalping and all that. I would never buy a Switch 2 from a scalper simply because it just makes that process more viable, it supports that whole process.
So just have somebody else do it. Either give up somebody else, you need to give up your Nintendo Switch 2 to me, or you need to go through the scalper. And I won't judge you for it as long as you send it to me for free, because I don't support that practice. So how could I give my money to you in good faith? I can't. I can't do that. I can't morally bring myself to that point. So if you do go ahead and decide to pick a Switch up off of a scalper, you're going to have to just send that to me at no charge. Sorry, I can't support that practice. That would be me condoning what you're doing. Yes, what you're doing is helping me, but I can't sit there and do that. I'm a public figure. And I'm telling you right now, I'm anti-scalper. But if you do it, then it's not so much. You're just trying to help me out. But I can't support that practice though. I can't give you any money. Make of that what you will.
The stream chat is going bananas. Everyone on the internet is going crazy. Allow me to explain what is going on here, ladies and gentlemen. Today is March 23rd, 2016 in the United States. However, right now it is currently March 24th, 2016 in Japan. Because of the time zone difference, they are way ahead. In fact, it's funny because I live on the west coast of the United States, and Japan is closer to me than I used to be when I lived on the East Coast. So actually the time zone difference, even though we physically are living closer, is further away because of the way that time zones work. That's really confusing, isn't it? So, allow me to explain everything here so everyone knows what's going on. In Japan, today, right now, Dark Souls 3 has been released. Dark Souls 3 is live in Japan. Okay? So, technically, if anyone in the United States had an imported Xbox One or bought an imported version of Dark Souls 3 in full Japanese, etc., they would be able to play the game. Of course, I don't have a Japanese Xbox One, and I don't even know if I set my region on my Xbox One to play Japanese games if it would work. I'm not sure if that's how it works or not, if this console is fully region-free or not. I'm not up on the technical specifics, because the bottom line is 99% of the time, I probably would not import a game from Japan anyway, unless it was not going to be available in the United States. Okay, so here's what happened with this game. The game released, Dark Souls 3, it released today in Japan. But for some reason, they decided they weren't going to release the game in the United States, or Europe, I guess, until April 12th, which is 1, 2, 3 weeks. About 3 weeks away, a little shorter than 3 weeks, right? I don't know why they made this decision. Maybe they just thought it would be funny that the Japanese get the game early, because the bottom line is the English version of the game is done and ready. It's actually 100% completed and ready for sale. If you don't believe me, you're going to find out in a moment, because I'll explain what's going on. So I had absolutely no plans of playing Dark Souls 3 until April 12th, because that's when my localized version was being released. I mean, the bottom line is I could play the Japanese version of Dark Souls 3. I could do that right now, actually. Of course, it would be pretty hard to figure anything out, like the stats on an item, anything. It would all be in Japanese. So I'd probably be staring at a screen and be like, what the hell am I looking at? You know? So I was going to wait till April 12th. Okay, April 12th. I wake up this morning. Early, actually. I had to use the bathroom really badly, which happens sometimes. You wake up in the morning like, oh, God. I ran to the bathroom. Using the bathroom. As I'm using it, I just happen to open up my phone. I said, what the hell? Check emails. Check some emails. All right, what else is going on? I'll check Twitter, see if anything happened overnight. And I'm not even kidding you. The moment that I opened Twitter, it refreshed. And Static Veins, who was one of the moderators on my forums, said, Phil, you've got to know something is going on right now on the internet. It's crazy. No one would have ever thought this was going to happen. Dark Souls 3 is available right now. Like, what the hell? Let me read further, right? He says, you've got to use this method. I'll give you a link, but there's also a thread on the forums. All right, let me figure this out. So I click on it, and I start reading up. So apparently, here's what's happened, ladies and gentlemen. Microsoft fucked up. Microsoft has no idea what they're doing, which is pretty funny to me. They really have absolutely no clue what the hell they're doing. And here's what's happened. For Japanese Xbox One, Dark Souls 3 is now live. So if you have a Japanese Xbox One, you can import the game. You can actually get it digitally. You can play it on full Japanese, all right? I don't know how someone figured this out, but someone found a loophole, all right? Because that's exactly what it is. It's just a loophole in the system. If you purchase Dark Souls 3 for the Japanese Xbox One on Japanese Xbox Live, and then you switch from Japanese Xbox Live to English Xbox Live, or I guess in this case American, North American, United States region, you could download Dark Souls 3. Wow. So you could play the game on the American Xbox One. Now, I haven't even booted the game yet. As you can see, it actually just stopped downloading before I started pre-stream. I don't know if this is going to work or not. I actually have no idea, okay? But supposedly this is supposed to be the English version. And what I mean by that is it's not in Japanese. It's fully in English, English dialogue, English subtitles, English menus, English everything, which basically means this game was ready for sale today, but for whatever reason, From Software said, we just want to hold off and give the Japanese market advance time to play the game. Which is ridiculous. Why is there not still worldwide release? You know what I mean? Why are there not worldwide releases? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. At all. Why are there not worldwide releases of games? There should be. Especially when the game's fucking done. I could see if this game was not localized yet. If it was not in English, right? Then, okay, if it's not ready, it's not in English, it's not ready to be played or, you can't read it, then take time and then it comes out later. JRPGs, huge for this, right? Some of them come out years later. They come out at localized markets. Why the hell is Dark Souls 3 coming out 2.5 to 3 weeks later everywhere but Japan? It's kind of an elitist thing, in my opinion, I think. They wanted to give the Japanese a head start so they can say, oh, we got it first. I think that's fucking ridiculous. I do. Okay? Now, here's the deal. A lot of people, oh my god, Phil is breaking street date. No, I'm not. Because guess what? This is the Japanese game. I paid for it in Japanese yen. I actually had to purchase Microsoft point cards from the Japanese store to have yen so that I could purchase the game. Everything here is Japanese. Everything. So I'm not breaking street date at all. And the bottom line is, a lot of people are saying, Phil, why are you doing this? There's two reasons. Number one, because I'm dying to play Dark Souls 3. I mean, everyone, let's face it, is antsy to see Dark Souls 3. Everyone is. Alright? Number two, because, unfortunately, there's hundreds of people playing this game on YouTube right now. Hundreds. And they're uploading full playthroughs. And it's bullshit. It's bullshit that the market for gameplay is so cut fucking throat, right? That people are so desperate for money and attention and views that we've got to find underhanded means to play these fucking games. And the bottom line is, do you really think I wanted to be up since 9 this morning and spend almost 4 hours trying to figure out how to get this to work? Fuck no. I wanted to sleep, I wanted to wake up, I wanted to have a normal day, but instead, here I am, acting crazy to try to get this, because the bottom line is, I have a business to operate, and because these assholes rush out and find ways to get shit early, unfortunately, I have to follow suit, or else, let's face it, how many people who want to see me play Dark Souls 3, right, are going to care in 3 weeks when 4,000 people have already uploaded full fucking playthroughs of the game, and a lot of people have already played the game for themselves. It sucks. I hate this. I really do hate this. I don't like this new world. When I used to when I started on YouTube, it was like, you wake up, you go buy the game at the store, you come home, everyone's playing it at the same time, you upload, it's fun, you're sharing your gameplay experience. Now it's like, how can I get the drop on every other motherfucker so I'll get the views and the money, the YouTube money? It's bullshit. It really is bullshit. I don't agree with it. I'm pissed that I had to fucking spend 4 hours this morning. So allow me to explain how I'm going to handle this, because I'm not going to be doing it the way that you think I am. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are saying, Phil is doing this only for the views. He's going to rush in and play the whole game within 3 days. It's all he's going to play for a week to get insane views on YouTube. Wrong. Wrong. Here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to play it today for a bit. Only about 2.5 hours at this point, because you see how late the stream is, right? Probably around 2.5, maybe 3. Maybe I'll go a little bit later. All right, we'll see. But I'm only going to be playing it for a little bit. A few hours. Tonight, I'm not playing Dark Souls 3. Tonight, I'm going to play some Pokken offline. I'm not going to stream it. I'm going to do some Pokken tournament, just like I had originally planned. I was going to do it on stream today. Instead, I'll do it offline. I'm probably going to play with Sceptile and do some more of the story and try to get as far as I can, okay? So, that's the deal, all right? Tomorrow, I may play more of this, and I'm thinking I may do 2 sessions, so that way I'll be in maybe, 6 hours of gameplay or whatever into Dark Souls 3. And that's it. Then I'm going to take a break, because guess what? I had already promised my patrons this month that I was playing Persona 3. And sorry, but getting cheap views on an advanced playthrough is not more important to me than living up to the expectations of my patrons. And I promised my patrons that there was a Persona 3 playthrough coming this week, okay? And that's the deal. I'm gonna live up to that promise. I'm not gonna go back and all of a sudden change everything. I'm gonna stick. I'm gonna stand up to what I said, okay? So here's the deal. Today I'm playing Dark Souls 3. I'm gonna play for a few hours. I'm gonna upload those videos. We'll have a little advanced screening of the game, okay? Tonight I'm gonna do more Pokken offline. But tonight I'm actually going to upload the conclusion of my Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD playthrough. Okay? Tomorrow I'll probably play more Dark Souls and I'll upload some Pokken videos. This coming Friday. This Friday, ladies and gentlemen, Persona 3 premieres. And I'm living up to the promises. It will be a full stream, around 3 to 4 hours of gameplay. Oh, by the way, I'm also doing Persona 3 on Saturday. Excuse me. So, yeah, even though some things have shifted this week, even though I'm not doing main gameplay streams of Pokken Tournament like I had originally planned, I'm still going to be playing Persona 3 on purpose because I want to live up to the promises to the people who, deserve the goal, the actual goal reward from Patreon, okay? Now, here's the thing. Here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to basically play it by ear. I'm going to play Dark Souls 3 for a couple sessions, okay? Now, some people already had advanced copies of this game. If you don't know, From Software decided to pick who they felt were the chosen few great Dark Souls streamers. Again, very elitist. A very unfair business practice as well for people who do gameplay as a business. But whatever, From Software will do whatever they want. And they chose the elite, and they sent them copies of this game and said, you can stream and upload the first third of the game. Which I guess is up to, say, the 4th area or so. People have been telling me there's a boss in the game called Lorien. And apparently, once you beat that boss, that's about 1/3 through the game, and that's where From Software kind of said, stop, don't go any further. We don't want people spoiling too much of the game in advance. Okay? So the bottom line is in the next 2 days, I'm probably going to be playing, and if I get to that boss, I will stop. I don't know if I'm going to get to that boss within the first 2 days of gameplay. Probably not, knowing how long these Dark Souls games typically are. Okay? So, I'm going to play this for 2 sessions, and then I'm going to hold off. And I'm going to see what happens. Because you know full well, you absolutely know full well, that there are people who are going to do a full playthrough of this game within a day. That they'll have the entire fucking game up on YouTube within 1 day. Tomorrow, the 100% completion. I know it. I just know it. There are people who won't sleep. People, because this is it for them. This is their chance at fame, right? Let's beat the whole game in 1 day and upload the fucking playthrough in advance before anyone else had a chance. And I'm going to play it by ear, and I'm going to see what happens to these people. I'm going to see how, how destroyed they get by YouTube's copyright system and all that. Maybe From Software will say, well, Microsoft fucked up. They opened the floodgates. Everyone in America is getting the game. Everyone in Europe is getting the game. So it's Microsoft's fault. Fuck it. Just let everyone upload whatever they want. And if they say that, then fine. Then maybe next week, I'll go hardcore into Dark Souls 3, and I'll play the living shit out of it, and I'll, just as if it were the new release of April, and I'll try to get through it. Okay? But chances are that probably people who go past that 1/3 point of the game that From Software already kind of said don't do it, might get slammed and destroyed. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to basically, like I said, reserve myself to not play past that until I see what happens to everyone else. So if everyone else gets fucked, then I know, well, hold off. I've gotten, a few hours into the game. I'll hold off until April 12th when the game's officially released, and then I'll play through it and finish it. So this is kind of, think of it this way. This is an advanced preview of Dark Souls 3. It's not really the playthrough. It's the advanced preview of Dark Souls 3, where I'm going to be playing the first few areas for a couple days, and then we'll hold off. I'll be playing with Persona 3. I'll be playing Pokken Tournament. I'll be doing other stuff. Next week, there's a strong rumor that Street Fighter V might be getting its first expansion content. Okay, so I'll be doing that. And if anything happens here, all right, in regards to people getting shut down by copyrights or whatever, I'll know not to continue going. Okay? So that's the bottom line, everyone. That's how I'm handling it. A few hours today, a few hours tomorrow, and then holding off for a while. Because I'll be honest as well, I'm in no big rush. I like the Dark Souls games. I'm in no huge rush to get through the game. I'm not. I'd like to play at my own pace. And the bottom line is I've got other stuff going on. I'm right in the middle of Pokken Tournament, which I really like, and I want to play it more. And I don't want that experience to get soured now just because there's another game out that people want to see and I want to play. I want to balance what I'm doing. And Persona 3, I'm very excited to start up with. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, everyone in the stream chat is going absolutely chaotic. Absolutely chaotic. So just to clarify, yes, there's more Pokken Tournament tomorrow. You'll see videos of that because I'm going to play that tonight. Yes, the conclusion of Twilight Princess is going live today as well. Yes, there will be Persona 3. Everything that I've promised is going to happen. Just because there's streaming shifting around for 2 days doesn't mean that, everything's going to get screwed over, okay? So just forewarning everyone and let everyone know, I don't want everything to get soured. And I had no plans of playing this, but shit happens. And it sucks. It sucks that, gameplay, enjoying games, which used to be something that was done for fun, is now a cutthroat fucking industry and business where people will try to find these crazy means to play shit early. And I had no intentions of playing the game early until I found out that there were hundreds of people already fucking doing so. I just gotta kind of shake my head and say, well, whatever. Whatever. All right. All right, everyone. Well, let us begin.
And I don't believe in scalping at all. All right? So I'm not going to get it from a scalper. But I'm going to do whatever I can to get one. We'll see. And here's the truth. I'm not going to tell you anything. You're not going to know it all until launch day of Switch 2.
Well, that's convenient then. So if I get one of you dents to go through a scalper, I never have to mention you. I mean, of course, in my emails and whatever, in my DMs, I'll thank you immensely, and I very much appreciate it, and this, that, and the third. But I'll never be able to mention you, though, because I can't talk about the origin of where this thing came from. So thanks for the money, dummy. Or thanks for the Switch, dummy.
If I'm actually getting a Switch 2.
That's grimy. That's so fucking grimy. Holy shit. And it's so, and the thing is, though, too, it's so multi-layered. Like, if he actually put in the time to actually try to make good content and be a decent person, then trying to scheme and lie on people, sorry, who knows where he could actually be? Who am I fooling? He'd be a failure either which way. It wouldn't matter.
Because the moment that I tell you anything, someone will try to fuck with it and ruin it. They've gone through every possible means, every level of committing crimes. Nothing is out of their reach to them. There's no morality. They're not even afraid of going to jail.
I mean, how are they going to go to jail if you're not going to call the cops or contact the feds? You kind of have to do something for things to happen. You realize that, right? Maybe not. I guess that time with BroSydePhil didn't teach DSP much, which is unfortunate because, BroSydePhil gave him some decent advice. Oh well.
They're not. They've done everything possible, so I'm not dumb. I know that if I mention any method by which I'm going to get a Switch 2, they're going to try to ruin it for me. All right? So I'm not going to bring it up at all. You're not going to hear me talk about getting a Switch 2 until the launch day of Switch 2. And then on launch day of Switch 2, I'll tell you if I have it or if I didn't get it and what else we're doing that day.
Yeah, see, he's setting it all up. But then again, like I said, he's easily going to memory hold this. So not too many people are going to remember it. So it doesn't really matter if he decides to paint that narrative. Interesting. Interesting.
Okay? That's literally the only way to be safe. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, because you did everything to keep yourself safe before now. Gotcha.
Literally, that's the only way to be safe at this point. Outside of that, there's nothing else I can do, right? So I'm
not a lick of personal responsibility or accountability. Not a lick of it.
Sorry to those who want Phil to open up more, to be more interactive and to do these kind of things. I can't. I literally can't.
And then you know what's even crazier? This right here, in his own mind, justifies why he couldn't do what Kino Casino wanted him to do. And in a lot of ways, this is him trying to plead, if you will, or pander to Kino Casino and be like, hey guys, this is the reason why I can't do anything. It wasn't the fact that I was King Snake, Snake Eater, and I was always looking at betraying you guys. The things you were asking me to do, I couldn't do. I just can't. Look at the people who were following me. Even with the protection of Kino Casino at that time, I still wouldn't be able to do it. There still would have been fallout. That's literally what he's leaning into, or what he's, it's what he's leaning into.
Because of these crazy people. I would love to do different kinds of content. I can't.
And in a lot of ways, you could say, I'll do it because I, you know what I'm saying? It only needs one person here that needs to be mentally ill. If you think about it, this is him sitting there saying, all of you guys who are supporting, what's that guy's name? PWR and whatnot, and the reason why he can do all those things and why I can't, this is why. So don't bring up PWR to me because he's free in all of the ways that I'm not. I'm a slave to this shit. I got to keep going because I'm known for my perseverance. He's not shackled the way I am. So I have to keep going about it the way I go about it. So don't bring him up to me. Don't bring up what new thing he's doing or whatever. I don't want to hear it because I can't do it. Something to think about. To be honest with you. Something to think about.
They will hurt me. As fucked as it sounds, they will go out of their way to hurt me and my family. It's proven. It's absolutely confirmed. At every single time that they have a chance to do it, they will do it. So that's that. So what I will say is, to those of you who are hoping I would get a Switch 2 pre-order, thanks. Thanks for the confidence. Thanks for the vote of positivity that you wanted to see me cover this thing on release day. I really wanted to, all right? And I certainly hope that I can get it, but I just don't know how I'm going to get it right now. Just being honest, all right? And like I said, if and when I secure one, you will never know about it. From this moment on, don't ask me about the Switch 2. You'll know if I'm covering the Switch 2 on release day, June 5th, 2025. And until then, I've got other shit to do. I'm busy. Don't fuck with me. Okay? All right. I've said what I had to say about the subject. I'm done with it now. All right? We're moving on. We got positive stuff to do today. Really positive stuff to do today, right? We've got the premiere of Claire Obscure. We've got Minecraft. We've got DSP Tries It. We got a whole bunch of fun stuff going on today. So I'm not going to sit here and be, oh, I'm so sad or whatever. You know, I'm not.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to have fun with you guys on the internet today. We're going to have a great time together. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's always been about. Okay? Positive, fun, meaningful content. I get to eat Chipotle today. For the first time in like 11 years, Chipotle time. Live on DSP Tries It. We get to try this new honey chicken. I'm excited for that. Claire Obscure is actually one of the highest rated RPGs of the last decade.
Yeah, that's not going to help you, though, so that doesn't matter. And you eating yourself into gout, well, further into more severe gout, is not really something that I care too much about, to be honest, but all right, whatever.
I'm very excited to jump into that today and try it out for the first time. If it is anything like the reviewers say, I think I'm absolutely going to love it. Seriously.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because that's not going to translate into views for you, and you know that. That's why him leading with, I'm going to love this, and believing that that equals, or that's the equivalent to, you guys will love it, and so you guys will support, doesn't pan. But he still has to go with that because I don't know. I think he honestly believes that other people who stream games, they don't like games. They get tired of them, they hate them, and they're just doing it for a profit just like him, and that right there justifies it. You know what I mean? But when he watches those people, he sees that they genuinely like what they do, and he don't understand it, so they have to be faking it. And that's just the narrative he goes with. That's really sick thinking, but that's what he does. That's how he perseveres.
Can't wait to try it. So that's going to be great. Minecraft, we got to kind of get our bearings back again. All right. Now, in regards to goals and support, thank you. All right. For allowing me to have 3 straight streams of hitting my goals. Let's keep that momentum going. Because remember, at 40 goals hit, we're either going to do the Wendy's new menu of a new chicken sandwich, Frosty, and lemonade drink, or we could do something else. You know, one thing we had talked about was maybe Wingstop. If you're interested in that, we could talk about it. We'll figure it out. Okay?
I can't really wait till that dies out. Holy shit. I really can't wait till that shit dies out. And then he's so quick to just jump on fast food, and there's all kinds of local places in his area he could order from, but he won't because I guess they're not on DoorDash or Grubhub or whatever the fuck he's using. So he's just missing out because he's limited to whatever the app allows him to have. Like literally the app is a detractor too, apparently.
Or when we hit 50 goals, we're going to have a marathon. And I'm excited for that. We've talked about various different ideas, such as the Viewer's Choice event or Closet Clean Out 2.0.
Oh, wow. Rehashing lame ass shit that we've already done before. That's something to be excited about.
Where I clean out my closet, and for the different levels of support that I reach, we put on hats and vests and retire them because I don't wear them anymore.
So $7,500 or 7,000, excuse me, or 7,500 to clean out his closet or go through another what? Doesn't matter. $7,500 is the price. That's insane, bro. Holy shit, that's insane. But then again, $1,500 for a DSP tries is ridiculous too.
But it'll be a last opportunity to actually see.
Try to compensate for inflation. That's what it is.
Those things worn before I put them in the storage. So kind of a send-off event to the hats and vests of yesteryear, and saying goodbye to the past and moving forward to the future. So we got all these great ideas.
He wants $7,500 to put away vests in the storage. If that's not peak retardation, I don't know what is.
Lined up as rewards. Let's hit these goals. Let's keep that momentum flowing. Let's hit that goal on this stream and get that moving. All right? Okay. Let's get started with shout outs because I got a lot of shout outs to do. Let's see here. Hold on, because, you know, obviously trolls, so I got to ignore some of this stuff. Yep, more morons, just ignore them.
Oh, boy.
Okay. First, real tip. I got a $2.17 tip. This one just says, you yelling how you're going to persevere while the trolls are yelling how they're going to get you. Seems like it will be a symphony that we will hear until the end of time. I guess so. Or until, like I said, until the day that I hang it up. That's the truth. Until the day that I hang it up of my own volition and my own choice. Because one day I will. I can't stream forever. One day I'm going to say I've had enough.
And do what? He doesn't believe in saving. He doesn't believe in investing. He doesn't have any retirement. He's going to die on stream. Like, let's cut the shit. He's going to die on stream. It is what it is. If he's lucky, if he's fortunate, he'll die in his bed. But the reality is he's going to more than likely die on stream. He's going to have a brain hemorrhage. He's going to have a stroke. He's going to have a heart attack. And they're not going to get to him in time. It is what it is. And because of all that paranoia he's had over the years, if Kat's even home or around, if she's downstairs, she probably won't hear anything. But let's say hypothetically that she did happen to hear a thump, go upstairs and sees him up there in his best Joseph Stalin fucking cosplay and whatnot, pissing himself and vomiting out of his mouth and shit. She'll never be able to get. She'll try to call the paramedics or whatever, but they'll never get to it in time. You want to know why? And this is something most people don't bring up. Because of all of those, because of all of those times he harassed the police and shit, because of yada 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 yada. Who's to say that they don't have it marked down? Not to say they won't go, But who's to say that they're like, is it going to be urgent? Is it really going to be a priority? They're going to go. Don't be wrong, because that's just the civil duty and shit, obviously. But how motivated are they really going to be? You know what I'm saying? Or are they going to think it's a troll? Are they going to think, you know what I'm saying, it's a prank or whatever? See what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you got to be able to think ahead a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Once he really needs that help, are they really going to be there? We'll see.
And it's time to retire. But
unfortunately for him, he's not going to go out in a peaceful manner. That's just the reality of it. He's not going to go out in a peaceful manner.
that's a long ways off, man. Seriously, that's a long ways off.
You know what would really be fucked up? This is really dark. But you know what would be really fucked up? If that dude did have a stroke and he slips into the chair and slips on the floor, and that AI camera literally follows him as he hits the floor. That shit would be... That would be yikes. That would be an ugly, ugly moment and whatnot. That would be ugly if that ended up happening. Yikes. Karma, probably, but that would be ugly.
Off from now. Okay. So, let's get to the YouTube side of contributions. Cade had the first super chat of the day, $2. Sorry for the crimes from these insane losers, King. Well, Cade, I appreciate your sentiment. Thank you for the support. Not much can really be done.
And the reality is, given how he has the situation set up, there's no proof that a crime actually happened. If he gets the switch on the 6th, how is he going to prove that there was a crime? Because he got it on time. If he gets the Mario Kart bundle on the 8th, how does he prove there was a crime? He literally can't prove shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, we know for sure at this particular point that there was a cancellation on the first one, not the second. So yet again, what proof does he have? And then we don't know if Kat was on the other end trying to order a couple switches herself. So we don't know what's going on that end either. And his whole story just doesn't make any sense. It's all fucked up.
Because if people literally don't care, morally and legally,
and it's kind of predicated, and here it gets even gross. It gets even a little bit more gross. His story is completely and utterly predicated on the fact that a detractor doesn't come forward. Like, if they come forward and they say, yeah, I was the one who did this, I can prove it, but I didn't do anything to the second one. I didn't actually hack into his account. I just canceled it through this particular method. Now his story falls apart, or at least half of it does. You know what I'm saying? So then he has to prove the other half, and he's not going to do that because he's going to try to safeguard himself. If no one comes out and says anything, he's just labeled as a liar. Suffer.
you know what I mean? Like, what can you do? It's not anything that I did. It's them literally breaking the law, and sadly, people who work for these companies trying to do something nice, because that's all it is. Someone who works the customer support job.
Oh, now they were trying to be nice. Okay. Not that they were trying to do their job to the best that they can. Now it's them trying to be nice. Okay. So I guess after all of our ranting at them colored folk over there across the world and shit, now we got to feel bad and say, oh, they were just trying to be nice. Okay, gotcha.
At Walmart wanted to be nice. Oh no, someone lost access to their account. I'll do them the solid because they know some basic information. I'll send them the code even though I'm not supposed to.
I mean, that's probably what was all that was required, to be honest with you, Phil.
Anyway, Kay did another $5 super chat. They're obsessed with wanting you to fail, but you never will. You have a home, a wife, and hobbies, and they live in their parents' house with tears and anger.
He doesn't have any hobbies. He doesn't have a wife. He has a shield. He has window dressing. He has a curtain downstairs. He doesn't have a wife. He has nothing. He all he has is what's around him, which is the reason why he's quote unquote invested so much in it. Now, like I said, as it pertains to my early theory, he may have invested in the house as a whole, but that's only so he can refinance. But other than that, it's very clear that all of the money is really just invested in himself in that room, in the story. Because it's funny how after that stream ended that night, that on the 24th, he's still up in that office. He's not spending time with Kat, and he hadn't even uploaded the videos yet. So what was he doing? But see, you're not meant to ask that question. So don't worry about it. You're just gonna hurt yourself. If you're a dent, I mean, you're not asking that question. It's amazing how he was in that office for an hour plus before shit actually hit the fan. Makes you think.
You know, I actually believe.
And while he was recording the daily rap, the original one, he wasn't already in a position to start cutting up the videos and getting ready to upload them. So what was he doing? Something to think about.
That's not the case. These people live broken adult lives, right? So what they do is they go to their job that they hate, that they're forced to go to because they got to pay the bills. By the way, I've been there. I understand that.
Isn't your wife there theoretically? Oh, we don't mention that. We only bring her up when we need to. Okay, I got you. Got to be a good shield. You're right.
Because I've lived it. Okay.
I mean, you still live it. That's the funny part. You still live it. You found, for whatever reason, found a job that you literally have full and utter dictation over, control over, let's say that. And you somehow still turned it into another mindless 9-to-5 job that you're beholden to. In a position where you could literally make your own schedule. You can literally do what you want, which is what he's always claiming. I want to do what I want. And yet he still got himself somehow into the literal day-to-day 9-to-5 slave job. Wild. Absolutely fucking wild when you think about it in that perspective.
They probably have some friends or whatever, but their
which you literally have none, so that cuts you out of that conversation.
Life is not satisfying. To them, they're mad. Because they look at someone like me, who everyone claims is a horrible person who doesn't deserve it.
So why would they be mad at you if you're someone that claims to be a horrible person and e-begs and shit? How would you be mad at that?
Any success, and they see me winning every single day.
Yes, you're winning every single day, bitching and complaining about how you're not hitting goals, how you can barely afford games, how Cat can't eat, and whatnot. If you guys don't hit this this goal for the DSP tries it, yeah, you're winning, all right. Yeah, that's I guess that's winning, I suppose.
And then they go nuts. And sad. I wish that these...
And the fact that he would blanket statement everybody into that is even more dishonest. Which is the reason why he can't really get any real support behind his cause.
People would actually have better lives, because the truth is, if they did, they wouldn't do the things that they do.
Oh, so not having an opinion of DSP means that you have a better life, so you can just ignore him altogether. So you should never have an opinion about anything. If that's the case, that's a two-way street. Then he shouldn't be bitching about anything either. I don't care that it's his job. I don't care it's his profession or whatever the fuck. If he's really happy with where he's at in his quote-unquote career and in his life, he shouldn't be talking about other streamers and what they do as if they're shills or take the bag or whatever. He shouldn't be worried about that. Why is he pocket watching other people if he himself has a very fulfilling life? Why is he jealous of other people if supposedly he has things have been going so well for him? But he admits that he's jealous of them. He's jealous of Keem. He's jealous of Max. He's jealous of Justin. He's jealous of Ninja. He's jealous of Markiplier. He's jealous of everybody who's more successful than him. And he even justifies it. It's natural to be jealous of people, dude. It's natural to do that. That's what he said, not me. I think it's retarded. You should never envy for what another person has. Strive to get it or strive to have more. End story. You should never really strive to have what someone else has just because they have it. That's clearly not a way of going about things. That just means you're living for them. You're not living for yourself.
If they had meaningful things to do with their time.
Like if someone has a nice house, if someone has a nice car, if someone has a nice boat, okay, that's cool. That's something to strive for. But you shouldn't be jealous of them because they have it. Because you don't know what they went through to obtain it. That's the thing. You didn't see the grind to get there. You just see what the end result is. And more often than not, it may have not even been what you thought it was. There are more lottery winners out here than you would know, and whatnot. So yet again, just looking at what the next man or woman has and being envious of it is not a way of going about it. If that's something you really want, you should strive to obtain it. You know what I mean? Don't hold that against them. That's being retarded. That's literally the lowest sense of everything at that point. It's people like him who depend on that shit. Wings depends on shit like that. Review Tech depends on shit like that. And look at where they're at. And those are three people who all have acknowledged that they're jealous of other people who are more successful, who have more money, or just genuinely happier than they are. Keep that in mind.
Why would they be coming after Darksydephil to cancel his fucking Switch 2 pre-orders? But they don't. They're broken. They're broken individuals. So I wish them the best, because if they actually do well, they probably would leave me alone. But the problem is, they've all found themselves on the internet through the...
I like how he has no other way of actually resolving the situation outside of they have to leave him alone. So that's not him acknowledging anything. He just has to hope he can outlast them. That's basically what he's saying.
these charlatan grifter content creators, the restreamers, the actual defamatory and just outright lying content creators who say things about me on a daily basis that aren't true. They've become this.
What about the bullshit that you say about other content creators that are literally not true? But it's okay when he gets confronted with that because it was just his opinion. He doesn't mean anything personally. But for everybody else who has something to say about him, it's not an opinion. Oh, it's a personal attack. You're hurting me. You're hurting him and his family. Make that make sense.
Giant force, this cult of toxic hate towards Darksydephil that's not warranted, not frankly logical. It's based on emotion that has no factual basis. But the grifters have figured out how to milk this audience. And so you have thousands of people who've come together that are this brain dead. And they all just get fooled every day. They don't even care if what they're being told is real. They just care that they get a laugh out of it and they feel like they're part of a social movement on the internet. Because in real life,
Milk the trolls. Stick it to my haters. Stick it to my detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. That sound familiar to y'all? It should.
they're antisocial. They don't have friends, family, anything of meaning.
Same thing goes for you, I guess, if you look at it from that standpoint. When's the last time that you took Cat out for a bite to eat and shit and had a night on the town? When's the last time a friend called you up? When's the last time you reached out to John and Howard? When's the last time you made amends with people that you've been beefing with? Or you've had a problem with or an issue with? But you want to call other people antisocial and or incels. And that makes a lot of sense, Phil.
This is how they get their actual feeling of worth every day, is to go into it.
Coming from the same person who told the internet, I didn't feel like my life had any meaning or any self or any worth until people on the internet embraced them. Keep that in mind. He's on record for saying that.
A hate mob online and attack Darksydephil. Think about how fucked up that is. What kind of a miserable existence you must have on this planet if you're one of those people. Okay. Dan Zach with a $5 super chat. You did nothing wrong. The links that trolls go to is crazy. I know. And again, I say these things and people are like, no, that's not true. It's all true. It's literally all true. I really wish it wasn't. It's literally everything I'm telling you is true. It's all documented, messed up stuff. Habib did a very generous 50-pound super chat. And he says, I feel bad for you, and I hope that this will help. I mean, Habib, here's the deal. There's nothing that anyone, I feel, can really do to undo what they just did. Like I said, all right? It sucks that right now I have to find another means to get a Switch, too.
Yet again, we still haven't talked about that bank account, or we still haven't talked about those bank accounts or those credit cards that got exposed when his Walmart account was exposed. Still not talking about that yet.
To see what happens. You won't know, because if I bring it up, they'll do whatever they can to mess it up.
So they're not gonna keep fucking with you now?
Okay, but the good news is I know that you got my back, and people are going to support me. And
people are going to support me. What? It sounds to me like we have somebody on the back burner that's already helping us out. Hence the reason why he put out the Gouty SOS the night before with the daily wipe. It sounds like that's exactly why we did that.
Again, like I said, what these idiots don't realize is when they mess with me, people then rally to support me.
Here it goes.
So why mess with me? In truth, here's the way. If you really wanted Darksydephil to go away,
oh boy,
there's a perfect formula to do it. Are you ready? Don't mention me. Don't bring me up. Don't watch my content. Don't restream me. Wow,
so don't criticize me. Don't point out any of my faults and shit. Don't put me in a position where people can laugh and mock at me. And he really thinks people are going to fall for this. This is like this bullshit he did some years ago when he wanted to call a truce and whatnot. Or it's like that other situation where he's like, can you guys just go a month or two without making content on me? And then I'll be in a better spot and I won't need the bag. Just he keeps doing this dumb shit thinking someone's going to be stupid enough to fall for it. Stop being a dumbass and people wouldn't make content on you.
Make defamatory videos about me. Don't mess with my accounts. Don't mess with my livelihood. Don't mess with people in my real life. Don't mess with people on...
People in my real life, you mean what? Those supposed friends that are not your friends? Supposed people that you're trying to talk to, that you're probably lying to. and you're trying to manipulate to make content with you, and then people send them absolute amazing care packages that basically expose your bullshit, and they're like, okay, I'm just gonna leave him on red. I'm not even gonna bother answering him back. You mean like that? Okay, that's an interesting way of going about it. It's not that, hey, stop being a liar. It's like, hey, stop being a greedy piece of shit. Hey, stop being a dumbass and putting your personal information out there online. No, stop fucking with me. Stop capitalizing off the dumb shit that I do. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, I guess.
The internet who associate with me, just leave me alone. Because if the truth is that I'm such a boring, miserable content creator that no one wants to watch the content of, then if you stop giving me attention, I would have to just fade away, no? Because eventually my audience would dwindle and dwindle and dwindle to the point where I would just be insignificant.
This is the most dumb ass backwards gouty Jedi mind trick bullshit ever. Ever. So basically what he's saying is, I don't want to change because I don't have to change because I did nothing wrong and I did everything correct. You guys need to change. If you guys want a desired result, you guys need to change. Wow, that's a great way of settling the score, Phil. And that's well done, sir. Well done.
Right? The ultimate failure is when no one cares about you anymore. In reality, it's the polar opposite is what's happening right now. More people than ever are talking about and caring about Darksydephil. Sadly, it's mostly negative people because they're all idiots. But
and then calling these people idiots and the people who watch them is somehow helping you. How exactly? And he don't see the retardation in it. Like he has to insult people or hit them with negative reinforcement because he can't do the opposite of that. You know what I'm saying? He can't build people up. He can try to motivate you to do something that he wants or needs, but he really can't build you up. He can build up a circumstance. He can build up a situation. That's it. That's probably the extent of it. Can't really go further than that, which is wild when you think about it in the grand scheme of things.
The truth is, they keep giving me that attention. If they would just leave me alone
and yet you can't seem to benefit from it. So wouldn't that only reinforce why you want it to stop? So it's not about fading you. It's not about people stop fucking with you so you can fade out. It's just, please leave me alone because I can't deal with it. But I thought we were all about perseverance, though. I thought we were the king of hate. And we take all that hatred and we ball it up and we use it as fuel. So why do you want the fuel to go away if that's what you're driven off of? Maybe that's me just asking too many questions. Maybe that's what it is.
Move on. Then everything that they claim is true, if it were true, would be validated. Because people would stop watching, stop supporting, because they wouldn't rally for me. The reason that they rally for me is because they see me as an underdog, a 17-year veteran who never had backing from anyone, who never had a giant corporate sponsorship.
So John and Howard and the rest of your friends who helped you make content were not backing you? Those people who sent you that sent you shit through the mail or whatnot, or those companies who reached out to you for shit, they weren't backing you or sponsoring you? Your deal with 1UP and Lootbox wasn't helping you or whatever? The people who reached out to you for Teespring, designed your whole store, designed the first piece of merch, they weren't backing you and supporting you? Canada never backed you or supported you? I'm just saying, if he's going to sit there and say it's a one-man army and whatnot, then let's go ahead and lay all the facts out first.
Who never associated with giant creators who gave them a boost.
Actually, the reason why he didn't associate with other content creators to give him a boost is because he felt Machinima should have done that. Machinima should have set up the collaborations, not him reaching out to do so. Sunny point number 2.
Never did monster collabs that paid off in the long run. Instead, I'm a man on an island, right? Doing my own thing. And so, if my content did suck and no one cared, I would just fade away. But they keep giving me attention. They keep talking about me. They keep messing with me. They keep doing this stuff. So then people rally and support me. So you're actually helping me because you're so stupid. I don't know why you don't get it. It's been 17 years and your stuff still hasn't worked. You think at one point they actually get like a brain cell firing that would say, oh, maybe this doesn't work. I'll just move on. No, they persevere with their stupidity. As Forrest Gump once said, stupid is as stupid does.
It's funny how he wants you to stop fucking with him, but then insults you and says you're too stupid to stop fucking with him, which is only going to drive people to continue to fuck with him. Because he think he's so goddamn smart. Because he think he's the smartest person in the room. He's the smartest person on the platform. I guess that's him. That's his book smart and street smarts somehow meeting at some type of intersection. Not that he's a fucking retarded dent and whatnot. No, it's not that. He's smarter than everybody. He knows exactly how to work people. He knows exactly how to benefit from his situation. He's not the pathological liar that people make him out to be, i.e. the proof of it that's actually out there. No. That's all a deception that was made up to continue to drag him down. Even though it doesn't drag him down, it causes people to support him further. So in a lot of ways, doesn't he need all the hatred and animosity against him to keep him going? Persevering, if you will. Isn't he more dependent on it than the alleged people who get clout or make money off of him? Maybe that's me overthinking it.
It's not that someone's calling them stupid. They are stupid. They literally...
Then he gets called out for it, and then he's like, oh, okay, I got you, Phil. Glad you covered that base.
keep doing stupid things, right? What's up, Game Boy? How you doing, man? Okay, continuing on. Danzak did another $5 super chat. Phil, you're a phoenix. You rise from the ashes brighter. There you go. That's another thing, too. Like,
oh boy.
If everything that they claimed about me is true, then how would I be here in 2025 at the best position that I've been? Wouldn't I have been down in the dumps, falling apart, failing? No one cares about me or my content. You know, it's the opposite.
If it was the opposite, then how'd that Nintendo Switch situation happen again? Just asking.
I'm literally in the opposite position right now.
If you were in the opposite position, why were you lying on your wife and your family, saying that they may have cancer or they were dying from some type of just horrible sickness? Was that you being in the best place possible?
I'm co-streaming. I'm doing well in both places.
Co-streaming with who?
I'm making good money. I have great support. My content level, the quality is high. What are you talking about?
And yet the viewership is at an all-time low, as well as attendance. Okay.
Stand with Phil. Subscribed over on Kick. Thank you, I Stand with Phil. You're the first sub. What would be great this morning, to be very honest with everyone, would be to get some Kick support.
Wow, now we go right into begging. I thought we were doing so well. How sweaty and greasy he looks, by the way. But anyway, I thought we were doing so well. Now we're going back to begging again. Just that quickly. I'm doing so well. I'm making money. I have a lot of money. I've got all the success. Oh, why don't you guys give me some more support on Kick? Okay, I feel like that's contradicting. That's a conflicting statement, but all right.
Because this week, Kick has really, really slowed down. I have lost over 100.
Give him enough rope and he'll hang himself. If you believe nothing else that I've ever told you, believe that. Give him enough rope and he'll hang himself.
100 subs total on Kick. I've only gotten like 20 this week total. All right. And yeah, I want to keep momentum going. All right. So today to get some subs on Kick would be great. If you're watching on Kick right now and you can support, today would be a great day to support the stream with some subs. Okay. Cade did another $2 super chat and said, DSP. Thank you, Cade. Let's see here. Beaverman did a $2 super chat. He says there's going to be another wave of pre-orders coming. Well, first off, there's going to be more Switch 2s. Let's make this abundantly clear. There are going to be more Switch 2s. What sold last night was the first wave. But that's the launch wave. Get it? So there will be more Switch 2s sold, but they're not going to be shipped for launch. They may come out weeks till months after launch. So I will, even if I can't get a Switch 2 on launch day and I can't do the launch event like I want to do, I'm still getting a Switch 2. It's just when those other waves come out or whatever. But obviously everyone wants to see me unbox and cover the Switch 2 on launch day. That's the whole point. I have such an amazing setup to do it here.
If you have so many supportive people who care about you over the content, then would it really matter when you unbox it? Now he's going ahead and feeding back into the urgency of needing to do it. Like I said, a lot of conflicting statements being done here.
live with multiple cameras, close-ups, showing you all the intricacies of the console, hooking it up day one, highest quality video for Mario Kart. Yeah, it would be a shame if I can't, but we'll see what happens. Okay, continuing on. I got a $2 tip. Someone says, I'm afraid there's just no good solution here. I don't think cutting the human element out and letting only machines take up customer service makes the system rigid, like a robot who does not care about you. It's unfortunate, but we want a beating heart who can err on the human side on the other side of the telephone. Yeah, I mean, let me put it this way. Complete automation also doesn't work, because complete automation of customer service means that they're only going to be able to figure out and help with situations that are already predetermined. Like, let me give you an example here. Remember when I had an employee of Comcast? This is legally documented now.
So I don't want to deal with the foreigners, but I don't want to deal with Skynet either. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it make sense.
On the internet, an employee of Comcast didn't like me because they were part of my detractor group, and they were illegally logging into my modem, resetting the modem during my live streams, changing the data inside the modem to
Still no real like solidified proof of this, by the way.
mess with my wireless, to mess with my settings.
And the fact that he never sued Comcast over this shit, because he clearly didn't, is kind of surprising in its own right. Or maybe he did. Maybe he did get a huge settlement from Comcast, and that's how he's able to move around and do what he's able to do now and shit. Maybe. It's an interesting perspective to put out there. But my guess is he didn't sue them for shit, which he probably should have, if what he's saying is true.
And to screw with my business. Do you think that there would be an automated way to handle that? I needed to have techs come out here. I needed to have a human element. I needed to talk with multiple people in different departments. Then I had someone assigned to me personally from Comcast to handle the case and ensure that it got resolved. None of that was automated. So when you have pure automation, okay, that means that those situations that are not by the book basically can't be handled. So you need to have the human element. But the problem is with the human element, now you got the risk that the humans are gullible and get fooled, and that's what's been happening to me. You know, it happened many years ago. Someone got access to one of my accounts.
So it's okay when he can manipulate and get over on other people. But God forbid anybody can manipulate and get over on someone else that can affect him. Okay, gotcha.
Never should have had access.
That's why I'm thinking, and I'm not sure if this has been brought up, but I'm thinking, you know, the reason why he has so many complaints about DoorDash or about those different restaurants or whatever, and he doesn't mind doing these DSP tries and shit and having them on the internet, so he can literally point at them later when he does his chargebacks on those. And I do think he does chargebacks on the majority of those DSP tries. I honestly think he's back on the app and he's complaining about it, doesn't like the quality of the food, it was cold, it was this, that, and a third, and he's getting his refunds. I honestly think that's what he does. And I think he does it damn near religiously. And why not? If he gets his money back and he gets a restaurant credit, it's a win-win. And DSP will justify whatever complaint that he has anyway, or he'll at least attempt to, enough so that people will just hand wave it. It's easier to just be like, okay, I don't need to deal with this fucking Karen. Let them have the little refund and shit, give them a free credit or whatever, and move the fuck on. And I think he realizes that.
But they socially engineered it. In that account was...
And worst case scenario, if he has to, he can point to a video and say, hey, this is my video that I did for my food review on and whatnot. And most people aren't going to have time for that bullshit. They're like, all right, whatever. So I honestly think that's another scam he's been running too.
Data that led to them getting access to another account. And then they started sending money from one account to another account. It was all messed up. And then because of that, everything was screwed up and I had to close all my accounts, freeze them all, start from scratch, start over. It was a nightmare.
You had to close your accounts or did you have to freeze them? Because that's two separate things.
It violated legal agreements that I had to make payments every month. I had no money for weeks. And that's all because one person believed someone. I'll help you out. I'll do you a solid and I'll give you access to the account. In this case, at least it was just a stupid Walmart account. That's not a big deal. But of course, it screws me over. Let's continue. I received, let's see here, $1 tip. Someone says, you're right. you know, you get endless publicity from all of this. In a weird way, some of your best years are ahead of you if the trolls don't stop rallying. Yeah, but the thing is, here's the thing, and this is what they don't understand. The troll narrative is that DSP is a bad person. He's a scammer. He's a liar. He doesn't make good content, right? I'm the person. I fooled everyone. No one could have ever possibly actually liked my content. The only reason that people ever watch is because I fool them into watching it, which is ridiculous, right? And so to them, they've got to do everything they can to stop me. But
he doesn't even believe it. You can tell by that emphasis on stop me. Like, he doesn't even believe it. And whatnot. That was blatant. Holy shit.
when they mess with me like this, people rally and support me. Okay? But the thing is, I firmly believe that if these morons left me alone, I would still be successful.
You believe, but you don't know. So theoretically, he has something to lose if people stop. And then the fact that he's so stupid that he painted himself into this corner verbally, he's verbally telling you this is retarded. Why would you say that? Why would you tell people, hey, these guys fuck with me, and that's the reason why people support me? And if it stops, well, I still believe people might still support me, but you don't know. You don't know. So are you really willing to risk that? Fucking idiot.
I think that I would still have a core audience who like me. And then people would be...
You don't say you think, you should say you know. But he won't do that because that's the hesitation. He really doesn't know. And that's what scares him more than anything. So as much as he says, detractors need me, this, that, and the third, I'm their punching bag, they can't live without me. In reality, he probably can't really live without his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. Because he's always going to need an opponent. He's always going to need an enemy. He's always going to need someone to point at and say, they're the bad ones, go after them, or support me because look at everything they're doing to me. Who has the real codependency issues here? Something to think about.
Be able to start watching me positively and celebrate that and be a part of an online community that actually likes DSP because you wouldn't have people stalking and messing with you and doing messed up stuff just because you like me, you see? So if they would leave me alone, I'd be successful for positive stuff. But instead, they harass me, and I'm still successful.
So then why would you want it to stop then under those, like, if you think about it under that criteria, why would you want it to stop? If this whole Nintendo Switch thing is just a fork in the road, if you've been the victim of identity theft, sorry about that, 10 times or more, and yet you're still here, why do you even care? It's just another day in the life, right? So why would you want it to stop? He's so desperate to try to convince people that they're wasting their own time and they're not really hurting him, but he's also telling you, I don't know what I would do if they actually stopped. I don't know. That doesn't sound very convincing to me. that doesn't sound very convincing to me.
So it's like we leave him alone and we don't waste our time and he's successful, or we waste our time and he's still successful.
So why do you care that they're wasting their time if you're still benefiting? Why is that even a concern of yours? Why does he show so much concern for them? And he's not just him. You know what I'm saying? Rich's dumbass does this shit too. Why do you guys show so much concern for what people do with their spare time if it's not stopping you, if it doesn't bother you, and if you're making money off of it? What kind of retardation is that? I'm just asking, because that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If supposedly what I'm doing or what you guys are doing to me isn't stopping me and I'm still winning, why would I want you to stop? Would be the point. I'm still winning. And then if you eventually fade out and I'll still be successful, sorry about that, I think I'll still be successful after y'all fade out, why would I want you to stop? I'll just wait you guys out. See the logic in that?
So I guess they just like wasting their time is what it is. They just enjoy wasting time. I don't even know what else to...
LTG's like that too, actually. LTG just takes it into this really weird ass homosexual type way with it, but same concept. He's very much in that camp too.
Say. Okay. Let's continue. I received a $4.01 tip. In my opinion, to keep paying you, to stream is a game changer. You should get solid yearly revenue boost if you get 50 or more viewers. And you seem to get a lot of the front page of Kick. Yeah, and I don't know what it is. Whoever that person is,
But it doesn't even matter. All that front page exposure hasn't actually translated into him getting more viewership. You know what I'm saying? Unlike Lex and some of the other people who are featured, he's not seeing that growth, right? And that it's making him more paranoid, because when he is on the front page, the begging stops because he's scared to how he's going to be perceived. And then once that stops, he's back to his begging situation again. So he's not comfortable. It's putting him in a position where he doesn't have control. So he's not even comfortable being on the front page begging or asking for support or demanding support, really. He's not even comfortable with that. That's why he don't like it. That's why he's so desperate to figure out what it is that what is the criteria, or what is it that's putting him in the rotation of being on the front page. Because if he can figure out what it is, then he can figure out how to control it, or he thinks he can stop it or use it when it's to his benefit. That's the reason why he's so desperate to find out how that works.
Dimitri has been really nice to me and has been putting me on the front page of Kick a few times a week. And every time that he does, I get a view boost. So, yeah, you know, a lot, like I'm saying, things are working out well. As much as these people want to mess with me constantly, things are working out well. You know, yeah, every once in a while, something stupid like this happens, but in general, things are going good. Okay.
Riveting.
So I received a $4.20 tip, and this person has an interesting story to tell. I can't wait to read this, but let me play you the nice 420 animation first. Thank you. Let me tell you, as someone who used to be a detractor, the vast majority of these guys are sitting on a Discord and a Twitter and crying about how they have to work jobs that they hate while you essentially do their dream job, and it's not fair because they're so much better than you. Then they watch a restreamer, then they chat on their site of choice about you while watching the daily Phil is bad videos until you stream again and the cycle just repeats. It's sad, and instead of improving their own lives, they spend their time having you they spend their time having you revolve around their daily life. I apologize for this lengthy message. You don't have to. I feel like it had to be said since I have firsthand experience with these lame asses. I know.
It's funny too, just in case you guys don't know. If you guys have ever heard any of these fucking supposed troll remorse messages or whatever, they all sound damn near the same. They're all structured pretty much the same thing. They pretty much all say the same thing in the same exact way. There's no real differentiating between them. They all literally sound like copy and paste for the most part. That's not suspicious at all, I'm sure.
This is what I mean. They have these actual online communities. It's like a cult, and they all talk to each other, friendly with each other, you know?
And I love how he thinks that they're all just snaking each other. Don't worry, there's a lot of bullshit that goes on over here. But they're not all snaking each other. There are people who genuinely like talking to or hanging out with other people. Because not everybody hangs out with everybody. So it's funny, though, but how he thinks they're all just snaking each other and just trying to use each other. That's really wild behavior on his part. It just shows you what kind of disconnect he has, you know, from a social or even the human aspect. You're there just to be used. Like I said, it's utilitarianism. You're there to be used, and once you're all used up, you're discarded.
They're weird. It's fucking bizarre. We can only have friends by collectively hating on someone on the internet. We can't.
You mean like how your relationship with Kino Casino started? Okay.
Can't actually have real life earned friendships because we're all antisocial, parasocial weirdos.
Oh, you mean like how you couldn't hang out with PvP, or like how you couldn't hang out with Kino Casino and you wanted to strictly keep it business and you were willing to be friendly with them as long as the business kept aspect or angle kept going, but you didn't want to be, you know, really buddy with them. It was all business, and that's all how you saw it. Sounds like projection.
Instead, the only way we can have friends is to hate on DarksydePhil.
And yet again, his friendship with Kino Casino started over the collective dislike for Review Tech USA. Because I think Kino Casino dislikes Review Tech. I think DSP actually hates Review Tech. There's a difference.
This is hilarious. Someone in Kick said, this sounds like Phil wrote that. No.
It does. It actually does. It's because it all sounds the same. or it sounds similar. So every DSP detractor who has sided the break ranks, who have suffered from troll remorse and want to go ahead and make amends, they all pretty much write out their shit the exact same way. Sure, that's, I guess in some parallel universe, that's a thing.
And so, after being relentlessly attacked, Phil settled down for a long winter's nap.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, that's more like it. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Thanks, DSP. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
First thing Christmas morning, what a wonderful sight. A pile of fan mail delivered that night.
What the heck is that over there? What is that over there? Looks like a stack of letters. Dear Phil, I've been a longtime viewer and fan of yours since your original Fallout 3 playthrough. Looking back at the past and remembering all the great times I shared with you throughout your playthroughs brings a smile to my face. Dear DSP, thanks for all the years of fun that you've brought to me. Recently I was diagnosed with a disease, and it looks like for a long time I'm going to be in the hospital. But your videos always let me laugh a little bit. Thanks for brightening up my day when otherwise there wasn't a lot to look forward to. Hey DSP, recently my girlfriend broke up with me and it's been pretty rough. I've never really felt this bad before, but then I opened up your YouTube channel, saw your latest playthrough, and it really cheered me up. Thanks so much for being there for me and giving me something to distract me from the negative times in my life. It's much appreciated.
It sounds like an intelligent human with conscious thought and self-awareness wrote that. That's why it sounds like me. Get it?
And yet, because of the personal information you put out, got you into the situation where you don't have a Nintendo Switch, at least publicly, you don't have a Nintendo Switch locked in. Yeah, 'cause you're so damn intelligent, Phil. That's how it works, I'm sure.
Doesn't sound like a mouth-drooling sheep ate a
dent. One of your followers, well, not one of them, all of them, most of them anyway. Dents. It doesn't sound like a dent. Oh shit.
A cultist idiot to be herded wrote it. It sounds like an intelligent person wrote it, and that's why it sounds like DarksydePhil wrote it. Get it?
Yeah, because DarksydePhil is known for making intelligent decisions. Yeah, that's right. You know what I'm saying? It's not literally a fucking armada and shit of fucking detractors, trolls, haters, and critics on his ass on a daily basis and shit because he made smart decisions. Yeah, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Literally, detractors, trolls, haters, and critics have their own fucking country and shit, and he can't stop none of it and whatnot because he made intelligent decisions. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense when you think about that in hindsight.
Okay, thanks.
And why would you say thanks for something that you saying that you don't want to take credit for? What sense does that make? Semantics.
Okay. Let's continue here. There's more to shout out, but I got to close my thermos here. I received a $2 tip. All it says is wait for it. So I got a $2 tip and it says wait for it. Okay. Thank you. There's another $2 tip. And it says wait for it. Okay. So now we're up to 109 and climbing. And then this is what they were getting to. I just received a $40 tip. And the person said, bayonet charge. Well, I don't know what the bayonet charge references to, if it's a specific game or movie or something, but I appreciate the generous tip. 40 bucks. That is the biggest tip of the day. And with that tip, we are at $149 of support. A mere $1 away from hitting our goal, and we haven't even finished the podcast yet. Man, shucks. What a bad day for me. Let me tell you guys, really just not working out. What an awful experience I'm having today.
Oh, man.
And again,
yeah, he's really sad about not getting that Switch, guys. That Switch 2, I'm sorry. He's real sad about it. It's not like he has something lined up. He's real sad about it.
They just don't get it. They don't understand that every time that they mess with me and they do something insanely twisted, insanely broken, insanely illegal, that people rally to help me because they like who I am. They like the content. They can't believe that these people would do this stuff. They're just not smart. They're not smart.
Coming from the same guy who has doubts that if he didn't have this hate mob behind him, he doesn't know if people would actually support him in the same way. Imagine that.
Well, look, 9,000, how you doing, man? 44 months as a member. And he says, bonus level. So actually, I believe I want to say it's the first week of May. I could be wrong, and it might be the second week, okay? But I believe the first week of May is actually the week when people are going to start earning their emerald crowns on DSP Gaming on YouTube for being 4-year members.
I guess that's a great celebration for, what's that shit called? That May burst thing or whatever? That's quite the coincidence. That's quite the coincidence.
It was 2021 when I was playing Returnal on my PS5 when I basically quit Twitch for being, erroneously banned. They claimed that I had said the N-word, which I didn't. All right. It was proven I didn't. So then they removed the ban. They're just morons.
He didn't quit. He lost his partnership.
And I said, I'm not going back to your unprofessional, horribly run site. And I came here to YouTube and I've been streaming for 4 years straight.
And he wasn't missed.
And people day one started supporting me here, and they're about to earn those crowns within the next week or two. It'll be excellent to see how they look, because they look on paper, they look great. I haven't seen them in a chat, but they look really, really good. So I guess we'll see. Okay. Continuing on, Gabriel the Blessed did a 99-cent super sticker. So now we are at $149.99. We are 1 penny away.
Greedy fuck won't even just round up. That's so sad.
From hitting the goal today.
That's so
sad.
1
penny away. So this person to me $1 and says the haters for some reason just can't look away from you, like you're just so mesmerizing of a dude. I don't get it. Do you guys get it? I mean, honestly, can anyone explain to me what it is that these people obsess about? Like, I would argue that back in the day, all right, I was a train wreck of content creation. I thought my shit didn't stink. I always made fun of everyone else. I always,
he still does.
Injected myself into situations and crapped on people.
He still does.
Whether it was other streamers, content creators, game developers, right? I constantly had something negative to say about someone.
He still does.
And said that I was better. Yet, I didn't improve my content. I didn't work hard to make things better. I just pumped out the same kind of content endlessly.
He still does.
That's an honest answer right there, all right? Number 2, the fact that they don't really involve me in much. And what I mean by that is I've almost never been contacted by Machinima and said, Phil, would you like to do a crossover with this YouTuber under Machinima? Phil, would you like to be involved in this special Machinima event? Phil, would you like to do this? I almost never get that. Never. Now, I don't know if other Machinima partners get that. I don't. So maybe for whatever reason I'm on the blacklist, but I just never get involved in that stuff. I never get told about stuff, special, you know, opportunities of collaboration or any kind of thing that has to do with Machinima. I don't get involved. I don't get, you know, there's no Machinima conference where all the big YouTubers under Machinima come and meet up or meet and greet. Nothing like that. So, you know what I mean? I'm kind of, like I said, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I do feel like I'm on an island on YouTube. I do my own thing. Everyone else does their shit around me, but I just exist on my own and I'm still here after years and years of doing it. I don't really get involved in other people. Other people don't get involved in my shit, right? And, you know, if Machinima, there's maybe other partnership companies that are much different and they try to do the crossovers and everything and they try to orchestrate all that. Machinima doesn't. And that's, I think, a negative. I honestly think that all the years, all the people that came in and out of Machinima, if I had crossovers and stuff with those people, networking, branching out, it would have been a great opportunity. And it was a lost opportunity because Machinima never orchestrated any of that stuff. And I've told them this before, by the way. 2 times in the past 4 years, I've told them this. And by the way, every time I told someone, that guy left his position within a few months, and then it went by the wayside. Okay? The biggest thing by far that...
Right? I was very toxic when it came to my commentary, when it was sexual content like bigotry, sexism, racism, all that stuff.
He still does that, to be honest with you. He's just more covert with it.
And I look back at it now and I realize that. And I say, man, I was a mess and my content, you know.
That's weird because he said early detractors, trolls, haters, and critics were liars. And none of that happened. His audience never felt any way about any of that. It was all made up. He never did any of those things that people said he did. And if he did, they took it out of context. They didn't understand what was going on. And even to go even further, he said they were the racists. They were the ones who were sexist. They were the ones who didn't understand. It had nothing to do with him. They just took shit too far. That wasn't his fault. That was their fault. Amazing how the story has changed over the years.
Was problematic. And I did my best to change myself as a person. You know, I did. And all those years of me, I need to do a marathon today and raise $1,000 to pay my bills. Those days are long gone. I don't
really. We don't need to hit 10 stream goals to make $1,500 to do a DSP tries it. We don't need to hit 50 goals, which is $7,500 or $7,500 to do a marathon. Interesting. How's that any different? Huh. Don't worry, I'll wait.
do that stuff anymore, right? I don't. So
literally just rehashing the same shit, just found a different way of doing it.
I'm truly, genuinely lost as to what it is that these people obsess over and care so much about me for. I really don't understand it. And it's funny because you can ask different people and they'll ask different things. Like,
yeah, it's called an opinion. It's called that people are individuals. I guess that works against that hive mind bullshit you keep talking about, huh? Uh-oh. Well, I guess you shouldn't have said that.
I remember Mike Klum said, I don't know, there's just a way about you. It's kind of like this was like there's lore behind you. You're
still clinging to that guy's nuts? He's not going to make that DSP detractor hit piece, Phil. You know that, right? I mean, he might actually, truth be told, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Not unless he goes at everybody, and there's no point in him fucking himself over.
Mystique behind you because you've been around for so long, and all the stuff that's been associated with you over the years. It just like, I don't know, like these people just, it's like they cling to you and they can't stop. It's not necessarily anything particularly that I say or do. It's just that I'm here every day. Like I'm the staple, right? I'm the staple of the internet that's here. And so messing with that staple of the internet, I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say, even his own logic doesn't make any sense, and he can't seem to make it work in such a way to fit his narrative, so he just gave up on it. The hallmarks of a true quitter.
Right? I don't know. And maybe it's the fact that I don't give up, right? The fact that I persevere and I never give up. So they know that no matter what they do, I'm still going to be here tomorrow. So they can mess with me, but they, I don't know. I really don't.
See, now he's killing his own narrative because he's saying, you'll never stop me. You can't get rid of me. I'm still going to show up every day. Okay, well, then we're just going to keep fucking with you because there's no point because you're going to be here every day either which way. So that would mean, theoretically, nobody's actually trying to stop you because we know you're going to show up the next day anyway, right? So that kind of kills his narrative. And that's what happens. You give DSP enough rope, he'll hang himself. Because he don't think before he talk, he just talk.
Oh, no. Again, you can ask these different people, they'll all say different things that they don't even make logical sense what they say.
But that's weird, but I thought we were all a hive mind and we all believe in the same collective thing. Uh-oh.
Talking to them, he's like, someone, blah, 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 like, what? What did you say? A human can't even decipher what you just fucking said because you're so crazy. You actually believe, that's a sad fact that they believe that shit too. Like, what?
So a normal human couldn't decipher it because they're crazy. And the people who do believe it are just as crazy as they are. Oh, okay. That's an interesting way of putting it. And yet he really wants people to side with him, but he doesn't understand why they won't. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. Except for these phantom former detractors who are suffering from troll remorse and anonymously send him letters and shit saying, you know, such and such, or tipping him such and such. As if those Saga accounts can't be traced back to somebody else. Gotcha.
All right. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we hit the goal. Wow, I'm really, really losing today, aren't I? What a horrible day to the DSP. Horrible. Anyway, awesome. We are already doing DSP tries at Chipotle today. All right. So stick around after my entire gameplay session of Clear Obscure Expedition 33. There will be DSP tries at Chipotle. All right. Cool. Bookworm popping their member message. However, they had already become a member, so it doesn't count towards the stream. All right. All right. Now, guys, again, what I would say is thank you so much for the support. Tips, super chats, amazing. Guys on Kick, it sure would be great if we could get some subs today. This has been the slowest week for subs in a long, long time.
Yeah, it's interesting how that keeps frequently coming up. Been the slowest stream. It's the slowest supporting stream. It's the slowest amount of support in a very long time. It's weird, but I thought he was doing so well. I thought he was making so much money. I thought he was successful. Make it make sense?
Okay. So hopefully we can get some subs on Kick today. I hope so. I hope that we can do it. All right, let's do it. Who's going to be a sub? Or who is going to give some subs, right? Let's get something over there, right? Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so folks, here's the deal. I got $1 tip. You're right, people cope with something in their lives watching you. You're the Conan O'Brien of the haters, giving them what they want, what they need. What the hell? Thank you for the $1 tip there. Appreciate that. All right. Yeah, screw Wingstop. We can do Wingstop whatever we want. I want to do this salty blue. Chocoboko just did a $3 tip and says, guess who's getting a PS5 Pro tomorrow? Would that be me? Nice to catch you streaming again. Good to have you here, Chocoboko. Congrats. What are you going to play on your PS5 Pro first? You can tell us in the chat if
Like you care. Just put the fuck on with this. No one gives a shit.
you're there. You don't have to, tip again. I'm just curious, what are you planning on using it for? Right off the bat. Can I try an unsweetened iced tea at Chipotle? I actually wasn't going to get a drink. I'll look at their drinks menu. I wasn't going to order a drink, but if you think that they have a good drink, maybe I'll get it. Unsweetened iced tea. All right. We got about 10 minutes left to just shoot the shit. What would you guys like to chat about the next 10 minutes before I take a brief break, and then we're going to do Clear Obscure? Kane says, we don't have a Chipotle near us. I hear their unsweetened iced tea is the best. That's what I normally drink. Have to see. I do like unsweetened iced tea. I do. Even though it's kind of bitter, I find it refreshing.
Yeah, that's the point of unsweet. Oh man, that's fucking crazy. Holy shit.
As I get older, I drink less and less drinks with sugar in them.
Sure you do.
Because
your flavored water is what? It might be sugar-free now that I think about it. Maybe.
I don't need the sugar. And my teeth as well are more sensitive to sugar now. If I drink like soda and stuff, my teeth sometimes bother me. So
maybe you should go and see a dentist then. That shouldn't be a thing.
I try not to drink sugary drinks anymore. You tried it? King Michael says he tried the honey chicken from Chipotle. It was great. Well, we're trying it today. I can't wait to try it. The AC is working good, Cracker Jacks. However, the air in here, because the AC is on, it stinks a little bit.
Oh yeah, this is that moldy ass air conditioner because this fucking retard doesn't know how to clean it out. he changes the filters, or he cleans the filters allegedly, but he doesn't know how to actually disassemble the air conditioner to clean it out. So who knows what kind of dust, mildew, mold, and everything else that's been collecting in there for years and years and years. And this right here, the head of the brain trust, can't seem to figure out how to clean it. So now he's breathing in all this bullshit. Ah, yes. I was wondering why I left this trash in here. Well, I did it for a reason.
I'm thinking of maybe getting an air freshener. I'm trying to think of what I can do. I do have the air purifier, and that's running. So the air is clean according to the air purifier. Like, here's how I have it set up. Air conditioner. Right in front of the air conditioner is a tower fan that's oscillating, blowing the cold air through the room. And then sitting in front of the tower fan is the air purifier that's taking in the air as it comes in, purifying it, and pumping it back out. So the air in here is clean, but it smells a little bit. And I'm wondering...
Then the air is not clean. Sorry, but I'm not sorry for the evil laugh. Then the air is not clean if there's a smell to it, Phil. Fucking dead.
What to do about that? And maybe I should put something in here, an air freshener, to make it smell better in general.
Ah, yes. Mask the odor instead of actually dealing with the root cause. That makes sense. That sounds like the true definition of a dent. Don't fix the problem. Just mask it. That makes sense.
You know, the problem is my air conditioner is just old. I cleaned the filter on it, but the thing is dang old. It's almost a decade old now. Actually, I think it is a decade old. So it just kind of starts to not be as good and fresh. Maybe.
And you never thought about purchasing a new one with your newfound wealth. And I use the term wealth loosely.
I should look into getting another one, a replacement. It still works, but maybe I should just get a new one. This thing's kind of outdated now.
What idiot. What idiot.
Something happened to the number 1 in 31 goals hit. Thank you. I'll fix it. What is that? There we go. Okay. Another moron.
The smell in that house must be fucking horrendous, bro. If you're willing to overlook something like that, that's... And then you have to mask it with air fresheners and shit, that's nasty. That's pretty fucking nasty.
Okay. Guys, today would be a perfect day to hit 2 goals in one stream. And that would help to make up for the fact that there were several streams earlier this week we didn't hit a goal.
I thought we were successful, though. I thought we were doing all right. Now we're begging to make up for 2 other streams that we failed at. Or 3 other streams. Whatever.
And that would get us closer to Salty Blue, which I want to try now. I actually like the name of that, too. Salty Blue. All right.
Does that kind of does that like coincide with that like whale tail gin or whatever that was called? Is that what makes you feel better, Phil? It's on theme for you?
I got another $3 tip. I'll be playing Bloodborne, Suikoden Collection, and the new Fatal Fury with friends. So the first PS5 game will be the new Elden Ring Night Rain that's coming soon. There you go. Well, Bloodborne will run better. It looks better slightly. Remember, I did my Bloodborne run on the PS5 Pro, and it did improve the graphics ever so slightly. It did add more detail. It wasn't a huge difference, but I did definitely notice the difference. So you should enjoy that. And of course, the loading times are non-existent, which is amazing. To play it with no loading times is such a huge improvement over the PS4 version where the loading times were astronomically long, right? But Elden Ring Night Rain should run gorgeous on it. It ran really well on my PS5 Pro, so good stuff there.
Too bad you don't play it anymore.
Let's see. Spawn Killer over on Kick says, why don't I get a dehumidifier? Maybe I should get one, because it would definitely benefit an office with this many electronics to have a dehumidifier in it. But, I mean, at this point, I got so many electronics running over there. I think I need to get, I think I have one of those power brick things so that I can have, over there I just have the power socket on the wall, so maybe I should put that, because right now I have multiple things plugged in over there. Maybe I should get a dehumidifier. Maybe I should look into them, like our office dehumidifier for the room.
Oh, that's an electrical fire just waiting to happen. Holy shit, I'm not wishing that on him. Not wishing that on him, but holy shit, bro. Oh man, there's all kinds of issues that are drumming up over there. This shit. Don't they got a movie coming out soon? What's it called? Final Destination Bloodlines? Ugh. Last thing we need is the Gouty destination shit. We don't need that.
We do have carpet on the floor. I did vacuum the floor A month or two ago, full.
You haven't vacuumed in 2 months. It's wild. Vacuum at least once a week. Just because. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just the way that's just the way we came up. But like, you haven't vacuumed in months. Not maybe a few weeks. You could probably let that slide. But months. Oh boy, you know all the dust collection and everything in there because all that hardware and shit, or electronics, it must be crazy. Months. He hasn't vacuumed in months. King Dent hasn't vacuumed in months. Take that all in. Jesus Christ.
When I basically redesigned the office, and remember I got
So you know he's not dusting. You know there's no cleaning going on. So that gives you an idea of where we're at there.
the little hand vac, the dust buster, but we also vacuumed the whole floor to clean it. So I don't know if it is the floor or not. Like I said, it was fine in here. Then all of a sudden I turn on the air conditioner and now the air stinks. So I think it's the air conditioner. It's just old, you know. Like what can you do?
So let's not clean up everything else. Let's not go ahead and take the extra step and just clean everything. Great screenshot, by the way. Let's not do any of that. Just let it all linger and blame it on the air conditioner. Gotcha. Just like how we were blaming it on the motherboard for why our cameras are all fucked up. Then come to find out it was actually the USB cable. Just like that.
I cleaned the filter, but it still smells. It's probably just old and yucky. I don't know what you can do to really clean that.
So you're not actually cleaning it. What are you doing? Are you using soap and water? Let's stop with that. That's wishful thinking. So you're just using water and that's it? Never thought about maybe a little bit of Lysol, something like that? You know what I'm saying? You know, a little bit of any type of cleaning agent besides water to kind of help with that, help disinfect. Do you even know what disinfecting is? Probably don't. Okay, never mind. That's crazy because I wouldn't think that Linda raised you in absolute filth, but it makes me wonder. I wonder if DSP is a hypochondriac.
In truth, Ivana, I've never had mod pizza.
He's not, by the way. It sounds kind of funny. I mean, I don't think he is, but it's kind of funny.
Never once have I had mod pizza. It just doesn't look appetizing to me. Because they said there's a mod pizza in Renton. Why don't you try that?
I don't know. We saw that pizza he made for Kat, if you want to call it pizza, by the way. I don't even know if you could actually classify that as food, let alone an actual pizza. And she seemed to gobble that up willingly. Waiting to hit that second tip skull, huh, Phil?
Spray it with cologne. Yeah. Spray the entire air conditioner with cologne. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, it could be coolant that's rusting inside. It could, I don't know, dust, mold, particles. Who knows? But what do you do? I can't clean the entire air conditioner, right? It's old. Like I said, I might just have to, if it really stinks and doesn't get better, I haven't even had it on for a day yet. But if in the next couple of days it doesn't get better, number one, I'm probably going to have to get an air freshener. And number two, I'm probably going to have to get a new air conditioner.
That speaks to the amount of humidity that's probably in there too, bro. Like it's probably icky as shit in there if you think about it. Cause you see how crazy he'll be sweating in the summer, obviously in the spring and the summer. But fuck, dude, in the winter, bro, he'd be sweating balls off in that shit. So who's to say? But then again, you don't have proper circulation. Right now, most of his electronics are centralized to one particular location and shit, so it's just a giant hotspot. That's it. That's icky. That's a mess. So much for all that central air, Phil. Could have rectified this years ago. This feels good at thinking ahead.
Spray it with Febreze.
Oh boy.
Okay. I have not seen the new Yodi trailer. Are you talking about Ghost of Yotai or Yokai, whatever it is? No, I haven't seen it. Yote. Yeah, I haven't seen the Ghost of Yote trailer yet. As you guys have seen, I've been pretty busy with all this nonsense. Okay.
it's hard work to portray yourself as a victim. it's pretty hard work to portray yourself as a victim 24/7.
Okay.
Yeah, gotta tell you.
All right, guys, let's end the podcast. Sorry for 2 videos of the podcast. I apologize for that. It's really stupid, but OBS crashed. Hopefully it doesn't crash again. Like I said, I think it was a memory error because also my Signal RGB program crashed. So I think that what happened was like my memory was like yeah, now I'm down to only 48% memory. I was up to like 90% RAM use because I think one of the browsers was like lagging up. And on top of that, my Signal RGB was using a whole bunch of memory. So that's why everything crashed.
Jesus. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's tough. That's tough. Whatever. I'm gonna let him have that. I mean, he knows what he's doing, right? I've been doing this for 18 years, 17 years, or whatever. Holy fuck. This dude can't control his finances, let alone does he know how to fucking manage fucking RAM use and everything else. Of course I couldn't expect him to do that.
But all right, guys. So
Wow.
please check out Clear Obscure Expedition 33 and Minecraft. I'll be back tomorrow to let you know how it all went. Thank you for your support this morning. Thank you all so very much for every.
All right. So there we go on that. Oh my god, that's ruthless. Absolutely fucking ruthless. Holy shit. Okay. So that's the holy shit. Holy shit. That is the Nintendo Switch 2 saga. All right. Like I said, hopefully some of the things that I recommended will be able to be edited in. That'll help just kind of further flesh out the story. That's ridiculous. All right, big ups to Raw Phil and whatnot. Big up to Chio18 and final thoughts. Holy shit, man, it's fucking insane. Okay, so I would say just going into May, and then early June, we'll see how it all plays out. We'll see how he decides to maneuver in we'll see how he decides to maneuver in the build up to the Switch launching. You try to play victim. Will he come up with excuses and issues? Will he rehash the story? If so, will it be coherent or concise to what he said here? I can't tell you. What I will say, at least for me, the largest takeaway, besides the fact that most of this is a blatant lie, he just fucked himself over, as he usually does, and he spent the majority of time fighting for his right to be a victim than actually taking any accountability or whatever, this is a build up to something else. Like, this is beyond the Switch 2. There's something else that's going on that he's trying to prime them for. I don't see it yet, but it's clearly something. Like I said, I don't know what it is yet, so I'll have to wait and see what's going on over between now and like the end of the month. But he's clearly setting up for something. Like I said, I just don't see it yet. But whatever it is, it will allow him to be the victim, show vulnerability, and if anything bad happens, just blame it on the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics at full stop, which is all he really cares about at this particular point anyway. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long one, so thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. I will catch you guys for the next one of these, whenever that may be, hopefully sooner than later. Might be a little... Things might slow up a little bit in May, just so I can just take some time to get caught up on some of these back projects. And I have a lot of older stuff that's already been uploaded that just needs to kind of get published. But by June, I hope to have everything squared up, and then we'll be right back at it. Now, don't get me wrong, if something happens in May, obviously, don't worry, the content will, I'll go over it, obviously. But for the most part, it's just going through the backlog of stuff that hasn't gone up from the beginning of the year till now, and then just work on some of these back projects I have. Like this, I'm still working my way through the DSP interviews, as well as there's some other big things that had happened. I need to try to work on those, if not get them finished, and get them out. Most of those stuff probably won't come out till throughout the year anyway, but still, just get a start on that. And then I got to look at and then Gout 2025. I need to see what's going on with that and try to pick my spots on where that is. In any case, it's nothing for you guys to worry about. Us, just giving you guys an idea of the move that I'm making, or moves that I'm making, and so on and so forth. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. And I will catch you guys for the next one of these, whenever that may be. Hopefully sooner than later. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Snort Report, well, this has been the Snort Report. This has been DSP News. Always late, never breaking. Unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh, yes. A GTG Network and Productions. For the Snort Report, for Snortbucks Coffee Company, for Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic, for Tim Snortons, and for all of our other partners, subsidiaries, and affiliates, I've been your host / anchor GTG, and I'm signing off. Take care of yourselves, people, and just try to keep an eye out for what happens over the next month or so and whatnot. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's nothing but just a bullshit lie, but I feel like this is a setup for something. Whatever the case may be. Catch you guys on the flip. Later, people.